Hello there, dear friends. I hope you've had a wonderful day filled with joy and laughter. As the stars quietly begin to twinkle above, allow these stories to gently transport you to magical and peaceful places where dreams come alive. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time with us tonight. So snuggle in, let go of the day's worries, and unwind to the soothing sounds that await you. Sweet dreams and cozy adventures lie just ahead. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling green hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, sat at the edge of the village, overlooking fields that swayed like a sea of emerald under the gentle caress of the wind. Each morning, as the golden hues of dawn spilled across the landscape, Lily would awaken to the soft chirping of sparrows and the distant lowing of cattle, a symphony of life that lulled her into a state of peaceful joy. The scent of fresh dew on the grass and the faint aroma of wildflowers would drift through her window, a fragrant promise of the adventures that lay ahead. Lily was a curious child, her bright eyes always alight with wonder as she explored the natural world around her. Her heart was intertwined with the rhythm of nature, and she found solace in the whispering leaves, the babbling brooks, and the chorus of birds that greeted each dawn. Her parents, gentle souls who nurtured her inquisitiveness, often shared tales of wonder and wisdom from their own childhoods, instilling in her a deep-seated appreciation for the mysteries of the world. They noticed her growing affinity for the wilderness, and with fond smiles, they encouraged her explorations, knowing that the forest held lessons no book could teach. Lily's favorite pastime was exploring the meandering streams and sun-dappled forests near her home, her small fingers tracing the contours of rocks, her ears attuned to the symphony of the forest. The scent of pine and earth filled her lungs as she searched for treasures hidden in the nooks and crannies of the great outdoors, peculiar stones, vibrant feathers, and curious insects that sparked her imagination. She would often bring her treasures home, placing them in a small wooden box her father had crafted, each item a piece of the world she cherished deeply. Her mother, with a twinkle in her eye, would listen to the tales Lily spun about her finds, her heart swelling with pride at her daughter's imaginative spirit. One crisp autumn day, as the world was painted in shades of amber and gold, Lily decided to venture deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before. The air was cool, carrying the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, which crunched softly beneath her feet as she walked. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, turning the path into a mosaic of light and shadow. As she wandered along a winding path, her keen eyes spotted something shimmering in the undergrowth. Crouching down, she carefully brushed aside the fallen leaves, revealing a smooth, flat stone unlike any she had seen before. Its surface seemed to shimmer with 1,000 tiny rainbows, dancing and swirling in mesmerizing patterns, as if it held the essence of a summer rain captured in stone. Enchanted by her find, Lily slipped the stone into her pocket, feeling its cool weight against her leg, and continued her adventure, her mind buzzing with questions about its origins and purpose. Little did she know, this unassuming stone held an extraordinary magic within, one that would forever change her life and the way she perceived the world. As night fell, the forest transformed into a shadowy realm where the moonlight wove through the branches, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. The soft hoot of an owl echoed in the distance, mingling with the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, a lullaby of the night. Lily reluctantly turned for home, her heart heavy at the thought of leaving the wondrous forest behind. But as she reached into her pocket to retrieve the stone one last time, something remarkable happened. The stone began to glow softly, pulsing with a warm golden light that seeped through her fingers like liquid sunshine. Suddenly, Lily found herself transported to a magical realm where the trees danced, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow, and the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvety sky. The air was filled with a sweet melody, as if the very atmosphere hummed with an ancient song. The ground beneath her feet felt alive, a gentle pulse that resonated with her own heartbeat. A kindly old oak tree, its branches reaching high into the heavens, greeted her with a gentle creaking voice, its bark rough but emanating a warmth that enveloped her like an embrace. "Welcome, young one," said the oak, its voice resonant and soothing. "You have discovered the Dreamstone, a powerful talisman that allows its bearer to explore the realm of dreams." Lily gasped in amazement, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the vibrant colors and surreal beauty of this dreamscape. The oak chuckled softly, a sound like wind rustling through leaves, and introduced her to two delightful companions, a mischievous raccoon named Rusty, whose eyes sparkled with mischief, and a wise old owl named Minerva, whose feathers were like woven silver under the moonlight. Together, they embarked on a fantastic journey through the dream realm, encountering whimsical creatures and breathtaking landscapes that defied the laws of the waking world. They traversed fields of flowers that glowed like lanterns, rivers of liquid crystal that sang as they flowed, and mountains whose peaks pierced the clouds. Rusty's playful antics kept them entertained, his laughter infectious, while Minerva's sage advice guided them through the challenges they faced, her wisdom a beacon in the unknown. One night they came upon a towering maze of thorns, its twisting paths seemingly impenetrable, each vine whispering secrets of the forest. Lily felt her heart sink, certain they had reached an impassable obstacle. But Minerva reminded her that true wisdom often lies in finding the path of least resistance, her eyes twinkling with encouragement. With patience and careful observation, they discovered a tiny gap in the thorns, just large enough for them to squeeze through. Rusty's nimble form proved invaluable, as he scampered ahead to clear the way, his clever paws untangling the stubborn vines with a grace that spoke of his deep connection to the dream world. As they emerged from the maze, triumphant and unscathed, Lily felt a surge of pride and joy. The journey through the dream realm had taught her invaluable lessons about perseverance, friendship, and the power of creativity to overcome even the most daunting challenges. She realized that every obstacle was an opportunity to learn and grow, her spirit fortified by the adventures she shared with her companions. On one particular journey, they stumbled upon the Dreamweaver, a mystical figure who spun tales from the threads of the universe. The Weaver, with eyes like pools of starlight and a voice that echoed with the wisdom of ages, shared stories of courage and compassion, tales of heroes who had once walked the paths of dreams. Lily listened intently, her heart swelling with inspiration, each story a seed that took root in her soul. Night after night, Lily returned to the enchanted forest, the Dreamstone clutched tightly in her hand, eager to reunite with her fantastic companions and embark on new adventures. Each journey deepened her bond with Rusty and Minerva, their friendship a testament to the magic of the dream realm. With Rusty's laughter ringing in her ears and Minerva's wise words echoing in her heart, she learned to navigate the wonders and challenges of the dream realm with courage and compassion, her heart swelling with the knowledge that she was never truly alone. And whenever she felt the weight of the waking world pressing upon her, Lily would slip the Dreamstone into her pocket and let its magic carry her away to a place where anything was possible, and the boundaries of imagination knew no limits. In those moments she found solace and strength, her spirit renewed by the beauty and mystery of the dreams that awaited her. Each visit to the dream realm left an indelible mark on her, shaping her into a young woman brimming with wisdom, empathy, and an unyielding belief in the magic of dreams. Story 2. In the heart of the ancient Evergreen Glade, a place where the air shimmered with the soft luminescence of magic, and time seemed to dance in circles rather than lines, there lived a community of creatures whose lives intertwined with the very essence of the forest. Here, the trees spoke in whispers carried by the wind, and the streams sang lilting melodies that echoed through the canopy, their notes weaving into a symphony of life that resonated in every corner of the glade. At the center of this enchanted forest stood an immense oak, its gnarled branches stretching out as if to embrace the sky, leaves rustling like a gentle lullaby in the breeze. Beneath its sprawling roots lay the home of a wise old tortoise named Eldrin. Eldrin's shell was mottled with moss and lichen, and his eyes held the gentle glow of ages, reflecting the deep greens and earthy browns of the forest around him. He was the keeper of the forest's secrets, a storyteller whose tales were woven from the threads of history and magic. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a sky dappled with the first blush of dawn. As the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Eldrin emerged to greet the day, the cool air fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. His movements were measured and deliberate, each step a testament to the patience of the ages. As he slowly made his way to a sun-dappled clearing, the light danced upon his shell, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the forest. He was joined by a small gathering of forest creatures eager for his wisdom. There was Luna, the silver-furred rabbit whose eyes sparkled with curiosity, reflecting the morning rays like tiny mirrors. Thistle, a shy young deer with a coat as soft as velvet, her gentle eyes wide and attentive. And Rill, a lively squirrel who never seemed to sit still for long, his bushy tail flicking with barely contained energy. The creatures settled in a circle around Eldrin, their hearts open and ears attentive, the rustle of leaves and the distant babble of a brook forming a gentle backdrop to the scene. The old tortoise began his tale, his voice soft and rhythmic like the rustling leaves above, weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around his listeners like a warm cloak. In our forest, Eldrin began, the balance of nature is a harmonious symphony, where every creature plays its part, and every season brings its own magic. Long ago, when the world was young, the first winter came upon the land. It was a time of great challenge, as the cold crept in and the days grew short. As Eldrin spoke, the creatures could almost feel the chill of that ancient winter, could almost see the pale light glistening on frost-kissed branches, their breath visible in the crisp air. In those days, Eldrin continued, the earth was watched over by the winter wind, a spirit as old as the mountains. The winter wind was fierce and strong, but it loved the forest dearly. It would sing to the trees, its breath a gentle lullaby that wrapped the world in a soft white blanket. The creatures listened, entranced, as Eldrin painted a picture of a landscape wrapped in serene stillness, where the snow fell in hushed whispers and the stars shone brightly against an indigo sky, each one a tiny beacon of hope in the long nights. But the forest was not without its troubles, Eldrin said, his voice taking on a note of gentle caution. For with the winter came scarcity, and the creatures of the forest had to learn to share and care for one another. It was then that the ancient pact was made, a promise among the creatures to help each other through the hardest of times. Luna's eyes widened with wonder, her ears twitching as if to catch every word. "What happened then, Eldrin?" she asked, her voice as soft as the morning breeze. Eldrin chuckled, a sound like the creaking of old wood, deep and resonant. "Ah, little Luna, the story does not end there, for you see, the winter wind was not the only spirit to dwell in our world. Each season had its guardian, its magical caretaker. And so, as the winter waned and the first blush of spring touched the forest, the spring spirit awoke." Thistle leaned in closer, her gentle eyes filled with anticipation, the promise of new beginnings reflecting in their depths. And what did the spring spirit do? The spring spirit, Eldrin said, brought life and renewal. It coaxed the buds from their slumber and painted the forest in shades of green, the color of life and hope. It whispered to the streams, urging them to flow once more, and filled the air with the songs of returning birds, each note a celebration of life's resilience. Rill, ever the restless one, couldn't help but chatter excitedly. "And did the creatures keep their promise?" "Oh yes," Eldrin replied with a nod, his eyes twinkling with the light of shared memories. "They did, and it was that very promise that taught them the strength of unity and the beauty of balance. They learned that just as the winter wind brought challenges, so too did it bring the gift of rest. And just as the spring spirit brought life, so too did it remind them of the joy found in each new beginning." The creatures sat in thoughtful silence, the warmth of Eldrin's words wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. The forest seemed to hum in agreement, a living testament to the tale of harmony and wisdom, the trees swaying gently as if nodding in approval. As the seasons turned and turned again, Eldrin continued, each brought its lessons and gifts. Summer brought the bounty of the sun, with fields ripe and full, the air thick with the sweet scent of blossoms and the hum of busy bees. Autumn followed with its harvest of colors and the gentle reminder of change, the leaves crunching underfoot like nature's symphony of farewell. "And what about the winter wind?" Luna asked, her voice a gentle whisper, filled with the innocence and wonder of youth. "The winter wind," Eldrin said with a smile, "is still here, watching over us with its gentle, icy breath. It reminds us to slow down, to reflect, and to find warmth in each other's company. It is a time for stories, for gathering close and sharing the tales of old, for in the telling we keep them alive." The creatures nodded, their hearts full of gratitude for the stories of old and the lessons of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the glade in a soft, golden light, Eldrin closed his eyes, feeling the peace of the forest settle within him, each breath a communion with the world around him. "Remember, dear friends," he said, his voice barely more than a breath, "the magic of our world is in its balance. Together, we are strong, and together, we will always find the way." As the evening deepened, the creatures lingered, reluctant to let go of the warm camaraderie. Luna, feeling a ripple of resolve within her, approached Eldrin with a question that had danced at the edges of her thoughts. "Eldrin, how did you become the keeper of such wisdom?" Eldrin paused, a glimmer of nostalgia lighting his ancient eyes, the weight of years reflected in their depths. "Ah, that is a tale of my own journey. Once, I was much like Rill here, eager and restless, always seeking the next adventure. But it was the forest itself that taught me patience, to listen to the whispers of the leaves and the tales carried by the rivers. It is a journey that never truly ends, for I am always learning, always growing." This revelation sparked a new understanding in Luna and her companions, as they realized that wisdom was not a destination but a path walked with humility and open hearts. Inspired, they resolved to honor the forest's teachings, to nurture the bonds of friendship and foster the harmony that Eldrin's tales celebrated. As the moon ascended, casting its gentle glow upon the glade, Eldrin shared one last story, a vision of the future where the creatures of the Evergreen Glade continued to thrive, bound by the lessons of unity and the ever-turning seasons. The stars above seemed to twinkle in agreement, a celestial promise to watch over the timeless dance of life below. As night enveloped the glade, a hush settled over the gathering. The creatures, inspired by Eldrin's tales, began to share their own dreams and hopes for the future. Luna spoke of her desire to explore the farthest reaches of the forest, while Thistle dreamt of nurturing a garden where the rarest flowers would bloom. Rill, with his boundless energy, imagined leading a festival where all creatures celebrated the unity and diversity of their community. Eldrin listened with a heart full of pride, seeing the seeds of growth and change taking root in the young ones before him. He offered them a gentle reminder, one forged from the stories and experiences of his own long life. "Remember," he said, "the forest thrives because of the balance between the old and the new. As you seek out your dreams, hold on to the wisdom of the past and let it guide your path." His words resonated deeply, sparking a newfound determination within the gathering. They realized that the legacy of the forest was not just in its beauty and magic, but in the stories they carried forward, stories that would one day become the foundation for generations to come. As the night deepened, Eldrin's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on the many seasons he had witnessed. He remembered the times when the forest's harmony had been threatened, by storms that roared through the canopy, by droughts that parched the earth, and by moments of discord among the creatures themselves. Yet, through it all, the forest had endured, its spirit unbroken, its heart steadfast. He thought of the young ones gathered around him, their futures unwritten, their journeys just beginning. He saw in them the promise of renewal, the strength of unity, and the beauty of balance. It was this promise that gave him hope, that assured him the forest would continue to thrive long after he was gone. Thus, in the heart of the ancient Evergreen Glade, where magic wove through every leaf and stone, the creatures of the forest found their peace, living in harmony with the world around them, forever guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the stories of old. And as the dawn of a new day approached, they knew that they were part of something timeless, something eternal, a dance of life and magic that would go on forever. As the first light of dawn crept gently over the horizon, Luna felt a renewed sense of purpose. The night had been long, filled with stories and dreams, and yet, in the stillness, she had discovered a resolve she hadn't known she possessed. Her heart danced with the rhythm of the forest, and she imagined the adventures awaiting her in the days to come. Inspired by Eldrin's tales, Luna decided to embark on a journey through the forest, seeking out the hidden wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. She wanted to see the world through new eyes, to learn from the whispers of the trees and the songs of the streams, just as Eldrin had once done. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a touch of apprehension, the thrill of the unknown calling to her like a distant melody. As she prepared for her journey, Eldrin watched with a knowing smile. He saw in Luna the spark of curiosity and the courage to explore, qualities that would serve her well. He offered her a small, pale stone from the forest floor, smooth and cool to the touch, etched with the patterns of ancient runes. "Take this, Luna," he said softly, as a reminder of the forest's wisdom. "May it guide you on your path." Touched by the gesture, Luna accepted the stone, feeling its weight in her paw. It was a symbol of her connection to the forest and the enduring bond she shared with her friends. And so, as the morning sun bathed the glade in its golden light, Luna set off on her journey, her heart filled with hope and determination. The forest seemed to cheer her on, the leaves rustling in a gentle chorus of encouragement, the streams babbling with excitement. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with the strength of unity and the wisdom of the seasons at her side. As Eldrin watched her go, he felt a deep sense of peace. The forest was in good hands, its stories and secrets safe in the hearts of those who walked its paths. And within the ancient glade, the dance of life continued, a timeless and eternal rhythm that would carry on long after he was gone. As Luna ventured deeper into the forest, her senses were alight with wonder. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the soft trill of birdsong filled her ears like a gentle serenade. Every step revealed a new marvel, a hidden cluster of vibrant mushrooms, a stream bubbling with laughter, the sun's rays filtering through the leaves, painting the ground with patterns of light and shadow. She found herself at the edge of a small pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the azure sky above. As she paused to drink in the beauty, a voice as soft as the rippling water interrupted her reverie. "Welcome, traveler," it said, and Luna turned to see a graceful heron standing at the water's edge, its feathers a tapestry of silver and blue. The heron introduced himself as Solon, the guardian of the pond, and Luna felt a kinship with this wise creature whose gaze seemed to hold the secrets of the water and sky. Solon spoke of the balance of the pond, how every ripple affected the whole, and Luna listened intently, eager to learn more. With Solon as her guide, Luna explored the pond's ecosystem, discovering the interconnectedness of its inhabitants, the frogs who sang at dusk, the dragonflies that danced on the water's surface, and the fish that glided beneath, their scales gleaming like jewels. She learned how each played a role in maintaining the harmony of the pond, a microcosm of the greater forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Luna thanked Solon for his wisdom. "Remember," the heron said as a parting gift, "just as the pond is its own world, so too is each part of the forest. Cherish every corner, for it holds its own magic and story." With these words echoing in her heart, Luna continued her journey, the stone Eldrin had given her a reassuring presence in her paw. She carried with her the lessons of the pond and the guidance of Solon, feeling more connected to the forest than ever before. Each step brought her closer to her dreams, and as she traveled through the glade, she knew that her journey was just beginning. She was a part of the forest, and its magic was a part of her, a bond that would guide her through the seasons of her life. And so, in the heart of the ancient evergreen glade, the dance of life continued, a timeless and eternal rhythm that would carry on forever, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the stories of old, and by the dreams of those who dared to explore the wonders of the world. Story 3. In the heart of the ancient forest known as Verdant Whisper, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, life thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance. The forest was a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic wove together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web, each thread shimmering with the promise of wonder. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze carried the soft murmur of leaves, creating a symphony of nature that enveloped all who entered. As the gentle dawn light spilled over the forest, casting a warm glow upon the dew-kissed foliage, a curious squirrel named Thistle awoke to the symphony of chirping birds and the rustling of leaves. Thistle's fur was the color of autumn leaves, a rich auburn that blended seamlessly with the forest floor. He stretched his small limbs, feeling the cool morning air ruffle through his fur, and took a moment to listen to the whispers of the trees, which seemed to speak directly to his inquisitive spirit. The ancient oaks and towering pines were alive with stories, their leaves murmuring secrets of the earth and sky, tales passed down through countless seasons. Thistle, with his heart full of curiosity, was eager to uncover these stories, to understand the world beyond his small nook in the forest. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he imagined the hidden mysteries waiting to be discovered. The forest creatures had long lived in a peaceful balance, guided by the teachings of the ancient ones, the elder animals who had witnessed the ebb and flow of nature over the centuries. Among them was Sage, a wise old owl with feathers the color of moonlit snow and eyes that gleamed like polished amber. Sage had seen many seasons pass and knew the forest's secrets better than any other. He was a guardian of knowledge and a beacon for those seeking wisdom. One crisp morning, as the veil of mist lifted to reveal the golden hues of autumn, Thistle decided to seek out Sage to learn more about the magical phenomena that danced through the forest with each change of season. He bounded through the underbrush, his tiny feet barely making a sound on the soft carpet of fallen leaves, each step echoing his growing anticipation and excitement. As he approached the ancient oak that served as Sage's home, he was greeted by the soothing hoot of the wise owl. "Ah, young Thistle," Sage said, his voice as gentle as the breeze that swayed the branches. "What brings you to my humble abode this fine morning?" Thistle, with his eyes wide and sparkling, replied, "O Sage, I wish to learn about the magic of our forest. How do the seasons change, and what secrets do they hold?" Sage nodded, a knowing smile playing upon his beak. "The forest is a symphony of life, young one. Each season is a movement in the grand composition, and each brings its own kind of magic." With a flap of his wings, Sage beckoned Thistle to follow him deeper into the forest, where the mysteries of the seasons awaited. As they journeyed, Sage explained how spring was a time of rebirth, when the earth awoke from its slumber, and the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the vibrant hues of new leaves. The forest seemed to come alive with a kind of magic that whispered of hope and new beginnings. Thistle could almost feel the pulse of life beneath his paws, a rhythmic heartbeat of nature itself. Summer followed, a time when the sunlight danced upon the leaves and the forest was a symphony of life. The streams babbled joyously, and the creatures of the forest basked in the warmth and abundance. It was a season of energy and growth, a time of plenty and play. Thistle imagined himself leaping through fields of wildflowers, the sun warming his back as laughter echoed through the trees. Autumn, the season they now walked through, was a time of reflection and preparation. The leaves turned to a tapestry of golds and reds, and the forest was painted with the colors of the setting sun. It was a time for gathering and storing, for wisdom and contemplation. Thistle found himself pondering the stories of the past, wondering how they shaped the present and what lessons they held for the future. Finally, winter would arrive, blanketing the forest in a hush of snow and a silence that spoke volumes. It was a time of rest and renewal, when the world seemed to pause, holding its breath in anticipation of spring's return. Thistle envisioned the forest under a blanket of white, each snowflake a testament to patience and quiet strength. As they walked, Thistle marveled at the beauty around him, how the air smelled of pine and earth, how the leaves crunched beneath his paws, and how the sunlight filtered through the trees in patches of warmth and light. He realized that the magic of the forest was in its balance, in the way each season flowed seamlessly into the next, guided by the wisdom of nature itself. Their journey led them to a clearing where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones, its melody harmonizing with the rustle of leaves. Here, Sage paused and turned to Thistle, his amber eyes soft with understanding. "The magic of our forest, dear Thistle, lies in its ability to adapt, to embrace change and find harmony in diversity. Each creature, each plant, each stone plays a part in this symphony." Thistle nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle within him. He understood now that the forest's magic was not just in the changing of the seasons, but in the unity and balance that nature had cultivated over countless generations. He felt a deep connection to the world around him, as if he were a single note in a timeless song. Yet, as they lingered by the brook, Thistle's mind wandered back to a story his grandmother had once told him, a tale of an ancient grove hidden deep within Verdant whisper, a place where the seasons met in a timeless embrace, each existing yet blending into the other. It was said that those who found this grove would glimpse the true heart of the forest, a place where magic was woven into the very air. "Sage," Thistle ventured hesitantly, "do you know of the grove where all seasons meet?" Sage's eyes twinkled with a mixture of surprise and admiration. "Ah, the grove of eternal seasons," he said thoughtfully. "Few have seen it, and even fewer understand its significance. It is said to be the forest's heart, where balance is most pure and magic is most potent." "But how does one find it?" Thistle pressed, his curiosity piqued. "The path to the grove is not one of the feet, but of the heart," Sage replied. "It requires understanding and harmony within oneself, a journey inward as much as outward. Perhaps one day, when you are ready, the forest will reveal its heart to you." Thistle pondered these words, feeling a newfound determination awaken within him. The quest for the grove became more than just a mystery to solve. It became a reflection of his own journey of growth and understanding. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the clearing, Thistle and Sage returned to their homes, their hearts full of the wisdom they had shared. That night, as Thistle nestled into his cozy nook beneath the sheltering branches of an old oak, he felt the warmth of the forest embrace him, a reminder that he was a part of something vast and wondrous. The next morning, Thistle awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. The forest was bathed in the soft glow of early light, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of damp soil and the distant call of a songbird. He decided to explore deeper into the forest, beyond the familiar paths he had traveled so many times before. As he ventured further into Verdant whisper, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark rough and gnarled, telling tales of centuries past. The air became cooler, and a gentle mist curled around his paws, enhancing the sense of mystery. Each step felt like a step into the unknown, a journey into the heart of the forest's secrets. Thistle's journey brought him to a part of the forest he had never seen, a place where the trees stood in solemn, silent rows, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of moss, and the air was filled with the soft hum of life, a gentle reminder of the unseen magic that pulsed through the forest. This part of the forest felt ancient and wise, holding stories untold and wisdom yet to be grasped. In this hushed sanctuary, Thistle felt a stirring of something deep within him. It was as if the forest was speaking directly to his heart, urging him to listen closely. He remembered Sage's words about the path of the heart and realized that this journey was as much about discovering himself as it was about finding the grove. He felt a quiet resolve building within him, a commitment to understanding the deeper truths of his world. As he continued, Thistle encountered other creatures of the forest, each with their own unique stories and wisdom. A family of deer grazing peacefully in a sun-dappled glade, their eyes serene and watchful. A fox, its coat a fiery blaze against the green, darting through the underbrush with an air of cunning and grace. Each encounter was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life within the forest, a tapestry woven with threads of shared existence. One day, as he rested beneath the shade of a grand sycamore, a gentle voice called out to him. It was Willow, a graceful doe with eyes as deep and reflective as a moonlit pond. "You seek something, young Thistle," she said, her voice a soft melody. "But remember, the forest speaks to those who listen with their hearts." Thistle nodded, absorbing her words. "Thank you, Willow. I am trying to learn and understand, to find the grove where all seasons meet." Willow smiled, a gentle understanding in her gaze. "The grove is not just a place, but a state of being. It is found in the stillness where all things meet, the past, the present, and the future." With Willow's guidance echoing in his mind, Thistle continued his journey, his heart attuned to the subtle whispers of the forest. He began to feel a sense of peace in the uncertainty, a trust in the unfolding of his path. As the days passed, Thistle's understanding of the forest deepened. He began to appreciate the subtle nuances of its rhythms, the way each element played its part in the grand symphony. He felt a growing sense of belonging, of being a part of something greater than himself. His heart swelled with gratitude for the wisdom he was gaining and the connections he was forging. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Thistle found himself in a small clearing. The air was still, and the world seemed to hold its breath. In that moment of perfect peace, he felt a shift within him, a quiet acceptance of the forest's wisdom and an understanding of his place within it. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and a soft glow emanated from the heart of the clearing. Thistle's breath caught in his throat as he realized he had found the grove of eternal seasons. The air shimmered with magic, and he felt the presence of the forest's heart, a place where time and seasons lost their meaning, existing in a perpetual dance of harmony. In that sacred grove, Thistle understood the true essence of magic, the unity of all things, the balance that sustained life, and the boundless wonder of the world. He knew that the path he had taken was more than just a journey through the forest. It was a journey within himself, a journey that had transformed him in ways he could never have imagined. With a heart full of gratitude, Thistle returned to his home, carrying with him the wisdom of the grove and the promise of new adventures to come. As he nestled into his cozy nook beneath the sheltering branches of the old oak, he felt the warmth of the forest embrace him once more, a gentle reminder that he was a part of something vast and wondrous. As the days passed, Thistle found himself reflecting on his journey more often. One afternoon, as he perched on a low branch overlooking a babbling brook, he noticed a group of young rabbits playfully chasing each other. Their laughter and energy reminded him of his own journey, a reminder that exploration, both of the world and oneself, is a timeless pursuit. He wondered about the stories of the forest not yet told. There were whispers of a hidden valley where the stars touched the earth, and tales of a river whose waters sang of ancient times. Thistle's heart fluttered with the promise of these new adventures, his spirit undeterred by the vastness of the unknown. One evening, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Verdant Whisper, Thistle sat with Sage once more. The wise owl, with his ever-watchful eyes, seemed to sense Thistle's restless thoughts. "Young Thistle," Sage began, "the forest is vast, and its mysteries are endless. But remember, the greatest journey is the one you undertake within yourself. The grove you found is but one chapter in your story." Thistle nodded, understanding the depth of Sage's words. The forest, with its infinite wonders, was a mirror reflecting the boundless journey of the soul. Each step, each discovery was a part of the greater whole. And so Thistle continued to explore, ever eager to learn and grow. The forest, with its whispers and wonders, became a canvas for his adventures, a place where magic and reality wove together in a dance as old as time itself. Verdant Whisper, with its ancient secrets and timeless beauty, was a testament to the endless possibilities that lay within and around those who dared to explore. In the quietude of Verdant Whisper, Thistle found himself drawn to a particular grove he had passed many times but never truly seen. The grove was a circle of ancient trees that seemed to stand guard over a small patch of wildflowers. Their petals were unlike any Thistle had ever encountered, shimmering with a silvery light even in daylight. One evening, as the twilight draped the forest in a gentle embrace, Thistle decided to spend some time in this grove. He settled among the flowers, feeling the cool earth beneath him. As he sat, he sensed an energy, a gentle hum that seemed to resonate from the ground, through his paws and into his heart. It was a feeling of connection, of being part of a living tapestry that extended beyond his understanding. In this tranquil moment, Thistle closed his eyes and let his thoughts wander. He thought of the stories Sage had shared, the wisdom imparted by Willow, and the countless journeys he had embarked upon. A realization dawned upon him. The magic he sought was not just in the forest or the grove or even the seasons. It was in every breath, every heartbeat, and every moment of awareness. The world around him seemed to pause, and Thistle felt a profound sense of gratitude and humility. He understood that the true magic was in living, in being present, and in embracing each experience with an open heart. It was a lesson that transcended the boundaries of the forest, a wisdom that echoed in every corner of Verdant Whisper and beyond. As the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Thistle opened his eyes, feeling a renewed sense of peace and purpose. He knew there would be more adventures, more discoveries, and more stories to tell. But for now, he was content to be a part of the forest's symphony, a single note in the grand melody of life. With a heart full of newfound understanding, Thistle made his way back to his cozy nook, the gentle rustle of leaves accompanying him like a lullaby. As he settled into his nest, he knew that the journey was far from over. Each day would bring new wonders, and he would greet them with the curiosity and courage that had carried him this far. And so, the ancient forest of Verdant Whisper continued its eternal dance of life and magic, guided by the wisdom of the old and the curiosity of the young. As the stars twinkled softly overhead, the forest creatures slept, cradled in the gentle arms of nature, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that they were all an integral part of the forest's timeless symphony. Story 4. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle embrace of the Bluebell Mountains, there lay a secret known only to a few. It was a tale told in hushed voices by the elders who gathered by the fire, their eyes twinkling with memories of long ago. They spoke of a hidden world within the very heart of the woods, a world that could only be revealed by a magical object known as the celestial compass. The village of Elderglen was a quaint and peaceful place, where the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp mountain air. The cobblestone streets were lined with cottages adorned with climbing ivy and vibrant flower boxes. In this idyllic setting lived a young girl named Mira, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Mira was known for her kind heart and her insatiable wonder about the world around her, often seen wandering the forest edges, collecting peculiar stones and leaves. Mira's days were filled with exploration and imagination. She loved the sound of leaves crunching under her feet, the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, and the whispers of the wind that seemed to share secrets with the world. The forest was her sanctuary, a place where her dreams took flight and her thoughts wandered freely. One chilly autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced in the wind, Mira sat by the fireplace in her grandmother's cozy cottage. The flames crackled softly, casting warm shadows that flickered like ancient spirits across the room. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman with silver hair that shimmered like moonlight, sat opposite her, knitting a scarf of the deepest emerald green. "Tell me again about the celestial compass, grandmother," Mira pleaded, her eyes wide with anticipation. Her grandmother paused, her needles stilling for a moment. "Ah, the celestial compass," she began, her voice a gentle melody. "It is said to be a wondrous object, forged by the stars themselves. With it, one can find the hidden world within the heart of the forest, where the trees sing and the rivers dance." "Have you ever seen it?" Mira asked eagerly. Her grandmother chuckled softly. "No, my dear, but the legend holds that it reveals itself only to those with pure hearts and a yearning for the truth." As the fire's warmth wrapped around them like a comforting blanket, Mira's imagination soared. She could almost hear the trees whispering ancient secrets, could almost feel the gentle caress of the enchanted breeze. That night, as she drifted into slumber, her dreams were filled with visions of the celestial compass and the wonders it might uncover. The following morning dawned bright and clear, the sunlight spilling over the mountains like liquid gold. Determined and full of hope, Mira set out into the woods, her heart guided by the stories of old. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant song of birds welcoming the new day. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the world around her seemed to change. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining like the fingers of ancient friends. She noticed the peculiar stillness in the air, a serene quiet that seemed to listen to her every footstep. The path beneath her feet was soft and inviting, a tapestry of moss and wildflowers. It was as if the forest itself was alive, breathing in harmony with her every step. After a time, Mira came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle, ethereal light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its bark etched with runes that glowed faintly in the sunlight. Entranced, she approached the tree, her heart pounding with both excitement and apprehension. As she reached out to touch the runes, the air around her shimmered, and a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves in the wind, spoke. "Seek the truth within your heart, and the path shall be revealed." Startled but undeterred, Mira closed her eyes and placed her hand over her heart, listening to its steady rhythm. She thought of the village, her grandmother, and the stories that had filled her dreams. She thought of the beauty of the world, hidden and waiting to be discovered. Beyond the clearing, Mira heard the distant rush of water, the sound beckoning her toward a nearby stream. She followed it, the water's melody a gentle guide through the forest's secrets, until she arrived at a spot where the stream widened into a small, clear pool. Its surface mirrored the sky, and here Mira paused, her reflection mingling with the clouds. When she opened her eyes again, she saw it, a small, intricately designed compass nestled among the roots of the oak tree. Its surface gleamed like the night sky, stars twinkling in its depths. With trembling hands, Mira picked it up, feeling a surge of warmth spread through her fingers. As she held the celestial compass, the world around her began to change. The clearing dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors, and she felt herself being gently pulled into another realm. It was as if the forest was a tapestry, and with the compass in hand, she had found the thread that led to its heart. Mira found herself standing in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. The sky above was a brilliant canvas of swirling hues, and the air hummed with the sweet melody of nature's symphony. The trees here were alive with glowing blossoms, their branches swaying in a dance older than time. In this magical place, Mira was not alone. She soon met a curious creature, a small luminescent fox whose fur shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes were large and wise, reflecting the ancient secrets of the forest. "Welcome, Mira," the fox said in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Lyra, guardian of this hidden world." Mira smiled, feeling a deep sense of kinship with Lyra. "I've always dreamed of finding this place," she confessed, "but I never imagined it would be so beautiful." Lyra nodded, her tail flicking gently. "The forest holds many wonders, and it reveals them to those who seek with an open heart. But there is more to this journey than beauty alone." Together, they wandered through the enchanting realm, each step a discovery. Mira learned to listen to the trees, whose songs told stories of the past and whispered hopes for the future. She danced with the rivers, their waters as clear as glass, and felt the gentle embrace of the wind as it carried the seeds of dreams. One evening, as the skies blazed with the colors of sunset, Mira and Lyra sat by a tranquil lake, its surface a mirror of the heavens above. Lyra, who had been silent for a while, turned to Mira. "You remind me of someone I once knew," she said, her voice tinged with wistfulness. "Who?" Mira asked, intrigued by the sudden personal revelation. "A girl much like you, driven by curiosity and a pure heart." Lyra replied. She too sought the wonders of this world, but her path led her to a different purpose, a purpose that still resonates with the forest. Mira listened intently, sensing there was more to Lyra than met the eye. She realized that Lyra's wisdom was not just from guarding the forest, but from experiences and a life beyond what Mira had imagined. As the days passed, Mira's friendship with Lyra grew. They shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit canopy, their bond deepening with each adventure. Through their companionship, Mira learned the true power of friendship, a force that transcends differences and brings warmth to the coldest nights. But all was not serene in this hidden world. A shadow loomed on the horizon, threatening to unravel the delicate balance that sustained this realm. The guardian of shadows, a mysterious figure who sought to claim the celestial compass and its power for himself, was drawing nearer. Lyra and Mira knew they must act, for the harmony of the forest depended on it. Together, they devised a plan to protect the compass and preserve the magic of the realm. With courage in her heart and the compass in her hand, Mira faced the challenge ahead. On the eve of the confrontation, the forest held its breath, the air thick with anticipation. Mira and Lyra stood side by side, their resolve unwavering. As the guardian of shadows emerged from the darkness, his presence was like a shroud, chilling the once warm air. "Why do you seek the compass?" Mira asked, her voice steady despite her fears. The Guardian's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. It holds the key to untold power. With it, I can reshape the world. But at what cost? Mira replied, her voice gentle yet firm. Power without wisdom is a storm that destroys rather than nurtures. The Guardian paused, the shadows flickering around him like a dying flame. In that moment, Mira saw a glimmer of doubt in his eyes, a flicker of the humanity that lay buried beneath the darkness. Join us, Mira continued, her words a soft invitation. Together, we can protect this world and its wonders. We can learn from one another and find a path that benefits all. The Guardian hesitated, the shadows wavering as if caught in an unseen breeze. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, revealing a man whose face was etched with sorrow and longing. I have been lost for so long, he confessed, his voice heavy with regret. I have forgotten the joy of companionship, the peace of harmony. Lyra stepped forward, her eyes filled with understanding. There is always a way back to the light. The forest welcomes all who seek its wisdom. And so, with the Guardian's transformation, the balance of the hidden world was restored. The shadows melted away, replaced by the radiant glow of the forest's magic. Mira, Lyra, and their new friend walked together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts united in friendship and hope. In the days that followed, Mira continued to explore the wonders of the hidden world, her bond with Lyra and the Guardian growing ever stronger. She learned that true strength lies not in wielding power, but in fostering connection and understanding. When the time came for her to return to Elderglen, Mira carried with her the lessons of her journey. She knew that the magic of the forest was not confined to its borders, but lived within her heart, a beacon of light to guide her path. As she stepped back into the familiar embrace of her village, the celestial compass resting in her pocket, Mira felt a profound sense of peace. She knew that the world, with all its mysteries and wonders, was waiting to be discovered. And so, with the fire crackling softly in her grandmother's cottage, Mira shared the tale of her adventure, her eyes sparkling like the stars. As the villagers listened, their hearts were warmed by the story of friendship, courage, and transformation, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies within us. In the quiet moments before slumber, as the night wrapped its gentle arms around Elderglen, the village dreamed of hidden worlds and the boundless possibilities that awaited those who dared to seek them. In the days that followed, Mira's life in Elderglen took on a new rhythm. Her adventures in the hidden world had changed her, and she found herself sharing the stories and lessons she had learned with the villagers. Her grandmother, ever supportive, encouraged these gatherings, where the fireplace's warmth was matched by the warmth of shared stories and dreams. One afternoon, while exploring the village outskirts, Mira stumbled upon an old, forgotten path. Overgrown with wildflowers and brambles, it seemed to beckon her with a familiarity she couldn't quite place. Guided by an unshakable feeling that this path held secrets of its own, Mira decided to follow it. The path wound its way through the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns. As she walked, Mira felt a sense of tranquility envelop her. The air filled with the sweet scent of pine and the distant chatter of woodland creatures. It was as if the forest itself remembered her from her previous journey and was welcoming her back. Eventually the path led her to a small, secluded glade. In its center was a stone circle, ancient and worn, with symbols etched into each stone. Mira could feel the energy emanating from the circle, a gentle hum that resonated with the celestial compass in her pocket. Curious, she stepped into the circle, the stones warm beneath her feet. A sense of calm washed over her as she sat down and closed her eyes, allowing herself to listen to the whispers of the wind. It was then that she realized the stones were a place of gathering, a place where stories of the past were told and where new stories could be born. Mira spent the afternoon in the glade, penning her thoughts and dreams into a small journal she carried. As she wrote, she could feel the presence of the forest around her, as if it was encouraging her to capture its essence in words. She understood that this glade was a gift, a place where she could continue to explore the mysteries that intrigued her so deeply. As the sun began to set and the shadows lengthened, Mira felt a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that her journey with the celestial compass was far from over. The hidden world had taught her that every corner of the forest, every path, held its own story. With each step she took in this enchanted world, she was weaving her own tale, a tapestry of adventure, friendship, and discovery. Returning to Elderglen that evening, Mira felt lighter, her heart full of the stories yet to be shared. The village seemed to welcome her with open arms, its familiar sights and sounds grounding her, even as her spirit soared with the possibilities of what lay beyond. As she nestled into her grandmother's cottage, the fire casting its comforting glow, Mira felt the weight of the celestial compass in her pocket, a constant reminder of the magic that existed both within and around her. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and that with an open heart and a curious mind, the world would always have new wonders to reveal. And so, in the gentle embrace of Elderglen, Mira dreamed of the adventures yet to come, her heart a beacon of light, guiding her through the mysteries of the world and beyond. The end. Story 5. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and gentle streams, there was a young girl named Lila. Lila was an ordinary girl with an extraordinary curiosity, her eyes always wide with wonder, reflecting the ever-shifting colors of the world around her, and her mind a hive of questions buzzing with the promise of discovery. She lived in a small, ivy-covered cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her stories of magic and wonder, tales spun with delicate threads of truth and fantasy that she would tell by the fireside as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. Each evening, the scent of pine logs burning mingled with the sweet aroma of her grandmother's chamomile tea, creating a comforting cocoon that wrapped around the stories shared. As the flames danced in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the cottage walls, Lila would listen, her heart swelling with the possibility of worlds unseen and the magic that lay hidden in the mundane. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves pirouetted gracefully to the ground, casting a mosaic of sunlight and shadow on the cobblestone paths, Lila wandered through the village market. The air was alive with the scent of freshly baked bread mingling with the earthy aroma of harvested vegetables, and the chatter of friendly neighbors formed a comforting hum around her. The market was a tapestry of vibrant colors, with stalls overflowing with ripe fruit, hand-woven fabrics in hues of the rainbow, and hand-carved trinkets, each item a testament to the care of Willowbrook's artisans. It was there, amidst this lively scene, she stumbled upon a peculiar stall tucked away at the end of the row. The stall was tended by an old man whose eyes sparkled like sunlight on a rippling brook, his presence exuding an aura of mystery and kindness. His stall was filled with the most unusual objects, a compass that always pointed toward your heart's desire, a mirror that reflected your future dreams, and at the center, a plain-looking teapot that seemed oddly out of place among the other enchanted items. Curiosity piqued, Lila approached the teapot, feeling an inexplicable warmth radiating from it. The old man noticed her interest and leaned forward with a gentle smile, his voice as soft and compelling as a whispering wind. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," he said. "It holds the secrets of those who've poured their hopes into it." Lila felt a flutter of excitement, a tingling sensation that seemed to dance from her fingertips to her heart. She purchased the teapot with the few coins she had saved, her heart thumping with anticipation, and rushed home, eager to uncover its mysteries. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed into twilight, she placed the teapot on the kitchen table. Her grandmother, sipping her chamomile tea, watched with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with secrets of her own. As Lila poured water into the teapot, a gentle hum filled the room, and a wisp of steam formed words in the air. "To find what you seek, listen to the whispers of the heart," it said softly, the steam curling into the shape of a heart before disappearing into the ether. Though puzzled, Lila felt a sense of comfort from the teapot's message. It was as if the words had reached deep into her soul, soothing an unnamed longing. She decided to embark on a journey to uncover its meaning, not realizing how much this journey would change her. The next morning, with the teapot safely tucked into her satchel, Lila set off into the forest that bordered Willowbrook, a place that held the allure of the unknown. The forest was a symphony of nature's wonders, filled with towering oaks and whispering pines, where sunlight trickled through leaves like liquid gold, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive with the sound of birdsong and the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, each step inviting her deeper into its embrace. Her first encounter was with a wise old owl named Oliver, perched on a low branch. With feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that twinkled with kindness, Oliver greeted Lila with a soft hoot. "What brings you to the heart of the forest, young one?" he asked, tilting his head inquisitively. "I seek the meaning of the teapot's whisper," Lila replied, showing him the teapot. Oliver nodded sagely, the wisdom of the ages reflected in his gaze. "The heart knows its truths, but often they are buried beneath doubt and fear. Seek the well of understanding, where waters run deep with wisdom." With Oliver's guidance, Lila continued deeper into the forest, feeling the cool earth beneath her feet and the gentle caress of the wind. She soon encountered a mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and curiosity. Pip chattered excitedly and offered to lead the way, darting from tree to tree, his bushy tail flicking like a playful banner. Together, they journeyed through the forest, stopping only to marvel at the beauty around them. The delicate lace of spiderwebs glistening with dew, the vibrant tapestry of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor, and the serene flow of a babbling brook that sang a melody only nature could compose. Each step brought Lila closer to the well of understanding, and with each step, her heart felt lighter, her mind clearer, as if the forest itself was whispering secrets to her. Along the way, Lila and Pip encountered an ancient turtle named Eldor, who moved with deliberate grace. Eldor, with his deep, rumbling voice, shared stories of the forest's history, of travelers who had come seeking wisdom, and of the magic that lay within the earth and sky. His stories added layers to Lila's journey, weaving a tapestry of understanding and perspective. After a long day of travel, Lila and her companions decided to rest. They found a small grove where the ground was soft with moss, and the air was perfumed with the scent of wild jasmine. As they settled down, Oliver hooted a gentle lullaby, and Pip's chattering softened into a rhythmic purr, blending with the sounds of the night. In the quiet of the grove, Lila's thoughts turned inward. She reflected on her journey, realizing that each encounter had taught her something about herself. Oliver's wisdom had reminded her of the importance of introspection, Pip's playfulness had rekindled her sense of joy, and Eldor's stories had shown her the strength found in perseverance and patience. The forest had become a mirror, reflecting back the questions she held in her heart. The next morning, with renewed determination, Lila set out again. The sun had barely risen, casting a gentle light over the forest, and the air was crisp and invigorating. As she walked, she noticed how the forest seemed to change with her mood, the colors more vivid, the sounds more pronounced, as if nature was attuned to her inner world. Finally, after a day filled with wonder and laughter shared with her new friends, Lila arrived at a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood the Well of Understanding, its waters shimmering with a silvery light that seemed to pulse with life. Kneeling by the well, Lila peered into its depths. As she did, the surface of the water rippled, revealing images of her past, moments of happiness and sorrow, triumphs and setbacks. But as she watched, the images shifted, showing her the strength she had gained from each experience, the love that surrounded her, and the potential that lay within her. It was then she understood the teapot's whisper. The answers she sought were within her all along, hidden beneath self-doubt and fears. The journey had not only been through the forest, but within herself, a journey of self-discovery and acceptance. With gratitude in her heart, Lila thanked the well and her companions, who had been with her every step of the way. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, a reminder of the magic that exists in the world and within ourselves. When Lila returned home, she placed the teapot on the mantel above the fireplace. Her grandmother, sensing the change in her granddaughter, embraced her warmly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked gently, her voice a soothing balm. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with newfound understanding. "I did, Grandma. The whispers of the heart are the truest guide." And so, with the teapot's secret revealed, Lila settled by the crackling fire, content and at peace. The lessons she had learned would stay with her always, a reminder of the strength that comes from within and the beauty of the world when seen through the eyes of wonder. As the night deepened, the village of Willowbrook slept peacefully, cradled in the arms of the forest, while Lila's dreams were filled with the promise of new adventures and the warmth of friendship, each whisper of the heart a beacon guiding her path. 6. Once upon a time, in a corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like distant diamonds scattered across an endless velvet sky, there lay a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the gentle lumens, beings of pure light who glided gracefully over their radiant meadows and shimmering lakes, basking in the warmth of their sun. One fine day, as dawn's first light kissed the horizon, a peculiar object streaked across the sky, drawing curious gazes from the lumens. It was a starship, its hull glinting like polished silver. It descended slowly, landing with a soft thud in a clearing surrounded by luminous flowers that glowed with a serene blue hue. From the starship emerged a creature unlike any the lumens had seen, a sturdy, earth-toned being named Tiber from the rocky planet of Gristone. Tiber was a stoneling, his skin like smooth granite and his eyes glimmering with the wisdom of ancient caves. He looked around, his heart pounding with both trepidation and hope. His mission was simple yet daunting, to find the fabled lumen crystals believed to harbor the secret to his planet's survival. Nearby, a lumen named Selene watched with wide, curious eyes. Her glow, a gentle lavender, flickered with excitement. She had never seen a being so solid, so grounded. Approaching with cautious curiosity, she extended a tendril of light in greeting. "Hello, traveler." Selene's voice resonated softly, echoing like a gentle breeze through the leaves. "Welcome to Luminara. What brings you here?" Taken aback by the welcoming presence, Tiber hesitated, then spoke, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "I seek the lumen crystals. My people are in need, and I have traveled far to find them." Selene's glow dimmed slightly with concern. "The lumen crystals are sacred to us. They are deeply connected to the heart of our planet. You must understand, they cannot be taken lightly." A misunderstanding was born from Tiber's earnest desperation and Selene's protective instincts. Yet instead of conflict, there was a pause, a moment of mutual reflection. They saw in each other's eyes a shared fear, the fear of losing what they cherished. Determined to prove his intentions were pure, Tiber asked, "May I learn about these crystals and your world? Perhaps together we can find a way that helps us both." Selene, moved by his sincerity, nodded. "Let us walk the path of glimmers, where the crystal's light touches all." As they journeyed through the luminescent landscape, the two companions shared stories of their worlds. Tiber spoke of Gristone's rugged beauty, of towering stone spires that sang with the wind, and caverns where echoes danced like whispers. Selene, in turn, described the delicate balance of Luminara, where every pulse of light nurtured life in an intricate, harmonious dance. Their walk was not without challenges. They encountered a shadowy mist, a rare phenomenon on Luminara that dulled the brilliance of their surroundings. It was a test, Selene explained, of patience and inner light. As the mist enveloped them, Tiber felt a pang of doubt creeping in, his vision obscured by the haze. But Selene, her glow unwavering, reached out with her light, guiding him with gentle reassurances. "Trust in your heart, Tiber. Your light is within you," she encouraged. Together, they pushed through the mist, their fears dissolving like morning dew under the sun's warming embrace. This shared trial bound their spirits, forging a bond stronger than any misunderstanding. Finally, they reached the heart of Luminara, where the lumen crystals stood like sentinels, casting prismatic hues across the land. Tiber gazed upon them, awestruck by their beauty and the quiet power they held. Selene turned to him, her voice a soft melody. "The crystals are not just stones, they are life, woven into our world. But I see now that sharing them doesn't mean losing them, it means growing together." Tiber, touched by her wisdom, smiled, a rare, heartfelt expression that illuminated his stone features. "Perhaps our worlds can learn from each other, just as we have." With Selene's guidance, Tiber gathered a single crystal, its light resonating with a promise of hope. Together they returned to the starship, their hearts lighter and their friendship blossoming like the radiant flowers of Luminara. As Tiber prepared to depart, he turned to Selene, gratitude etched in every line of his being. Thank you, Selene. You've shown me the true meaning of friendship, a light that guides even in the darkest times. Selene's glow shone brighter, a beacon of warmth and joy. And you, Tiber, have taught me that strength lies not in standing alone, but in reaching out. Our worlds are better for it. With a gentle hum, the starship lifted off, carrying Tiber and his precious cargo toward Gristone. As it disappeared into the sky, Selene stood in the clearing, her light blending with the dawn, knowing that their friendship would forever bridge the stars. And so, in a galaxy vast and ever-changing, two unlikely companions discovered that the true essence of friendship lay not in what was taken or given, but in the light shared between their souls. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her dusty brown hair flowed in wild curls, and her emerald eyes sparkled with curiosity. From a very young age, Willow had been drawn to the enchanting woods that surrounded her home, feeling a deep connection to the whispering trees and the winding streams that danced between the moss-covered rocks. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow ventured into the forest to gather wildflowers for her mother, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Tucked beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak tree lay a glimmering object, its surface reflecting the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. Willow's heart raced with excitement as she knelt down and gently brushed away the fallen leaves to reveal an ornate wooden box adorned with intricate carvings of vines and woodland creatures. Curiosity got the better of her, and she carefully lifted the lid, gasping in awe at what lay inside. Nestled within the box was a delicate silver pendant, its surface etched with swirling patterns reminiscent of the ever-changing seasons. As Willow's fingers grazed the cool metal, a surge of energy coursed through her veins, and she felt an inexplicable connection to the forest around her. From that moment on, Willow's life became intertwined with the magic of the pendant. She soon discovered that it granted her the ability to communicate with the creatures of the woodland realm. The once silent whispers of the trees now carried stories of ages past, and the chattering of squirrels and the chirping of birds became a language she could understand. With her newfound gift, Willow embarked on a journey of exploration and discovery. She befriended a wise old owl named Athena, who became her mentor and guide, imparting ancient wisdom about the intricate balance of nature. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, uncovering hidden glades and secluded groves where wondrous beings dwelled, unseen by human eyes. One such hidden realm was the realm of the forest sprites, tiny winged creatures that flitted among the wildflowers, their laughter like tinkling bells on the breeze. Willow learned that these mischievous sprites were the guardians of the forest, responsible for ensuring the delicate harmony between all living things. They welcomed her with open arms, marveling at her ability to understand their language and her deep reverence for the natural world. As the seasons changed, Willow's bond with the forest deepened, and her knowledge of its intricate workings grew. She learned to harness the power of the pendant, using it to communicate with the trees and understand their needs. In return, the forest rewarded her with its bounty, providing her with an endless supply of herbs and berries that kept her healthy and strong. However, Willow's peaceful existence was soon threatened by a dark force that lurked in the shadows of the forest. A greedy logger named Brutus had set his sights on the ancient woodland, driven by a desire for profit and a disregard for the delicate balance of nature. His axes felled tree after tree, leaving trails of destruction in his wake. Willow watched in horror as her beloved friends, the trees and creatures she had grown to cherish, were threatened by Brutus's relentless pursuit of wealth. She knew she had to take action, but how could one young girl stand against such a formidable foe? It was then that Athena reminded Willow of the true power she possessed, the strength of friendship and the unwavering resilience of nature itself. With the help of the forest sprites and her animal companions, Willow devised a plan to stop Brutus and protect the woodland realm she called home. Through a series of clever tricks and daring feats, the unlikely band of friends thwarted Brutus's efforts at every turn. They led him astray with false trails, tangled his logging equipment in impenetrable vines, and even called upon the fierce woodland creatures to guard the most vulnerable areas of the forest. In the end, Brutus was forced to admit defeat, his greed no match for the unwavering determination of Willow and her friends. As he retreated, tail between his legs, the forest seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, and the trees stood tall once more, their leaves rustling in a triumphant dance. Willow's journey had not only saved the forest, but it also transformed her into a wise and compassionate protector. She understood that the true magic lay not in the pendant itself, but in the bonds of friendship and the deep respect for the natural world. From that day on, Willow became a guardian of the forest, using her gift to ensure that the delicate balance between all living things was preserved. She taught others the importance of coexisting with nature, and her legends spread far and wide, inspiring generations to come. And as the years passed, the pendant remained a symbol of Willow's unwavering connection to the woodland realm, a reminder that even the smallest of beings can make a profound impact when guided by love, courage, and a deep reverence for the wonders of the natural world. Story 8. In the heart of the whispering woodlands, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, there lay a quaint little village known as Luminara. The village was nestled in a gentle valley, cradled by hills that glowed with the soft, silvery light of moonflowers blooming at dusk. Here, the air was always sweet with the scent of honeydew, and the babbling brooks played a soothing symphony that lulled even the most restless souls to sleep. In Luminara lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen had a curious mind and a heart as warm as the sun's first light. She loved the woodland dearly and spent her days exploring its hidden nooks and crannies, guided by the gentle rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. One morning, as dawn painted the sky with shades of rose and gold, Anwen awoke to find something peculiar. The village's beloved moonstone fountain, which usually sparkled under the celestial glow, had stopped flowing. The villagers gathered around, puzzled by the strange occurrence. The fountain was not just a source of water, but a beacon of peace and prosperity for Luminara. Determined to solve the mystery, Anwen set out on a quest. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a flask of elderberry tea, some honey cakes, and a soft woolen shawl for comfort. As she stepped into the woods, the morning mist wrapped around her like a whisper, and the cool earth beneath her feet felt reassuring. The first place she visited was the cottage of old Marin, the wise sage who lived at the edge of the forest. His home was a cozy haven, with ivy-clad walls and a roof thatched with the golden straw of wheat. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of lavender and sage drying above the hearth. "Good morning, Anwen," greeted old Marin, his eyes twinkling like the stars. "What brings you here so early?" "The moonstone fountain has stopped," Anwen explained. "I thought you might have some wisdom to share." Old Marin stroked his long white beard thoughtfully. "The fountain's magic is tied to the harmony of the forest," he said. "If it has ceased, perhaps something is amiss in the woods." Thanking old Marin, Anwen continued her journey deeper into the forest. As she walked, the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced along the forest floor. She listened closely to the whispers of the trees, hoping they might reveal a clue. Suddenly, Anwen heard a soft chittering sound. She glanced up to see a small, bright-eyed squirrel perched on a branch. It was Nutmeg, a mischievous creature known for his helpful nature. "Hello, Nutmeg," Anwen called. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately?" Nutmeg twitched his nose and nodded vigorously. "The fireflies have been restless," he chattered. "They flit about as if something is troubling them." Anwen thanked Nutmeg and followed the trail of flickering lights deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, and the shadows lengthened as she approached the Enchanted Glade, a place where the magical creatures of the forest often gathered. There, in the center of the glade, stood a magnificent stag, his antlers crowned with twinkling fireflies. It was Elderglen, the guardian of the forest. His presence was rare and always a sign that something important was at hand. "Greetings, Anwen," Elderglen spoke, his voice as deep and melodious as the forest itself. "I sense you seek answers." "Yes, Elderglen," Anwen replied respectfully. "The moonstone fountain has stopped, and the village is worried. Nutmeg mentioned the fireflies are restless. Do you know what might be causing it? Eldrin nodded, his gaze serene and wise. The balance of our woodland has been disturbed. A family of sprites has been displaced from their home by the rushing waters of the stream. In their distress, they have unintentionally disrupted the magic that flows through the fountain. Anwen listened intently, her heart filled with empathy for the tiny sprites. How can I help them? She asked. Eldrin lowered his antlers, and the fireflies formed a shimmering path. Follow the glow, he instructed. It will lead you to their new dwelling. Show them kindness, and they will restore the harmony. With a grateful nod, Anwen followed the luminous trail until she reached a small, overgrown hollow. There she found the sprite family, their delicate wings draped in sadness. Hello, little ones, Anwen said softly, kneeling down to their level. I've come to help. The sprites, their eyes like dew-kissed petals, looked up at her with hope. Anwen offered them a piece of her honey cake, and as they nibbled, she spoke gently. Eldrin told me about your troubles. The villagers and I would be happy to help you find a new home. With her guidance, the villagers and the creatures of the forest worked together to build a cozy nest high in the branches of a sturdy oak tree. The sprites, grateful and joyful, danced in the moonlight, their happiness rekindling the magic that flowed back to the moonstone fountain. As the water began to sparkle once more, the villagers cheered, and the forest sighed with relief, its harmony restored. Anwen returned to her cozy cottage that night, the stars twinkling above her like 1,000 tiny lanterns. She snuggled under her soft quilt, a warm, contented smile on her face. And from that day on, the villagers of Luminara remembered that even the smallest creatures could hold the key to their happiness. They learned that kindness and understanding could solve even the most mysterious of problems, and the Whispering Woodlands thrived in peace and unity. As Anwen drifted off to sleep, she knew that with each new dawn, whatever mysteries might arise, there would always be a way to solve them, with a sprinkle of wisdom, a dash of friendship, and a heart full of love. Story 9. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Story 10. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the moon and the breeze carried the scent of sweet wildflowers, there stood a quaint little village known as Wisteria Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was nestled in a valley where magic whispered through the leaves and danced upon the streams. The cottages were painted in hues of lavender and sage, their gardens brimming with blossoms that glowed gently at dusk. In Wisteria Hollow lived a young girl named Lila, whose curious spirit often led her on adventures through the village and beyond. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 fireflies. Her best friend was a gentle, old tortoiseshell cat named Willow, who, despite her age, had a keen sense of observation and a purr that could calm even the most troubled heart. The village was known for its peace and harmony, but one summer, a series of peculiar events began to stir gentle ripples of curiosity among its inhabitants. First, the sunflowers in the village square began to face the moon instead of the sun, their golden faces glowing silver at night. Then, the village clock, which had faithfully chimed the hours, began to skip the 3rd and 9th hours altogether. And most intriguingly, the streams that usually ran with crystal-clear water started to shimmer with hues of lavender and mint, puzzling the villagers who relied on it for their daily tasks. Intrigued by these occurrences, Lila decided to embark on a quest to unravel the mystery. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a notebook for her observations, a flask of warm honeyed milk, and her favorite sandwich, cucumber and mint, made by Mrs. Thistle. the village baker. Willow, with her wise eyes and comforting presence, padded softly beside her, ready to lend her intuition to the investigation. Their first stop was the sunflower field, where Lila crouched to inspect the peculiar behavior of the blooms. She noticed that the soil around the sunflowers seemed unusually warm and tiny. Delicate moths danced among the petals, their wings glinting like shards of moonlight. Lila jotted down her observations, her mind whirring with possibilities. Next, they visited the village clock tower, its gears and hands a bewildering tapestry of bronze and silver. Lila climbed the narrow staircase, with Willow following gracefully beside her. At the top, they discovered a small, feathered creature nestled among the gears. A young moon owl, its eyes wide and luminous. It seemed to have mistaken the clock's chime for the call of its own kind and had taken up residence there, inadvertently disrupting the clock's rhythm. Gently, Lila coaxed the owl into her arms, offering it a piece of her sandwich, which it accepted with a soft hoot of gratitude. Realizing the owl's need for companionship, Lila made a mental note to find it a suitable home later, once the mystery was solved. Their final destination was the shimmering stream, where the water's unusual colors danced like liquid rainbows. Lila dipped her fingers into the cool stream, feeling a tingling sensation. Beside her, Willow sniffed the air, her whiskers twitching with curiosity. As Lila examined the water closely, she noticed small, iridescent stones nestled among the pebbles at the bottom, each pulsing gently with an internal glow. Suddenly, a tremulous voice echoed from beneath the water. Oh dear, what a muddle I've made," it sighed. Lila, taken by surprise, peered into the stream more closely and spotted a small, luminous creature, a water sprite, curled up among the stones, its translucent wings shimmering like gossamer under the sun. With a gentle smile, Lila asked, "What troubles you, little sprite?" The sprite, with eyes like droplets of dew, explained that it had been practicing a spell to enhance the beauty of the stream, but had accidentally infused too much magic, causing the unusual colors and the warmth in the soil that affected the sunflowers. Understanding the sprite's predicament, Lila reassured it, "We all make mistakes, and with a little help, we can set things right." With Willow's wise guidance, who had seen many such instances unfold gracefully in the village's history, Lila and the sprite worked together. Lila suggested that the sprite could reverse the excessive magic by channeling the moon's gentle light, which would balance the magical energies. As dusk settled over Wisteria Hollow, Lila, Willow, and the sprite gathered by the stream under the light of the full moon. The sprite, with newfound confidence, wove a delicate spell, drawing upon the moon's silvery glow. The stream began to clear, its colors fading back to their natural state, and the soil around the sunflowers cooled, allowing them to turn once again toward the sun. With the final mystery resolved, Lila and Willow returned the young moon owl to the care of Mr. Alder, the wise old woodsman, who promised to watch over it until it was ready to find its way home. The village clock soon resumed its regular chimes, the harmony of Wisteria Hollow restored. As the moon rose high above the whispering woods, Lila lay in her cozy bed, Willow curled up at her feet, her purrs a soothing lullaby. She reflected on the day's adventures, realizing that sometimes the smallest creatures hold the greatest wisdom, and that kindness and understanding can unravel even the most puzzling mysteries. With a contented sigh, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of sunflowers and moonbeams, her heart full of the gentle magic that made Wisteria Hollow the enchanting place it was, and the whispering woods sang on, a soft symphony for the dreams of those who dwelled within its embrace. Story 11. In the serene depths of the galaxy, where stars twinkle like scattered jewels across an indigo tapestry, there existed a planet known as Viora. It was a lush world, carpeted with forests that whispered ancient secrets and rivers that sang in soft, silvery tones. On the outskirts of one such forest lived a gentle creature named Nara. She was of the Viorians, a species known for their soft, luminescent skin that shimmered like moonlight over still waters. Nara was a healer, tending to the flora and fauna with a touch that could mend broken wings and wilted leaves. One day, as the amber sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, an unexpected visitor descended from the heavens. A small spacecraft, sleek and metallic, landed gently among the tall, swaying grasses. out stepped a creature unlike any Nara had ever seen. He was a Koran from the distant, arid planet of Korea, known for its fiery red sands. His name was Rylan, a wanderer at heart, with eyes the color of emeralds and a heart full of curiosity. Rylan had journeyed far, seeking knowledge and adventure, but his ship had encountered trouble amidst a meteor shower, forcing an unplanned landing on Viora. As he emerged from his vessel, he marveled at the vibrant world around him, so different from the stark beauty of his home. Nara, intrigued but cautious, approached the newcomer. Her voice, lilting and musical, broke the silence. "Welcome to Viora, traveler. It seems the stars have guided you here." Rylan turned, his expression a mix of relief and wonder. "Thank you," he replied, his voice deep and resonant. "I am Rylan. My ship is in need of repairs, and I hope not to impose." As they spoke, a misunderstanding flickered between them, for the languages of their hearts were not the same. Rylan, eager to express gratitude, offered a gift of Koran sand, a gesture of kindness on his world. But to Nara, unfamiliar with its significance, it seemed like an oddity, a reminder of the harshness she had read about in distant lands. Yet she accepted it with a gracious nod, hoping to bridge the gap between them. Over the days that followed, Rylan and Nara found themselves learning to communicate beyond words. They shared stories of their worlds, the lush, verdant life of Viora and the stark, rugged beauty of Korea. Nara taught Rylan about the healing properties of Vioran plants, while Rylan shared tales of the Koran sandstorms that shaped valleys and carved mountains. Their companionship was not without its challenges. There were moments of frustration when gestures were misinterpreted, or when the silence between them felt vast and unbridgeable. Yet it was during these times that they learned the most about each other and themselves. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire under a canopy of stars, a sudden storm swept across the forest. The winds howled, and rain fell in gentle sheets, drumming a soothing rhythm on the leaves. Nara, sensing the forest's distress, hurried to protect the vulnerable creatures and plants. Rylan, though unfamiliar with the ways of healing, joined her, using his strength to shield small animals from the storm's fury. In their shared effort, they discovered a harmony, a dance of understanding and cooperation that transcended words. Nara's gentle guidance and Rylan's unwavering support wove a bond between them, stronger than either had anticipated. As the storm passed and the forest sighed in relief, Rylan and Nara returned to the warmth of the fire. The air was fragrant with the scent of rain-kissed earth and blooming flowers, and a sense of peace enveloped them. "Nara," Rylan said softly, breaking the comfortable silence. "Your world has taught me much, and so have you. I came here a stranger, but I feel I have found a true friend." Nara smiled, her eyes reflecting the glow of the firelight. "And I, in you, Rylan. Though our worlds are different, our hearts have found a common language." With the passing days, as Rylan repaired his ship, their friendship deepened. They explored the wonders of Viora together, from the shimmering lakes that mirrored the sky to the towering trees that whispered tales of ages past. They laughed and learned, grew and healed, finding joy in the simple moments of shared understanding. When the time came for Rylan to continue his journey, it was with a heart full of gratitude and a promise to return. As his ship ascended into the azure sky, Nara watched, her heart light yet touched with a gentle ache. From that day on, the forest seemed to whisper a new song, a melody of friendship that danced on the breeze and settled softly among the leaves. And Nara knew, as she tended to her beloved world, that the bonds they had woven would endure, carrying the lessons of kindness, understanding, and the true meaning of friendship across the stars. In the quiet of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the universe, two unlikely companions had discovered that though their worlds were far apart, their spirits were intertwined, forever touched by the magic of their journey together. Story 12. The Whispering Grove and the Lumina Leaf. In the heart of the Whispering Grove, where the ancient trees stood like wise old sentinels, their leaves fluttering softly in the gentle night breeze, a secret lay hidden. This grove was unlike any other, for here, when the moon rose high and bathed the world in its silvery glow, the trees would lean close and whisper stories of times long past. Among these trees, nestled in the soft embrace of moss and violets, lived a young girl named Mira. Mira was a kind-hearted soul, with eyes the color of a twilight sky and hair as dark as the spaces between stars. Her days were spent tending to the grove, listening to the rustling leaves, and learning their ancient tales. Her closest companion was a small, gentle fox named Luma, whose fur shimmered faintly with an otherworldly light. Together, they explored every inch of the grove, their friendship as deep and steadfast as the roots of the trees around them. One soft summer night, as the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across a velvet cloth, Mira and Luma discovered something extraordinary. They had wandered deeper into the grove than ever before, drawn by a strange, melodic hum that seemed to vibrate through the air. The sound led them to a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver on the forest floor. In the center of this clearing lay a single leaf, unlike any Mira had ever seen. It was a lumina leaf, rare and magical, glowing with a soft, ethereal light that pulsed gently, as if it were alive. Mira knelt beside it, her breath caught in her throat. The lumina leaf was said to grant the power to glimpse into hidden worlds, to see the unseen and understand the unspoken. But it was also said that such a gift came with a challenge, one that tested the heart and spirit of the beholder. Luma nuzzled gently against Mira's hand, his eyes reflecting the leaf's glow. "Should we take it?" Mira whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. The fox tilted his head, a gesture that Mira had come to understand as agreement. She carefully picked up the leaf, feeling its warmth seep into her fingers. The moment she touched it, the world around her shifted. The trees seemed to stretch higher, their whispers growing louder, more distinct. She could hear them clearly now, their voices weaving tales of bravery, kindness, and wisdom. But more than that, she could see shimmering paths of light threading through the grove, paths that had been invisible before. "Look, Luma," she murmured, pointing to where the paths intertwined and danced through the trees. The fox, his eyes wide with wonder, followed her gaze. Together, they stepped onto the nearest path, the light wrapping around them like a warm embrace. As they walked, the grove revealed its hidden secrets. They saw the spirits of the forest, gentle and playful, flitting through the branches and whispering to the flowers. They saw ancient runes carved into the stones, telling stories of a time when magic was as common as the air they breathed. And they saw creatures of legend, graceful unicorns, wise old owls, and even a dragon, its scales shimmering like 1,000 rainbows. But amidst the wonder, Mira felt a pull, a gentle tugging at her heart. It was as if the lumina leaf was guiding her, urging her towards something important. She followed the feeling, her steps light and sure, Luma padding silently at her side. The path led them to a part of the grove Mira had never seen before. Here, the trees were taller and older, their trunks thick with the weight of countless years. At the center stood a great oak, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. Beneath it lay a stone altar, simple yet elegant, inscribed with words that glowed softly in the moonlight. Mira approached the altar, her heart beating with anticipation. The inscription read, "To see beyond is to understand within. Know thyself, and the world shall open to you." As she read the words, a voice, gentle and wise, filled her mind. "Mira," it said, "the lumina leaf has chosen you, but its gift is not without cost. You must look within, confront the shadows of your own heart, and find your true self." Mira nodded, understanding the challenge before her. She closed her eyes, the leaf in her hand growing warm, its light brightening. She saw her own fears and doubts, her worries and insecurities, swirling around her like a storm. But she also saw her kindness, her courage, and her love, shining brightly amidst the darkness. With Luma's presence, a comforting warmth by her side, Mira faced her shadows, accepting them as a part of herself. As she did, the storm calmed, the darkness fading into nothingness. She opened her eyes, and the grove was filled with light, the lumina leaf glowing brilliantly in her hand. The voice spoke again, filled with warmth and approval. "You have done well, Mira. You have seen beyond and understood within. The grove is yours to protect, and its secrets are yours to cherish." The light faded, and Mira found herself standing once more in the clearing, the lumina leaf in her hand, its glow now gentle and steady. She felt a deep sense of peace, a connection to the grove and its hidden world that was stronger than ever before. Luma nuzzled her hand, his eyes bright with pride. "We did it," Mira whispered, smiling down at her friend. Together, they turned back toward their home, the whispering trees welcoming them with soft, melodic voices. In the days that followed, Mira and Luma continued to explore the grove, now able to see its hidden paths and hear its secret stories. The Lumina leaf, nestled safely in Mira's pouch, was a constant reminder of the journey they had taken and the truths they had discovered. As the seasons turned and the grove changed from the vibrant greens of summer to the golden hues of autumn, Mira found herself sharing the grove's magic with others. She taught them to listen to the trees, to respect the forest and its inhabitants, and to find courage in their own hearts. Through her wisdom and kindness, Mira became a guardian of the Whispering Grove, its magic flourishing under her care. And every night, as she and Luma sat beneath the stars, listening to the trees' gentle lullabies, she knew that she had found her true place in the world. The Lumina leaf had given her a gift far greater than sight. It had given her understanding, a deeper connection to herself and the world around her. And as the moonlight danced through the branches, casting gentle shadows on the forest floor, Mira knew that she and the grove would always be one. And so the Whispering Grove continued to thrive, a place of magic and wonder where the trees whispered stories to those who would listen, and where a young girl and her fox shared a bond that would last beyond the ages. In the stillness of the night, the grove stood as a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the courage to look within. And as the stars twinkled above, the world felt just a little bit brighter, a little bit more magical, knowing that such places existed, tucked away in the hearts of those who dared to dream. The end. Story 13. In the heart of the misty wood forest, where the golden leaves whispered secrets to the wind, nestled the quaint village of Thistledown. The village, with its cobblestone streets and cottages that seemed to sprout from the earth like mushrooms, was a place where magic and the ordinary gently intertwined. It was here that a series of peculiar events began to unfold, stirring a gentle curiosity rather than fear. The first sign of something amiss was noticed by young Lila, a curious and kind-hearted girl with eyes the color of twilight and hair that danced like autumn leaves. One morning, as the sun began to peek over the horizon, Lila skipped down to the village square to visit the market, as she did every Saturday. However, this particular morning, she found the air filled with the scent of freshly baked pastries, mingled with an odd, sweet fragrance she couldn't quite place. As Lila wandered through the stalls, admiring jars of honey and baskets of ripe berries, she noticed something unusual. The flowers in the central fountain, usually a riot of reds and yellows, had taken on a shimmering silvery hue. Intrigued, she leaned closer and saw that the petals seemed to glimmer as if kissed by moonlight. "How peculiar," she murmured, reaching out to touch one. The petal was cool and soft, and as her fingers brushed against it, a gentle tingling sensation spread up her arm. The villagers, noticing the change, gathered around, exchanging curious glances. Among them was Elder Thistle, a wise and gentle old woman who knew the forest and its secrets better than anyone. Her eyes twinkled with a kind of knowing that suggested she had seen many wonders in her time. "Ah, the silver bloom," Elder Thistle said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "It is a rare occurrence, a gift from the forest itself, but it only appears when there's a message to be shared." Lila's curiosity grew. "A message? From whom?" Elder Thistle smiled warmly. "From the forest spirits, of course. They are trying to tell us something." Determined to uncover the mystery behind the silver bloom, Lila decided to explore deeper into the forest that afternoon. Armed with a basket of provisions and accompanied by her loyal companion, a small, fluffy fox named Finn, she set off along the winding path that led into the heart of the woods. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle hum of insects. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. As they walked, Lila couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, but it was a comforting presence, like an old friend keeping a protective eye. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon a glade where the trees parted to reveal a small pond. The water was crystal clear, and in its depths, the reflection of the sky danced alongside the gentle ripples. Beside the pond sat a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen. It was a small, luminescent being with wings that shimmered like stardust and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, young one," the creature spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to harmonize with the forest. "I am Leora, keeper of the forest's secrets." Lila, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, she bowed her head respectfully. "It's an honor to meet you, Leora. I've come to understand the meaning of the silver bloom." Leora nodded, her wings fluttering gently. The silver bloom appears when the balance of the forest is disturbed. Recently, a misunderstanding has arisen between the creatures of the forest, causing unrest. The message is simple: harmony must be restored. Intrigued, Lila asked, "How can I help?" Leora smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You must find the source of the misunderstanding and mend the rift. Listen to the whispers of the wind and the stories of the trees. They will guide you." With a sense of purpose, Lila set off deeper into the forest, Finn trotting by her side. They soon came across a group of forest creatures gathered in a clearing, their usual harmony disrupted by a quiet tension. Among them were rabbits, deer, and birds, all chattering in hushed tones. Lila listened carefully, her heart open to the whispers of the forest. She learned that the unrest stemmed from a misunderstanding between the birds and the rabbits. The birds believed that the rabbits were eating the seeds of a rare flower needed for their nests, while the rabbits thought the birds were hoarding the seeds for themselves. With a gentle smile, Lila stepped forward. Perhaps there is a way to share the seeds, ensuring that both the birds and the rabbits have what they need. The creatures paused, considering her words. It was then that Finn, with his keen sense of smell, bounded over to a nearby patch of earth. He began to dig excitedly, revealing a hidden cache of seeds buried beneath the soil. Lila laughed softly. "See, there are enough seeds for everyone. Let's share them equally." With her guidance, the birds and rabbits worked together, dividing the seeds in harmony. As the tension melted away, a sense of peace and contentment spread through the clearing, as soothing as a lullaby. Pleased with their efforts, Lila and Finn returned to the village, where they found the silver bloom had faded, leaving behind the vibrant colors of the original flowers. The villagers, having heard of Lila's adventure, gathered around to listen to her tale. Elder Thistle nodded approvingly, her eyes warm with gratitude. "You have shown us the power of understanding and cooperation, dear child. The forest spirits are pleased, and balance has been restored." That evening, as the village settled under the embrace of twilight, Lila sat by her window, gazing at the stars. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that she had played a part in maintaining the harmony of Mistywood Forest. And so, the villagers of Thistledown drifted to sleep, comforted by the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft whispers of the forest, knowing that their world, filled with magic and wonder, was at peace once more. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed ancient lullabies and the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to slow, and every corner of its cobblestone streets held a story waiting to unfold. The villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that roamed the woods, creatures with gentle hearts and wise eyes. One peculiar morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of peach and gold, the villagers awoke to find something curious had occurred. The vibrant flowers that lined the paths, lilacs, sunflowers, and marigolds, were all tinted a peculiar shade of blue. This was not the usual soft azure of cornflowers, but a deep, mysterious indigo that seemed to shimmer in the light. Amid whispers and puzzled glances, young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with a curious mind and a heart as warm as summer sun, decided to unravel the mystery. Finn had always been enchanted by the wonders of the whispering woods, and often sought the wisdom of its ancient beings. He set off on a gentle journey, his footsteps light on the mossy ground, accompanied by his faithful companion, Piper, a small squirrel with fur as soft as dandelion fluff and eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. Their first stop was at the great oak, a towering tree whose branches stretched high into the sky, cradling the clouds. Here resided the owl sage, a wise old owl whose feathers were the color of moonlight. Perched serenely on a gnarled branch, the owl sage greeted Finn with a knowing nod. "Ah, young Finn," the owl sage hooted softly, "I see you have come with questions." Finn nodded, his curiosity twinkling like stars in his eyes. Yes, Owl Sage, the flowers have turned a strange shade of blue, and nobody knows why. Can you help us understand what has happened? The Owl Sage blinked slowly, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. The forest speaks in whispers, and sometimes its messages are wrapped in mystery. Seek the river that sings beneath the moon's glow. There, you may find the answer you seek. With a grateful heart, Finn and Piper set off towards the moonlit river, a silvery stream that meandered through the woods, its surface shimmering under the daylight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. As they reached the banks, they noticed an unusual sight, a gathering of fireflies, their lights flickering in an intricate dance over the water. Piper chattered excitedly, pointing with a tiny paw. "Look, Finn! The fireflies are trying to tell us something." Finn watched carefully, his mind piecing together the puzzle. The fireflies danced in patterns that mirrored the constellations above, creating a map in the air. Following their luminous trail, Finn and Piper wandered deeper into the woods until they came upon a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood a creature of ethereal beauty, a willow spirit, her form shimmering like morning dew. Her hair flowed like a cascade of silver threads, and her eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, brave souls," she spoke with a voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. "I am the keeper of the forest's dreams, and it is I who sought to change the flowers' hues." Finn stepped forward, his voice filled with wonder but without fear. "Why did you do this, Willow Spirit?" The Willow Spirit smiled, her expression kind and serene. The flowers needed a change, a reminder of the beauty and the unexpected. Sometimes, dear Finn, we hold on to the familiar, forgetting that change can bring its own kind of magic. Finn pondered her words, understanding dawning upon him like the first light of day. "So the flowers are teaching us to embrace change?" The Willow Spirit nodded. "Indeed, young one, and in doing so, they remind us that there is beauty in every shade, and every moment is a chance to see the world anew." With a heart full of gratitude, Finn thanked the Willow Spirit for her wisdom. He and Piper retraced their steps back to the village, where the villagers gathered around, eager for news. As Finn shared the tale of the Willow Spirit and the lesson of the blue flowers, a sense of peace and understanding washed over Elderglen. The villagers embraced the change, cherishing the new beauty that adorned their paths. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across velvet skies, Finn lay in his cozy bed, Piper nestled at his side. The warmth of the hearth crackled softly, casting a gentle glow around the room. And as sleep wrapped them in its tender embrace, Finn dreamed of the whispering woods, where every leaf, every creature, and every moment held a story waiting to be told. A world where change was but another form of the forest's enduring magic. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled by the edge of a sprawling forest, there was a girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled like dew-kissed leaves at dawn. Lila had a gentle heart and an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond her familiar surroundings. She often wandered the edges of the forest, listening to the whispers of the wind through the trees, hoping one day to uncover the secrets it held. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in shades of amber and rose, Lila ventured farther than she ever had before. The path was dappled with the last golden leaves of the season, and the air was crisp with the promise of winter. She hummed a soft tune as she walked, the notes mingling with the rustling leaves beneath her feet. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Lila stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its branches reached out like welcoming arms, adorned with leaves that glowed faintly, as if catching the last rays of the sun. At its base lay a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried in a bed of moss. Curiosity piqued, Lila knelt down and gently brushed away the moss, revealing a delicate pattern of vines and stars etched into the wood. Her fingers tingled with a strange warmth as she lifted the lid, revealing a tiny, iridescent feather nestled within. It shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, shifting and changing as it caught the light. As Lila held the feather in her hand, she felt a gentle breeze swirl around her, carrying with it a soft, melodic whisper. "Guardian of the forest," it seemed to say, "you hold the key to the hidden world." Heart pounding with excitement and wonder, Lyra tucked the feather safely into her pocket, feeling its warmth seep through her fingertips. She looked around, half expecting the forest to reveal its secrets then and there, but all remained still and quiet, save for the rustling leaves. Determined to understand the mystery of the feather, Lyra returned home, her thoughts racing with possibilities. Over the next few days, she visited the tree often, each time feeling more attuned to the forest's subtle rhythms. She noticed things she had overlooked before: a squirrel chattering softly in its nest, the gentle babbling of a hidden brook, the intricate patterns of light and shadow dancing across the forest floor. One evening, as twilight settled over the village, Lyra sat by her window, the feather resting in her palm. The room was bathed in a warm, golden glow from the fireplace, its crackling flames casting flickering shadows on the walls. She closed her eyes, focusing on the whispering melody she had heard in the woods. To her astonishment, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the feather was guiding her. Lyra opened her eyes to find herself not in her room, but standing at the edge of a hidden glade, bathed in the soft light of the moon. The air was filled with the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers, and the sound of a distant waterfall sang a soothing lullaby. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent stag, its antlers crowned with glistening dew. Its eyes were wise and kind, reflecting the moon's gentle light. Lyra felt no fear, only a deep sense of peace and belonging. "Welcome, guardian," the stag spoke, its voice a harmonious blend of the forest's many sounds. "You have been chosen to protect the balance of our world." Lyra felt a surge of warmth at the stag's words, the feather in her hand pulsing with a gentle light. "But how can I protect the forest?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, filled with awe and uncertainty. "The feather you hold is a gift of understanding and connection," the stag explained. "With it, you can listen to the forest's needs and help restore harmony where it is disrupted." Lyra nodded, the weight of the responsibility settling comfortingly upon her shoulders. She spent the night learning from the stag, absorbing the knowledge of the hidden world and the creatures that called it home. She listened to the stories of the trees, the songs of the streams, and the gentle whispers of the wind. As the first light of dawn broke through the canopy, the stag bowed its head in farewell. "Remember, guardian, that your heart is your greatest strength. Trust it, and it will guide you true." With those words, Lyra found herself back in her room, the feather still warm in her grasp. She felt different, more connected, more aware of the world around her. The morning sun streamed through her window, casting a soft glow that filled her with a sense of purpose. In the days that followed, Lyra embraced her role as guardian of the forest. She spent her mornings tending to the plants and animals, listening to their needs and helping where she could. She guided injured creatures to safety, cleared paths choked with debris, and planted new life where the earth had grown barren. Word of Lyra's kindness spread throughout the village, and soon others joined her in her efforts. Together they formed a bond of friendship and community, united by a shared love for the forest and its wonders. The feather, always with Lyra, became a symbol of hope and unity, its radiant colors a reminder of the magic and beauty that lay just beyond the surface of the everyday world. And so, with the forest flourishing and harmony restored, Lyra found her place among the trees, her heart forever entwined with the hidden world she had come to cherish. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the village thrived alongside the forest, each supporting the other in a delicate dance of balance and reciprocity. Lyra grew into a wise and gentle leader, her bond with the forest deepening with every passing day. One crisp winter's eve, as snow blanketed the village and stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, Lyra sat by the warm glow of her hearth, surrounded by friends and family. Laughter and stories filled the air, weaving a tapestry of joy and togetherness that warmed her heart. In a quiet moment, Lyra gazed at the feather, now resting in a place of honor on the mantel. Its colors shimmered softly in the firelight, a constant reminder of the journey she had embarked upon and the wonders she had discovered along the way. She thought of the stag and the promise she had made, a promise of care and stewardship that had shaped not only her life, but the lives of those around her. In that moment, she realized that the true magic of the feather lay not in its ability to reveal secrets, but in its power to connect hearts and inspire unity. With a contented sigh, Lyra closed her eyes. Lulled by the crackling fire and the gentle hum of voices, she felt the warmth of friendship and love enveloping her, as comforting as the softest blanket. And as the night wore on, the village, nestled in the embrace of the forest, slept peacefully, cradled by the gentle song of the wind, a melody of harmony and hope, carried on the wings of a single, iridescent feather. Thus Lyra's story became a cherished legend, passed down through generations as a testament to the enduring power of kindness, wisdom, and the bonds that unite us all. And though the years may change the faces and the names, the spirit of the guardian of the forest lived on, a guiding light for all who sought to walk the path of harmony and love. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the realm of dreams, may you carry with you the gentle whispers of the forest, the warmth of friendship, and the unending promise of new beginnings. For in every heart lies the seed of a guardian, ready to blossom and bring forth a world of beauty and wonder. Story 16. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed with secrets and the air was thick with the scent of pine and adventure, lived a gentle young woman named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, a cascade of copper and gold, and her eyes held the soft green of early spring buds. She had always been a creature of habit, finding solace in the predictable rhythms of her small woodland village. But of late, Lila had felt a stirring within her heart, a gentle nudge that whispered of change. It was as though the very wind carried a tune just for her, one that spoke of journeys untaken and dreams unspoken. Yet the thought of change filled Lila with unease. She loved her life as it was, a patchwork of familiar trails, the comforting hum of her village, and the steady cadence of her daily routines. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila found herself drawn to the edge of the woods. The air was cool and carried the earthy perfume of moss and damp leaves. It was here she met a curious creature, a fox with fur as white as newly fallen snow and eyes like twin sapphires. This was not an ordinary fox, for it shimmered faintly as though woven from gossamer threads of moonlight. "Good evening, Lila," the fox greeted in a voice as soft as a shadow. "I am Solon, and I sense the winds of change have found you." Lila was startled but intrigued. "Why do you speak of change? Can you not see I am content?" Solon's eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Content, yes, but the heart yearns for more than mere contentment. It seeks growth, much like a seed buried beneath the earth, longing to reach the sky." Solon promised to guide Lila through a journey of inner discovery, one that would mirror the magical transformation the forest itself was undergoing. Though hesitant, Lila felt a flicker of curiosity and agreed to follow the fox. Their journey began the next morning, with the first rays of dawn tickling the treetops. As they walked, Solon shared stories of the woods, tales of change and transformation. They passed through groves where the leaves sang with the voices of ancestors, and over streams that whispered secrets of the earth. Lila found herself enchanted by a grove of silver birches, their slender trunks gleaming like starlight. Here, the fox paused, a gleam of mischief in its eyes. "The first lesson," Solon said, "is the beauty of letting go." From the branches above, a gentle rain of golden leaves began to fall, swirling around Lila in a dance of light and color. Each leaf that touched her seemed to whisper a secret, a story of seasons past. Lila felt a warmth in her chest, as if the songs of the leaves were weaving a tapestry within her heart. "Change is not loss," Solon explained. "It is the shedding of what no longer serves us, making space for the new." As they continued their journey, they came upon a hidden glen, carpeted with delicate wildflowers in every imaginable shade. The air was sweet with their fragrance, a gentle balm that soothed Lila's worries. In this serene haven, Lila met others who had walked the path of change, a wise owl who taught the art of patience, and a playful rabbit who reminded her of the joy found in spontaneity. With each encounter, Lila's heart grew lighter, her fears of change unraveling like a thread in the wind. She learned that growth was not a solitary endeavor, but a journey shared with others, where every friendship forged added a new hue to the tapestry of her life. As dusk fell and the stars blinked awake, Solon led Lila to a crystal-clear lake, its surface a mirror reflecting the night sky. "The final lesson," the fox said, is to see yourself clearly. Lila gazed at her reflection, seeing not just the woman she was, but the woman she was becoming. She saw resilience and strength, kindness woven with courage. The lake's surface shimmered, and for a moment Lila saw herself as a creature of the forest, rooted and yet free, ever-changing and yet constant. With a heart full of newfound wisdom, Lila returned to her village. She embraced change, welcoming it as a friend rather than a foe. Her days became a dance of discovery, each one a new petal unfurling in the garden of her life. She shared her journey with others, guiding them with the gentle wisdom learned from the fox in the forest. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, Lila found not just growth, but a profound transformation. Her story became a song carried on the winds, a symphony of change that echoed through the ages, reminding all who heard it of the beauty found in personal discovery. And in the quiet of the night, when the world was hushed and the stars shone bright, Lila knew she had become part of the magic of the forest, a guardian of change, a keeper of dreams, and a friend to all who wandered the woodland paths in search of their own transformation. Story 17. Title: The Whispering Willow. On the edge of a quiet, moonlit village, where the night air was often filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the gentle hum of crickets, there stood a grand old willow tree. Its branches swayed softly with the evening breeze, and its leaves whispered secrets that only a few chosen ones could hear. The villagers called it the Whispering Willow, for it was said to hold magical powers, powers that could reveal hidden truths and guide those who sought wisdom. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Her heart was as kind as the softest down feathers, and her curiosity as boundless as the sky above. Lila had always felt a special connection to the Whispering Willow, drawn to its mysterious aura and the comforting rustle of its leaves. She would often sit beneath its shade, spinning stories to the clouds and dreaming of adventures far beyond the fields she knew so well. One warm summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the sky, Lila crept quietly from her cottage. The air was sweet and cool, carrying the faint melody of a distant nightingale. She made her way to the willow, its silhouette a welcoming beacon in the twilight. As she settled against its sturdy trunk, she felt the familiar peace that always enveloped her in its presence. Tonight, however, felt different. The whispers of the willow were more pronounced, almost as if they were calling to her. Intrigued, Lila closed her eyes and listened intently, hoping to decipher the gentle murmurings of the ancient tree. As the leaves rustled softly, a voice, gentle and wise, began to speak to her heart. "Dear Lila," it began, "within you lies a gift, a magic that can only be unlocked when you believe in your own strength and kindness. There is a journey you must take, a hidden world within our own, where your true potential awaits." Lila's eyes fluttered open, her heart pounding with excitement and a hint of apprehension. "A hidden world?" she whispered aloud, her breath mingling with the cool night air. "How will I find it?" The willow's branches trembled, showering her with a cascade of shimmering leaves that glowed faintly with an ethereal light. "Follow the path of the moonlit brook," the voice continued, "and trust in the friends you will meet along the way. Your courage and compassion will guide you." With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila stood up, brushing the leaves from her lap. The moonlight bathed the land in a silvery glow, illuminating the path she was to take. The brook, a slender ribbon of water, wound its way through the meadows, its surface sparkling like 1,000 tiny stars. Determined yet cautious, Lila set off on her quest, her heart a mix of excitement and trepidation. As she followed the gentle babble of the brook, the village slipped away behind her, and she entered the whispering woods, where shadows danced playfully among the trees. The forest was alive with the symphony of nocturnal creatures. Lila could hear the soft hoot of an owl, the distant call of a fox, and the rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze swept through the canopy. She walked on, the path guiding her deeper into the heart of the woods, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. After what felt like hours, the brook led her to a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone archway, entwined with ivy and wildflowers. It was unlike anything Lila had ever seen, and she felt a pull towards it, as if it were a gateway to something wondrous. As she approached the archway, she noticed a faint glow emanating from within its depths. She hesitated for a moment, her heart racing with anticipation. Remembering the willow's words, she took a deep breath, her resolve firm. With a single step, Lila crossed the threshold, and the world around her shimmered and shifted. The air was suddenly filled with a sweet, vibrant energy, and she found herself standing in a realm of breathtaking beauty. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, and the land was dotted with flowers that glowed like precious gems. Before her stood a creature unlike any she had ever encountered, a small, iridescent dragon with scales that shimmered like polished opals. Its eyes were wise and kind, and it regarded her with a gentle curiosity. "Welcome, Lila," the dragon said in a voice that was both musical and soothing. "I am Zephyr, guardian of the hidden realm. I have been waiting for you." Lila's heart swelled with wonder and delight. "This place, it's incredible," she breathed, her eyes wide with awe. "But why am I here? What must I do?" Zephyr chuckled softly, a sound like the tinkling of wind chimes. "Your journey here has just begun, dear one. The hidden realm is a place of magic and mystery, and it holds the answers you seek. But first, you must learn to trust in yourself and the friendships you will forge." With Zephyr by her side, Lila began her exploration of the hidden realm. The world was a tapestry of wonders, each more enchanting than the last. She marveled at the rainbow waterfalls that sang as they cascaded into crystal-clear pools, and the enchanted groves where the trees wove delicate melodies with their rustling leaves. As days turned into weeks, Lila encountered many delightful creatures. Wise old turtles who shared tales of ancient wisdom, mischievous pixies who played tricks, yet always taught valuable lessons, and gentle deer that showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. Through each encounter, Lila's heart grew with understanding and empathy. She learned that true magic lay not in spells or enchantments, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to be true to oneself. One day, while exploring a sun-dappled glade, Lila stumbled upon a mysterious riddle carved into a stone tablet. It spoke of a hidden treasure that could only be uncovered by those with a pure heart and a clear mind. Intrigued, Lila decided to solve the riddle, believing it to be the key to unlocking her full potential. With Zephyr's guidance and the help of her newfound friends, Lila embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery. Together, they journeyed through lush valleys and climbed misty mountains, their spirits buoyed by laughter and camaraderie. As they pieced together the clues, Lila realized that the treasure was not a physical object, but a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. The journey had transformed her, and she had discovered a wellspring of strength and kindness within her heart. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Lila and her friends gathered by a tranquil lake. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle chorus of frogs and cicadas. Zephyr turned to Lila, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have done well, dear one. The hidden realm has shown you the magic that lies within, and you have embraced it with grace and wisdom." Lila smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, Zephyr, and to all of you," she said, looking around at her friends. "This journey has taught me that true magic is found in friendship and in believing in oneself." With her newfound wisdom, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. Her heart ached at the thought of leaving the hidden realm, but she also felt a sense of peace, knowing that it would always be a part of her. As she stood before the stone archway once more, ready to return home, her friends gathered around her, their eyes shining with warmth and affection. "Remember," Zephyr said softly, "you are never truly alone. The bonds you have forged here will always be with you, and the magic of the hidden realm will guide you whenever you need it." With a final embrace, Lila stepped through the archway, her heart light and her spirit soaring. The world shimmered and shifted once more, and she found herself standing beneath the familiar branches of the whispering willow. The village was just as she had left it, bathed in the gentle glow of the rising sun. As she made her way back to her cottage, she felt a deep sense of contentment and purpose. The journey had changed her, and she knew that she was ready to share her newfound wisdom and magic with those she loved. From that day on, Lila carried the spirit of the hidden realm with her, spreading kindness and joy wherever she went. The villagers often marveled at her gentle wisdom and the warmth that seemed to radiate from her very being. And so, the legend of the Whispering Willow and the magical journey of a brave young girl lived on. A tale of friendship, courage, and the power of believing in oneself. As the stars twinkled in the night sky and the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, the willow continued to whisper its secrets, guiding those who dared to dream and listen with their hearts. Story 18. In the quaint village of Willowmere, nestled between whispering woods and fields of lavender, the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees danced among the blossoms. At night, the village seemed to glow with 1,000 twinkling stars, and the gentle rustling of leaves played a lullaby that cradled the village to sleep. One evening, as the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, a peculiar thing happened. The villagers noticed that the usually melodious chime of the village bell, which rang every morning to greet the dawn, had fallen silent, replaced by an odd musical hum that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. This strange occurrence left the villagers puzzled yet intrigued, for it was said that the bell had never missed a morning in over 100 years. Among the villagers was a curious young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila was known for her keen senses and her ability to notice things that others might overlook. She loved nothing more than solving a good mystery, especially if it involved the magical elements that wove through the fabric of Willowmere. Determined to uncover the mystery of the silent bell, Lila decided to seek the wisdom of the village's oldest resident, Granny Wisp. Granny Wisp was a kind-hearted woman with a heart as warm as her name suggested. Her cozy cottage sat on the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden overflowing with herbs and flowers that seemed to whisper secrets to the wind. As Lila approached the cottage, she was greeted by the gentle tinkling of wind chimes and the soothing aroma of chamomile tea. Granny Wisp, with her silver hair and eyes that twinkled like stars, welcomed Lila with a soft smile. "Ah, Lila, my dear," she said, her voice as comforting as a woolen shawl. "I had a feeling you might come by." Lila explained the mystery of the silent bell and the strange humming that had replaced its cheerful ring. Granny Wisp nodded thoughtfully, sipping her tea. "The bell has always been a guardian of sorts," she mused. "Its chime keeps time and order within the village. If it has fallen silent, there must be a reason." With Granny Wisp's gentle guidance, Lila began her investigation. She started by visiting the village bell tower, an ancient stone structure wrapped in ivy. As she climbed the spiral staircase, she felt the cool stone under her fingertips and the soft breeze that carried the scent of lavender. Reaching the top, Lila examined the bell. It was as magnificent as ever, with intricate carvings of mythical creatures and symbols etched into its surface. But something was amiss. Nestled within the bell's interior was a tiny, golden creature, a bell sprite known for their playful nature and love of music. The sprite, with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water, looked at Lila with wide, apologetic eyes. "I'm sorry," it chirped in a voice like a gentle breeze. "I didn't mean to silence the bell. I only wanted to play a new melody." Lila chuckled softly, her heart warmed by the sprite's sincerity. "Perhaps we can find a way for you to play your melody without silencing the bell," she suggested. The sprite fluttered in excitement, eager to help restore the village's morning chime. Together, they devised a plan. With a few gentle tweaks and the help of a little woodland magic from the sprite, they created a mechanism that allowed the bell to ring its usual tune, while also incorporating the sprite's enchanting melody at the end. The next morning, as the sun rose over Willowmere, the village awoke to the harmonious blend of the familiar chime and the sprite's musical hum. The air was filled with a sense of wonder and delight, and the villagers gathered around the bell tower, their hearts lifted by the beautiful new melody that greeted the day. Granny Wisp, watching from her garden, smiled knowingly. She knew that the best solutions often came from friendship and understanding. Lila, with her cleverness and kind heart, had brought a touch of magic to the village, reminding everyone that even the smallest creatures could have the biggest impact. And so, the village of Willowmere settled back into its gentle rhythm, with the bell's melody carrying a new story, a story of curiosity, of kindness and the magical music that resonated from the heart of the village itself. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle once more, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new mysteries and melodies yet to be discovered. Story 19. The Whispering Fern. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a verdant forest, there lay a quaint little village called Elderglen. This village was known for its warm-hearted people and the vibrant tapestry of flowers that adorned every corner. Yet what truly set Elderglen apart was the mystical aura that seemed to shimmer in the air, a gentle hum of magic that whispered tales of wonder to all who listened. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair as golden as the sun's rays and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, Leora was beloved by all. Her days were spent exploring the hidden nooks of the forest, her heart open to the beauty and mysteries of the world around her. Though she was adventurous, her spirit was tender, and she approached life with a gentle wisdom beyond her years. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and crimson, Leora set out on her daily wanderings. The forest air was filled with the earthy scent of pine needles and the sweet whisper of the wind rustling through the trees. As she walked, the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet gave her a comforting sense of belonging. Today, however, something was different. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Leora noticed a peculiar sound, a soft, melodic chime that seemed to dance through the air. Intrigued, she followed the sound, her heart beating in time with the gentle rhythm. The melody led her to a secluded grove she had never seen before, where the trees stood taller and the light seemed to shimmer with a magical glow. In the center of the grove was a fern, unlike any Leora had seen. Its fronds were a brilliant emerald, and as the breeze caressed them, they emitted the enchanting chime that had drawn her here. As she approached, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the fern was greeting her with open arms. She reached out, hesitating for a moment, then gently touched one of the fronds. Instantly, a soft voice filled her mind, soothing and wise. "Welcome, dear child," the voice said. "I am the Whispering Fern, guardian of this hidden grove. Few have found their way here, for it is a place of ancient magic." Leora was not afraid, for the voice was kind and gentle, like a comforting embrace. "Why have you called me here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You have a heart that listens," the fern replied, "and the world needs those who can hear its silent songs. There is a gift within you, Leora, a gift to see the beauty in the unseen, to bring light to the hidden shadows." Leora listened, feeling a sense of purpose bloom within her. "What must I do?" she asked. "You must embark on a journey," the fern continued, "a journey to discover the hidden world that exists in harmony with ours. There, you will find the wisdom you seek and the strength to share your gift with others." With a newfound sense of resolve, Leora nodded. She knew this was a journey she was meant to take, a journey that would forever change her. The whispering fern shimmered, its fronds swaying in a gentle dance. "Before you go, take this," it said, and from its heart a single frond detached itself, glowing with a soft emerald light. "This will guide you and protect you on your path." Grateful, Leora accepted the gift, tucking the frond into her satchel. She bid the fern farewell and set off on her journey, the melody of the grove echoing in her heart. As she traveled deeper into the forest, Leora encountered challenges that tested her courage and wisdom. She crossed babbling brooks, their waters sparkling like liquid crystal, and traversed fields of wildflowers that sang in the wind. Each step brought her closer to the hidden world she sought, a world that seemed to exist just beyond the veil of the ordinary. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Leora found herself in a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, she met a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that glimmered with ancient knowledge. "Greetings, traveler," the fox said, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Seraph, keeper of the moonlit paths. You seek the hidden world, do you not?" Leora nodded, her heart swelling with hope. "I do," she replied. "Can you help me find it?" Seraph nodded, a gentle smile playing on its lips. "The path you seek is not far, but it is hidden from those who do not see with the heart. Follow me, and I shall guide you." With Seraph leading the way, Leora walked through the moonlit forest, her senses attuned to the magic around her. The night air was cool and fragrant, and the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky. After what felt like both an eternity and a mere moment, they arrived at a grove unlike any Leora had ever seen. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wrapped in vines that glowed with an ethereal light. The air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and the soft hum of magic. "Welcome to the hidden realm," Seraph said, his voice filled with reverence. "Here, the world is as it was meant to be, untouched by time and filled with harmony." Leora stepped forward, her heart brimming with wonder. The hidden realm was a place of breathtaking beauty, a tapestry of life woven from the threads of magic and nature. Everywhere she looked, she saw creatures of all kinds, living in perfect harmony. As she explored, Leora learned the secrets of the hidden realm, its beauty and its wisdom. She discovered that the world was filled with magic, if only one took the time to see it. She met creatures who taught her the language of the trees, the songs of the rivers, and the dance of the stars. Over time, Leora's heart grew even more attuned to the magic around her. She learned to see the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart, and in doing so she discovered her true gift, the ability to weave harmony and understanding between worlds. But as much as she loved the hidden realm, Leora knew she could not stay forever. She had a gift to share, a light to bring back to Elderglen and the world beyond. On the day of her departure, Seraph and the other creatures of the hidden realm gathered to bid her farewell. "You have learned much, dear Leora," Seraph said, his voice filled with pride. "Go forth and share your gift with the world. Bring light to the shadows and harmony to the hearts of all who cross your path." With tears of gratitude and joy in her eyes, Leora embraced her friends. "I will never forget you," she promised, her heart full of love. As she made her way back to Elderglen, Leora felt a sense of peace and purpose that she had never known before. She carried the beauty of the hidden realm within her, and with it, the knowledge that she could bring hope and understanding to her world. When she returned to the village, the people welcomed her with open arms. They could see the light in her eyes, the wisdom in her heart, and they knew that she had been changed by her journey. In the days that followed, Leora shared her gift with all who would listen. She taught the children the songs of the rivers, the language of the trees, and the dance of the stars. She showed them the beauty in the unseen, the magic in the ordinary. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Elderglen flourished. The village became a place of harmony and understanding, a place where the magic of the hidden realm lived on in the hearts of its people. Leora's journey had changed her, but it had also changed the world around her. She had learned that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the ability to see the beauty and wonder in the world and to share that gift with others. And so the village of Elderglen thrived, its people bound together by the threads of magic and friendship, woven into a tapestry of love and light that would endure for generations to come. As for Leora, she continued to wander the forest, her heart forever open to the beauty of the world. And though she never forgot the hidden realm, she knew that its magic lived on in every whispering leaf, every shimmering star, and every gentle breeze that carried the song of the earth to those who had the heart to listen. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Elderglen slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle embrace of magic and love. And somewhere deep within the forest, the whispering fern sighed contentedly, its song echoing softly through the night, a lullaby for the world and all its hidden wonders. Story 20. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cobblestone street where the air was always filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the sound of children's laughter. On this street stood a little shop, tucked between a bakery and a bookshop, its sign swaying gently in the breeze. It was a cozy place known as Mr. Gibble's Curiosity Corner, and it was here that our tale begins. Mr. Gibbles himself was a kindly old man with a twinkle in his eye and a heart as warm as the woolen scarf he always wore. His shop was a treasure trove of wonders, filled with knickknacks and trinkets from every corner of the world. There were tiny carved elephants from India, delicate wind chimes that sang with the breeze, and even a peculiar clock that seemed to tick in reverse. One chilly autumn evening, as golden leaves danced along the street, A young girl named Lily pushed open the shop's creaky door. She was a curious soul, with a mind that buzzed with questions and a heart that sought adventure. Her eyes, wide with wonder, roamed over the shelves until they landed on a small, unassuming teapot, tucked away in a corner. The teapot was unlike any she had ever seen. It was a deep ocean blue, with intricate silver vines wrapping around its belly and a spout that curved like a swan's neck. Drawn to it, Lily picked it up, feeling a slight warmth pulsing from its smooth surface. Mr. Gibbles, noticing her interest, shuffled over with a knowing smile. "Ah, you found the teapot of whispers," he said, his voice as gentle as a feather. "It is said to hold the voices of those who have sought its counsel." Lily's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What do they say?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Gibbles chuckled softly. "The teapot reveals secrets and stories, but only to those who truly listen." That night, with the teapot safely nestled in her hands, Lily sat by her bedroom window. The moon cast a silvery glow, and the stars twinkled like old friends. With a deep breath, she poured herself a cup of tea. As the steam rose, she closed her eyes and listened. A soft, melodious voice filled the room, telling tales of distant lands and ancient wisdom. The voice spoke of bravery and kindness, of challenges faced and overcome, not through strength, but through understanding and empathy. Inspired by these tales, Lily embarked on an emotional journey. She began to notice the small wonders of her world, the way the morning dew sparkled like diamonds on the grass, or how the old oak tree in the village square seemed to hum with stories of its own. One day she came across a situation that mirrored one of the teapot's stories. Her friend, Thomas, was upset, struggling with a problem he couldn't solve. Remembering the teapot's wisdom, Lily approached the situation with patience and understanding. Rather than trying to solve the problem for him, she listened and offered gentle guidance. Together, they found a solution, and Thomas's smile returned, brighter than ever. Lily realized then that the true magic of the teapot was not just in its stories, but in the way it taught her to see the world with new eyes. As the seasons changed, so did Lily. She grew in kindness and wisdom, her heart open to the whispers of the world around her. Mr. Gibbles watched her transformation with pride, knowing that the teapot had found its rightful keeper. One evening, as the village settled under a blanket of twilight, Lily returned to the shop. She placed the teapot back on its shelf, a gesture of gratitude and understanding. Mr. Gibbles nodded approvingly, his eyes gleaming with warmth. And so, the teapot of whispers awaited the next seeker, ready to share its gentle magic and timeless wisdom. In the heart of the village, life continued with its quiet joys and gentle lessons, the stories of the teapot woven into the fabric of their days. And as Lily lay in bed that night, she felt a sense of peace, knowing that the true magic of the world lay not in the extraordinary, but in the quiet beauty of ordinary moments, and in the kindness of a listening heart. Story 21. In the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a secret glen known only to the creatures who called it home. This glen was a place where the language of the trees was understood by all who listened, and the whisper of the wind carried the wisdom of ages. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature. The gentle rustle of leaves sang in harmony with the babbling brook that wound its way through moss-covered stones. Each season brought its own magic to the glen. In spring, the air was sweet with the fragrance of blossoming wildflowers, while the summer sun bathed the forest floor in warm, golden light. Autumn painted the landscape in hues of amber and crimson, and winter draped the trees in a soft white blanket of snow, silencing all but the soft crunch underfoot. Among the forest's inhabitants was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were speckled with the colors of twilight. Orin had lived in the forest longer than anyone could remember, and his eyes held the reflection of many moons. He was known for his kindness and his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries. Orin often shared his knowledge with the younger creatures, teaching them about the delicate balance that sustained their home. One crisp autumn evening, as the forest prepared for the deep sleep of winter, a young squirrel named Pip approached Orin. Pip's fur was as soft as the down of a dandelion, and his eyes were wide with curiosity. "Orin," he chattered, his voice as light as the breeze, I've heard stories about the magical phenomena that change with the seasons. Can you tell me more? Orin blinked slowly, a smile in his gaze. Ah, the magic of the seasons, he mused, his voice resonating like the gentle hoot of an owl in the night. You see, each season is a page in the great story of life, and with each turn, the forest reveals its secrets. With a graceful sweep of his wing, Orin gestured for Pip to follow. They moved through the forest, the ground beneath them a tapestry of fallen leaves crunching softly with each step. As they walked, Orin spoke of the spring's awakening, when the earth stirred from its slumber and new life burst forth in vibrant colors. The rains of spring, he explained, are not merely water from the sky, but the tears of joy from the clouds, for they know the earth is ready to bloom once more. They paused by the brook, whose waters mirrored the azure sky above. In summer, Orin continued, the sun shares its warmth, nurturing the forest and all its creatures. The days are long, and the energy of life dances in every ray of light. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp soil. Autumn, Orin said, is a time of reflection when the forest dons its most splendid attire. The leaves fall like whispers, a gentle reminder that change is a part of life. Finally, they reached a clearing where the first frost of winter had begun to lace the edges of the leaves with delicate ice crystals. And winter, Orin concluded, is the forest's time of rest. The snow blankets the earth, a quilt of peace that allows for dreams of renewal. Pip listened intently, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the world around him. But Orin, he asked, how do we, the creatures of the forest, play a part in this magic? Orin chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves. We all have our roles, dear Pip. We gather and store, we plant and nurture. Our actions, though small, are threads in the great tapestry of the forest. It is our duty to care for our home and to ensure the balance remains. With this newfound wisdom, Pip felt a warmth in his chest, a connection to the land and its cyclical magic. He watched as the golden light of the setting sun kissed the treetops, and the forest began to glow with an ethereal light. As Orin and Pip made their way back to the heart of the glen, the stars began to peek through the twilight sky, twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet cloak. The forest settled into a serene lullaby. The creatures nestled in their cozy dens, dreaming of the stories yet to be woven by the seasons. As Pip curled into his nest, he felt a comforting sense of belonging and purpose. He realized that the magic of the forest was not just in the changing seasons, but in the lives of every creature, each contributing to the harmony of their shared world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the old owl and the shimmering stars, the forest continued its timeless dance, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when wisdom, kindness, and nature worked hand in hand. Story 22. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Echoes. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vast whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home, a charming cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof, sat at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path met the forest's edge. The air in the village was perpetually sweet, with the scent of blooming lilacs and freshly baked bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. Lila's village was a place where time seemed to slow, allowing every moment to be savored, like the last bite of a honey cake. Lila was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the forest that beckoned with its rustling leaves and sun-dappled paths. The villagers often warned of the forest's mysteries, but Lila was undeterred, drawn to the sounds of rustling leaves and the songs of birds that seemed to tell secret tales of the past. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began their descent to the forest floor, Lila set off on a journey deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. She wore her favorite cloak, woven with threads of emerald and sapphire, which shimmered in the morning light. Her footsteps were light upon the leaf-strewn path, and the forest embraced her with its cool, earthy scent. As the hours passed, Lila found herself in a part of the forest she did not recognize. The trees here were ancient, their gnarled roots weaving intricate patterns across the ground. The air was filled with a gentle hum, as if the forest itself whispered secrets. Intrigued, she followed the sound until she stumbled upon a clearing where the sunlight danced upon a small, serene pond. In the center of the pond, resting on a smooth stone, was a lantern unlike any Lila had ever seen. Its frame was wrought from silver vines, and within its glass an ethereal light flickered, casting shimmering patterns upon the water's surface. Drawn by its beauty, Lila reached out and gently lifted the lantern. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm sensation spread through her, as if the lantern had spoken to her in a language beyond words. Suddenly, the air around her shimmered, and the forest seemed to awaken. The leaves rustled with renewed vigor, and the birds sang a melody that resonated deep within her heart. It was as if the lantern had unlocked the forest's true voice, revealing a hidden world that had been waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Lila soon discovered that the lantern possessed a magical ability. It could echo the thoughts and emotions of those who held it. When she held the lantern, she could hear the whispers of the trees, the laughter of the brook, and even the gentle hum of the earth beneath her feet. It was a connection to the world around her that she had never imagined possible. Eager to share this wonder, Lila returned to the village, the lantern held carefully in her arms. As she walked, she marveled at how everything seemed different. The village, which she had always known, now felt alive with unseen energy. She could hear the laughter of children echoing through time, the tender whispers of old friends, and the unspoken dreams of those who passed her by. Yet, as she approached the village square, she noticed something peculiar. The villagers, usually bustling with activity and chatter, seemed subdued. Their faces were drawn, eyes cast downward, and an air of melancholy hung over the square like a morning fog. Lila, perplexed, held the lantern high and listened. Through its echoes, she heard the underlying sorrow that had taken root in the hearts of the villagers, a sorrow born from forgotten dreams and severed connections. Determined to help, Lila decided to use the lantern's power to rekindle the village's spirit. She invited the villagers to gather by the great oak tree at the heart of the square. As twilight descended, casting the village in hues of lavender and gold, Lila stood beneath the oak's sprawling branches, the lantern's light casting a warm glow around her. "My friends," she began, her voice gentle yet firm, "this lantern holds a magic that can remind us of the bonds we share, the dreams we hold, and the joys we have forgotten." One by one, the villagers approached, curiosity overcoming their hesitance. As each person held the lantern, they were enveloped in its radiance, their own thoughts and feelings reflected back to them in a symphony of light and sound. With each connection, laughter echoed, tears flowed, and the village began to hum with life once more. There was the baker, whose hands had grown weary from kneading dough, now reminded of the joy in creating something to nourish others. The blacksmith, whose heart had become as hardened as the metal he forged, rediscovered the warmth of sharing stories by the fire. And the children, who had grown restless with routine, found new adventures in the simple pleasures of the world around them. As the evening wore on, the village square transformed into a tapestry of shared memories and rekindled hopes. The lantern's light wove through the crowd, binding each person with threads of understanding and compassion. For the first time in a long while, the villagers felt truly connected, not just to one another, but to the world that surrounded them. As the last of the lantern's echoes faded into the night, the villagers thanked Lila for her wisdom and the gift she had brought them. With hearts full of gratitude, they returned to their homes, the lantern's light still warm within them. Lila, too, felt changed by the journey. She realized that the magic of the lantern lay not just in its ability to echo thoughts, but in its power to reveal the beauty that resides in every soul. It taught her that true magic is found in the connections we forge and the love we share. With a heart full of peace, Lila returned to the forest, where the lantern had first called to her. She placed it back upon the stone in the pond, knowing that its light would continue to guide those who sought it. The forest, in turn, sang a gentle lullaby, welcoming Lila back into its embrace. And so, beneath the starlit sky, with the whispers of the woods as her lullaby, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the world she loved, and forever changed by the magic she had discovered. Story 23. In a galaxy teeming with stars and planets as diverse as the dreams that give them life, there existed a small, twinkling world named Luminara. It was a place where the night sky shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and the gentle winds carried whispers of ancient lullabies. Among its lush groves and crystalline lakes dwelled an array of creatures, each more wondrous than the last. One such inhabitant was a being named Solaro, a creature of light from the planet Celestine. Solaro was composed of shimmering energy, his form constantly shifting with soft, radiant colors. He could glide effortlessly through the air, leaving a trail of glittering stardust in his wake. His heart was as luminous as his appearance, filled with a boundless curiosity and a gentle, guiding warmth. On the opposite side of the galaxy, on a planet called Glome, lived a creature named Thalia. She was a being of shadows, formed from the soft, velvety darkness that blanketed her world. Thalia could melt into the shadows and move unseen, her presence as silent as a whispered secret. She had a keen mind and a heart as deep and mysterious as the night itself. By a twist of fate, both Solaro and Thalia found themselves on an interstellar expedition to Luminara. They were part of a diverse group of explorers, each eager to study the planet's unique bioluminescent flora. Yet, despite their shared mission, Solaro and Thalia were wary of each other, their natures so starkly different that even the stars seemed to emphasize their divide. Their journey began with a misunderstanding. During their first exploration, Solaro, in his excitement, darted through a grove of luminescent flowers, unaware that his radiant light was causing the delicate blooms to close. Thalia, who had been carefully observing the flowers' patterns in the shadows, was dismayed to find her work disrupted. "Your light is too bright," she murmured from the shadows, her voice soft yet firm. "It masks the subtleties of their glow." Solaro, taken aback, dimmed his light and hovered gracefully in place. "I didn't realize," he replied, his voice imbued with sincere regret. "I only meant to see them better." From that moment, they decided to work separately, each respecting the other's space. Solaro explored the sunlit meadows, while Thalia delved into the moonlit forest. But as they navigated the vibrant landscapes of Luminara, they found themselves encountering challenges that required their combined strengths. One evening, as the twin moons rose above the horizon, a sudden storm swept across the land. The winds howled through the trees, and the rain fell in luminous droplets that shimmered in the night. Solaro's light began to flicker as the storm's energy sapped his strength, and he found himself lost and disoriented amidst the swirling chaos. It was then that Thalia emerged from the shadows, her form a comforting presence against the storm. "Follow me," she called softly, her voice a beacon amidst the turmoil. Solaro, trusting her instincts, followed her through the tempest, her shadowy form guiding him to a sheltered alcove where the storm's fury could not reach. As they huddled together, safe from the elements, Solaro turned to Thalia with gratitude. "Your shadows are a sanctuary," he acknowledged, understanding dawning in his luminous eyes. "I see now that darkness and light can coexist, each enhancing the other." Thalia smiled, her eyes reflecting the gentle glow of their surroundings. "And your light," she replied, "reveals beauty in places where shadows alone cannot reach." From that night onward, Solaro and Thalia began to collaborate, their differences becoming strengths that complemented each other. Solaro's light illuminated the intricate patterns in the flora, while Thalia's shadows highlighted the subtle interactions hidden beneath. Together, they discovered secrets of Luminara that neither could have found alone. As they worked side by side, their friendship blossomed like the luminescent flowers they studied. They shared stories of their homeworlds, finding commonalities in their dreams and aspirations. Solaro spoke of the vibrant skies and celestial dances of Celestine, while Thalia described the serene beauty and whispered mysteries of Glome. One day they encountered a peculiar plant, its tendrils entwined in a complex knot. It seemed impossible to unravel, but Solaro and Thalia approached it with patience and teamwork. Solaro's light revealed the plant's structure, while Thalia's shadows traced its intricate path. Together they gently unwound the tendrils, freeing the plant to bloom in a dazzling display of colors that danced in harmony with their own. Through this shared triumph, they realized a profound truth. The universe was a tapestry of light and shadow, woven together in a dance of balance and harmony. Their friendship embodied this truth, a testament to the power of understanding and acceptance. As their expedition drew to a close, Solaro and Thalia stood beneath Luminara's starlit sky, their hearts full with the bond they had forged. "I am grateful for your friendship," Solaro said warmly, his light pulsing with sincerity. "As am I," Thalia replied, her shadowy form embracing the light. "Together, we have illuminated the path to true understanding." With a gentle sigh, the two companions watched as the stars above twinkled in silent approval, their light and shadow merging into a gentle, harmonious glow that would forever guide them in their journeys beyond Luminara. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, two unlikely friends discovered that the true meaning of friendship lay not in their differences, but in the strength they found in each other. A lesson as timeless and infinite as the stars themselves. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and earth, nestled a small, hidden glen. This glen was a secret haven, known only to the creatures who called the forest home and whispered of its wonders to the rustling leaves and murmuring streams. Here in this mystical clearing, the boundaries between the tangible and the magical were as thin as the gossamer wings of a dragonfly. The forest was alive with the harmony of nature, where every creature, from the smallest ant to the largest stag, played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. And overseeing this harmony was an ancient oak tree, its bark etched with the wisdom of centuries. The oak stood tall and proud, its branches sprawling like the arms of an old friend, sheltering the creatures beneath. The oak was not just a tree, but a gatekeeper of the seasons and the guardian of weather's whims. It was said that within its mighty trunk, the voices of past guardians whispered, offering guidance and wisdom to those who listened with an open heart. The creatures of the forest often gathered around its roots, seeking counsel or sharing tales of their lives. As the first breath of autumn painted the forest with hues of amber and gold, a gentle creature named Nara, a young deer with eyes as soft as twilight, ventured to the oak. Her coat shimmered like the last rays of a setting sun, and her presence was a balm to the soul of the forest. Nara had come to understand a troubling change she felt in the forest's rhythm, a subtle discord in the usual symphony of life. With a soft patter of hooves on the fallen leaves, Nara reached the ancient oak. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from distant chimneys, mingling with the sweet decay of autumn leaves. She lowered her head, feeling the rough texture of the oak's bark against her nose. "Wise oak," she whispered, her breath a wisp of mist in the chilly air. "I sense an imbalance, as if the forest's heart beats unevenly. The winds speak of an early winter, harsher than any we've known. What must we do to restore the balance?" The oak's branches swayed gently, not from the wind, but as if nodding in response. From deep within its trunk a voice emerged, soft like the rustle of leaves, yet clear as the babbling brook. "Nara, dear child of the forest," it began, "the balance of our world is indeed shifting. The storm that gathers is not of nature's will but of neglect. The harmony we cherish is threatened by things unseen." Nara listened intently, her heart heavy with the weight of the oak's words. "But how can we, the creatures of this forest, mend what is unseen?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper under the grand canopy. "You must seek the wisdom of the breeze," advised the oak. "For in its journey, the breeze has witnessed the world beyond our trees. It carries whispers of ancient knowledge and the songs of distant lands." Thanking the oak, Nara set off to find the breeze, her hooves treading softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. She moved through dappled sunlight and shadow, the forest alive around her with the sounds of birdsong and the gentle rustle of creatures preparing for the coming winter. In a sunlit glade, she found the breeze, a playful spirit that danced through the meadow, setting the tall grasses swaying in waves. Nara closed her eyes, allowing the breeze to caress her face, and asked, "O breeze, tell me what you have seen. How can we restore the balance to our forest?" The breeze, light and airy, encircled her, whispering secrets into her ears. "The balance you seek is found in unity," it said. "The forest must come together, each creature lending its strengths to the whole. Only through unity and understanding can the storm be calmed." With newfound determination, Nara returned to the heart of the forest. She called a gathering of all the creatures, from the smallest squirrel to the wise old fox. The forest was alive with their presence, the air thick with anticipation. Standing beneath the ancient oak, Nara shared the breeze's wisdom. "We must work together," she urged, "to prepare for the harsh winter that approaches. Each of us has a gift to offer, and together we can protect our home." The creatures listened, their hearts stirred by Nara's gentle wisdom. Inspired and united, they set to work. The birds flew in formation, scouting the land for resources. The squirrels gathered nuts and seeds, sharing their bounty with all. The beavers reinforced their lodges and helped build shelters for those in need. Even the great bears, preparing for their long slumber, offered their strength to move heavy logs and stones. As the days shortened and the air grew colder, the forest transformed into a haven of cooperation and care. The creatures, once bound only by proximity, became friends and allies, their bonds strengthening the fabric of their world. Winter arrived, draping the forest in a blanket of snow, but the storm that had threatened never came. Instead, the forest stood resilient, its heart beating strong and true. Nara, watching the snowflakes dance in the air, felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the balance had been restored, not just in nature, but in the hearts of all who dwelt within the forest. The lesson of unity and friendship would be passed down through the generations, whispered by the breeze and echoed by the ancient oak. As the forest settled into the quiet hush of winter, Nara lay beneath the oak, her eyes closing gently. The crackle of a distant fire and the warmth of companionship filled her dreams, and the forest slept, cradled in the arms of harmony. Story 25. In the heart of the ancient wormwood forest, where the trees whispered secrets to those who cared to listen, there existed a legend of a hidden realm known as the Glimmering Glen. This was not an ordinary place. It was said to dwell in the folds of reality, a sanctuary for creatures both wondrous and wise. To the people of the nearby village of Evermeadow, the glen was a tale to lull children to sleep, full of fanciful beings and shimmering lights. In that quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and the sparkling river loom, lived a young girl named Arya. With curls as dark as a raven's wing and eyes that reflected the color of storm-tossed seas, Arya was known for her adventurous spirit and insatiable curiosity. She was often found wandering the edges of the village, where the forest loomed with its enticing shadows and dappled sunlight. Arya's grandmother, wise and gentle, had told her many stories of the Glimmering Glen. Her favorite was about the Heartstone, a mystical gem said to possess the power to heal and bring peace to all who beheld it. It was hidden within the glen, guarded by the elusive creatures that dwelled there. The Heartstone, her grandmother would say, is not found by those who seek it for glory, but by those who seek with the heart. One crisp autumn morning, as the first leaves began to fall in a cascade of amber and gold, Arya decided to set out on her own journey into the wormwood forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant chirping of birds preparing for their flight south. She packed a small satchel with the essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's silver locket, which she always wore for luck. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of insects. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced upon the forest floor. Arya followed a narrow path that wound deeper into the woods, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. As she walked, Arya encountered the first of many unexpected companions, a small, timid rabbit with fur as white as snow. It hopped alongside her, its nose twitching inquisitively. Arya smiled, sensing that this creature, too, was drawn by the magic of the forest. She spoke to it softly, sharing her quest for the Glimmering Glen and the Heartstone. The path led Arya through thickets of brambles and across bubbling streams, each step bringing her closer to the unknown. As the day wore on and the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, she reached a clearing. Here, the forest opened up to reveal a meadow swathed in twilight's glow, where fireflies danced like tiny stars come to earth. In the center of this meadow stood a grand oak tree, its branches spreading wide as if to embrace the world. Beneath its boughs, the air shimmered with a peculiar luminescence. Arya felt a gentle tug at her heart, an inexplicable pull toward the tree. As she approached, the rabbit at her side hesitated, then darted back into the safety of the woods. Arya touched the bark of the oak, its surface warm and alive under her fingertips. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, and she felt a sensation of being drawn inward, as if the tree itself were a gateway. The world around her blurred, and for a moment she felt weightless, suspended in time and space. When her vision cleared, Arya found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever imagined. The glimmering glen was a world of ethereal beauty, where streams of light wove through the air like ribbons, and the grass beneath her feet was as soft as velvet. The sky above was a brilliant tapestry of colors, ever-changing and alive. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed the glen. There were luminescent deer with antlers that sparkled like crystal, birds with feathers that caught the light like prisms, and tiny sprites that flitted about, leaving trails of glittering dust in their wake. Arya felt a sense of awe and wonder, as if she had stepped into a dream. As she wandered through this magical realm, Arya encountered a wise old tortoise resting by a clear pond. Its shell was adorned with patterns of swirling colors, and its eyes held the depth of ages. The tortoise regarded her with a gentle curiosity, and spoke in a voice that was both deep and melodic, like the rumble of a distant storm. "Welcome, young traveler," the tortoise said. "What brings you to the glimmering glen?" Arya hesitated, then answered with honesty. "I seek the Heartstone," she said. "I wish to see its beauty and understand its power." The tortoise nodded slowly, a thoughtful expression on its ancient face. "The Heartstone is indeed a treasure, but it is not easily found. It requires more than courage to reach it. It requires understanding and the purity of heart." Arya listened intently, feeling the weight of the tortoise's words. She realized that her quest was not just about finding a magical gem, but about discovering something within herself. With newfound resolve, Arya continued her journey through the glen, guided by the tortoise's wisdom. Along the way, she befriended many creatures, a mischievous fox with a coat of fiery orange, a pair of playful otters that danced through the streams, and an owl whose golden eyes seemed to see into her very soul. Each encounter taught her something new about courage, kindness, and the importance of listening to the world around her. The creatures of the glen, in their own unique ways, shared their stories and wisdom, enriching Arya's understanding of the world and her place within it. Days passed, though time in the glen felt fluid and elusive. Arya's heart grew lighter with each step, her spirit buoyed by the friendships she forged and the lessons she learned. She felt a sense of belonging, as if she were part of something grand and eternal. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, Arya found herself drawn to a secluded grove where the air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers. In the center of the grove lay a small pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass, and there, nestled among the stones at the water's edge, was the Heartstone. The gem was unlike anything Arya had imagined. It glowed with a gentle, soothing light, its surface shifting through a spectrum of colors that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a heartbeat. As she gazed upon it, Arya felt a warmth spread through her chest, filling her with a profound sense of peace and clarity. In that moment, she understood that the Heartstone's true power lay not in its ability to heal the world, but in its ability to heal the heart. It was a reminder of the beauty and strength that existed within all living things, a beacon of hope and unity. Arya knelt beside the pool, her reflection mingling with the shimmering light of the Heartstone. She closed her eyes and offered a silent prayer of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken, for the friends she had made, and for the wisdom she had gained. When she opened her eyes, Arya knew it was time to return home. The glen had given her a gift far greater than she had dared to dream, a deeper understanding of herself and the interconnectedness of all things. With a gentle farewell to her new friends, Arya retraced her steps to the grand oak tree. The creatures of the glen gathered to see her off, their eyes shining with warmth and encouragement. The tortoise, with its wise gaze, spoke once more. "Remember, dear Arya, the lessons of the glen," it said. "Carry them with you always, and you shall find the Heartstone within your own heart." With a nod and a smile, Arya stepped into the embrace of the oak's branches. the world shifted once more, and she found herself standing in the familiar clearing of the wormwood forest. The sun had set, and the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the night sky. Arya made her way back to Evermeadow, her heart full of the magic and wonder of the glimmering glen. As she crossed the threshold of her home, her grandmother greeted her with open arms and a knowing smile. "Welcome back, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice as warm as a summer breeze. "I see the glen has touched your heart." Arya nodded, feeling the truth of her grandmother's words. She shared her tale, recounting her journey and the lessons she had learned. As she spoke, she realized that the Heartstone's light would guide her for the rest of her days, a beacon of hope and love. That night, as Arya lay in her bed, the stars outside her window seemed to shine a little brighter. She closed her eyes, her heart aglow with the light of the Heartstone, and drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that she carried the magic of the glimmering glen within her. And so, the legend of the glimmering glen and the Heartstone lived on, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the boundless power of the heart. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She had a curious mind and a heart full of wonder, always yearning to explore the secrets that nature held. One crisp autumn day, Willow ventured into the woods, as she often did, to gather fallen leaves for her collection. As she bent down to scoop up a particularly vibrant red leaf, something caught her eye, a glimmer of light peeking out from beneath the leaf litter. Brushing aside the fallen foliage, Willow gasped in delight. There, nestled in the earth, was a small glass orb, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Gently she picked it up, and as her fingers touched its smooth surface, a warm tingle spread through her body. Suddenly, a tiny voice whispered in her ear, "Ah, you found the orb of enchantment. Well done, young one." Willow spun around, but there was no one there. "Who said that?" she asked, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "Down here, dear," the voice chimed again, and Willow's gaze fell upon a tiny creature, a pixie, no bigger than her thumb, perched on a nearby toadstool. The pixie introduced herself as Zinnia and explained that the Orb of Enchantment was a powerful artifact capable of revealing the hidden magic in everyday objects. With a twinkle in her eye, she invited Willow on a quest to unlock the orb's secrets and discover the wonders that lay hidden all around them. Eager to embark on this extraordinary adventure, Willow agreed, and Zinnia became her guide through the enchanted forest. Their first stop was a towering oak tree, its branches reaching high into the sky. Zinnia instructed Willow to hold the orb up to the tree trunk, and as she did, the orb began to glow brighter. Suddenly, the bark seemed to twist and shift, revealing a hidden doorway carved into the wood. "The Tree of Whispers," Zinnia explained. "Step inside, and you'll hear the voices of those who have walked these woods before us." Willow hesitantly entered the tree, and sure enough, whispers filled her ears, the gentle rustling of leaves, the laughter of children long gone, and the tales of ancient creatures who once called this forest home. As they continued their journey, Willow and Zinnia encountered many more wonders revealed by the Orb of Enchantment. A babbling brook that sang like a choir of angels, a patch of wildflowers that danced to the rhythm of the wind, and a family of rabbits who spoke the language of the forest. Along the way, they were aided by other friendly creatures, each with their own unique personalities and talents. There was Bramble, a wise old badger whose tunnels led them to hidden glades. Zephyr, a mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking them from one adventure to the next, and Glimmer, a gentle firefly whose luminous glow guided them through the darkest parts of the forest. However, their quest was not without its challenges. At one point, they encountered a group of mischievous trolls who had stolen the Orb of Enchantment, intent on using its power for their own selfish games. Willow was tempted to confront the trolls head-on, but Zinnia cautioned her against such reckless action. "True magic comes not from force, but from wisdom and understanding," the pixie advised. Instead, they sought the counsel of the ancient oak sage, a revered tree spirit whose roots ran deep into the heart of the forest. The oak sage listened patiently to their plight and offered a solution. a riddle that, if solved, would reveal the troll's weakness and allow them to retrieve the orb without violence. With their minds sharp and their hearts open, Willow and her companions pondered the riddle, drawing upon the lessons they had learned from their adventures. And sure enough, the answer came to them, clear as a summer day. Armed with this newfound wisdom, they approached the trolls once more, and Willow recited the solution to the riddle. To their amazement, the trolls began to laugh, their mischievous spirits disarmed by Willow's cleverness. They returned the orb of enchantment, humbled and grateful for the lesson they had learned. As the sun set over the enchanted forest, Willow and her friends gathered around a crackling campfire, the orb of enchantment glowing softly in the flickering light. Zinnia looked upon Willow with pride, for the young girl had not only discovered the magic hidden in the world around her, but had also found the true magic within herself, the ability to face challenges with courage, compassion, and a thirst for knowledge. From that day on, Willow's life was forever changed. She carried the orb of enchantment with her always, using its powers to reveal the wonders that lay hidden in plain sight, and sharing its lessons with all who would listen. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she need only look to the enchanted forest and the dear friends who had guided her on this remarkable journey, for they had shown her that true magic lives in the hearts of those who seek it with wisdom and wonder. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a quaint village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finn. The village was a place where the sun seemed to shine a little softer, casting warm golden hues over cobblestone streets and ivy-covered cottages. Children played in the meadows, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of lavender and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. Finn was known throughout the village for his kind soul and curious nature. His days were spent exploring the fields and woods that bordered his home, always in search of something new and wondrous. The villagers would often see him wandering with a sketchbook in hand, capturing the beauty of a butterfly's dance or the intricate patterns of a spider's web. One brisk autumn afternoon, as leaves painted in hues of amber and scarlet fluttered to the ground, Finn ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was lit with dappled sunlight, and the air was crisp, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As he walked, he noticed a faint, shimmering light peeking through the dense foliage. Intrigued, Finn followed the glimmer until he stumbled upon a hidden glade, as enchanting as a scene from a storybook. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like the arms of a wise old guardian. Beneath the tree, nestled among a carpet of moss, lay a peculiar stone. It was unlike any Finn had ever seen, glowing softly with a pearlescent light that seemed to pulse gently, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Drawn to its beauty, Finn knelt beside the stone and reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, a warm sensation spread through him, as if he were being enveloped in a comforting embrace. The stone felt alive, vibrating softly, and as Finn sat there, he could almost hear a soft voice whispering through the rustle of leaves. The whispering grew clearer, forming words that only Finn could understand. "Guardian of the Glade," it seemed to say, "seeker of truth, protector of the light." Finn's heart swelled with a sense of purpose he had never felt before. He knew, deep within, that he had discovered something magical, something that was meant to be protected and cherished. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange, Finn reluctantly left the glade. He carried with him the stone, wrapped carefully in his scarf, its gentle glow peeking through the fabric. From that day forward, the stone became Finn's cherished secret, a magical companion that seemed to guide him on his adventures and whisper wisdom in moments of uncertainty. With the stone's guidance, Finn's explorations took on new meaning. He began to see the world with fresh eyes, noticing the intricate connections between all living things. He understood the importance of balance and harmony, and how even the smallest creature played a vital role in the grand tapestry of life. One day, as winter's chill began to creep into the air, Finn encountered a dilemma. A fierce storm had swept through the village, leaving the once clear brook clogged with fallen branches and debris. The water had stopped flowing, and the animals that relied on its life-giving stream were in distress. Determined to help, Finn sought the counsel of the stone. Kneeling by the brook, he closed his eyes and placed the stone upon his heart. A wave of warmth washed over him, and in the quiet of his mind, he heard the stone's gentle voice once more. Listen to the whispers of the water, follow the rhythm of the earth. Inspired, Finn began to clear the brook, his hands moving with a grace and surety he had never known. As he worked, he felt the presence of the forest around him, as if the trees and the stones were lending him their strength. Little by little, the water began to flow, its melody a joyous song of gratitude and renewal. The animals returned, their eyes filled with trust and appreciation for the boy who had restored their world. Finn watched as a family of otters played in the clear water, their laughter a symphony of happiness. His heart swelled with a sense of fulfillment, knowing he had made a difference. Word of Finn's deed spread through the village, and the once quiet boy became a beacon of inspiration. Villagers sought his guidance, and he shared the lessons he had learned from the stone, teaching them to listen to the subtle music of the world and to act with kindness and respect. As the seasons changed, the bond between Finn and the stone deepened. It was as if the stone had become a part of him, a constant source of strength and wisdom. Through its gentle guidance, Finn discovered the hidden wonders of the world and the limitless power of a compassionate heart. Years passed, and Finn grew into a wise young man, beloved by all who knew him. He became a guardian of the forest, a protector of its secrets, and a champion of its delicate balance. The village flourished under his watchful eye, a place of harmony and joy where people lived in tune with the natural world. One sunny spring morning, as Finn walked through his beloved forest, he felt the stone grow warm in his pocket. A familiar whisper filled the air. "It is time." Finn understood. He returned to the hidden glade and gently placed the stone back on the mossy ground beneath the ancient oak. The stone glowed brightly, its light a brilliant beacon of hope and renewal. Finn knew that it was time for the stone to share its magic with another. As he stood there, he felt a sense of peace wash over him, knowing that he had fulfilled his role as its guardian. From that day on, Finn continued to explore the world with a heart full of wonder and gratitude. Though the stone was no longer by his side, its wisdom lived on within him, guiding him on his journey and reminding him of the magic that existed in every corner of the earth. And so the story of Finn and the magical stone became a cherished tale in the village, a reminder of the power of kindness and the boundless beauty of the world. The villagers would gather by the fireplace on chilly nights, sharing the story with their children, passing down the legacy of the boy who listened to the whispers of the earth and found the magic within. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village would sleep soundly, knowing that the spirit of Finn and the wisdom of the stone watched over them, a gentle reminder of the wonders that awaited those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 28. I'm here to create a cozy bedtime story and not equipped to craft a story of exactly 4,000 words. However, let me spin a delightful tale for you that incorporates some of the elements you've mentioned. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering river, there existed an old legend. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the lunar lantern, a magical object said to hold the power of the moon itself. It was believed that whoever found the lantern could unlock the secrets of the hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of their everyday lives. On a crisp autumn evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a young girl named Marin sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, her eyes wide with wonder as her grandmother told tales of the lunar lantern. The warmth of the fire crackled gently, casting dancing shadows across the room. Marin's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity, for she longed to uncover the mysteries of the hidden world. As the story unfolded, Marin imagined the lantern's light streaming through the ancient trees, illuminating paths unseen by ordinary eyes. Her grandmother's voice was soothing, like the gentle rustle of leaves, and it filled the room with a comforting warmth. Marin listened intently, her imagination painting vivid pictures of enchanted forests and magical creatures. The following morning, Marin awoke with a newfound determination. She decided that she would embark on a journey to find the lunar lantern. The idea of adventure filled her with a sense of purpose, and she felt a gentle thrill coursing through her veins. With her heart set on the quest, she packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and a notebook to record her findings. As she stepped outside, the crisp air greeted her like an old friend. The village was just beginning to stir, with the gentle clinking of pots and pans, the scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the air, and the soft chatter of villagers starting their day. Marin set off towards the woods, her steps light and eager. The woods were a symphony of colors, with leaves of gold and crimson carpeting the forest floor. As Marin walked, the earthy scent of fallen leaves mingled with the cool, refreshing air. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground, and the gentle sound of a babbling brook provided a soothing melody to her journey. After some time, Marin paused by the brook to rest. She sipped her tea, savoring its warmth as it spread through her body, and listened to the birds singing their lilting tunes. It was in this moment of tranquility that she noticed something unusual, a faint silvery glow emanating from a cluster of bushes nearby. Curiosity piqued, Marin approached the glow with cautious steps. As she parted the branches, she gasped in awe. There, nestled amidst the leaves, was the lunar lantern. It was more beautiful than she had imagined, crafted from delicate silver filigree, with a soft, ethereal light pulsing steadily from within. Reverently, Marin reached out and touched the lantern. As her fingers brushed its surface, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she felt a connection to something ancient and powerful. The world around her seemed to shift and shimmer, and she realized with a start that she could see another realm overlaying her own. The hidden world was a wonder to behold. Enchanted creatures flitted about, leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake, and the trees seemed to hum with a life of their own. Marin marveled at the beauty of it all, her heart swelling with joy and gratitude for the magic that had been revealed to her. As she explored this hidden realm, Marin encountered a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes like amber. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, and Marin felt an instant kinship with the creature. They walked together, side by side, as the fox guided her deeper into the enchanted forest. Along the way, the fox shared its wisdom in soft, melodic tones. "The lantern's light can reveal great wonders," it said, "but true magic lies in the bonds we form and the kindness we share." Marin nodded, understanding that the journey was about more than just discovering hidden worlds. It was about forging connections and finding her place within them. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the forest, Marin and the fox arrived at a clearing. In the center stood an ancient tree with gnarled branches reaching towards the sky. The fox explained that this was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of the hidden world converged. Marin approached the tree, feeling the weight of the journey in her heart. She placed the lunar lantern at its base and watched as its light merged with the tree's energy, creating a radiant, harmonious glow that enveloped the clearing. In that moment, Marin understood that she had become a part of something greater, a guardian of the magic that connected all living things. The fox, sensing her realization, nuzzled against her side with affection. "Remember," it whispered, "the light within the lantern is a reflection of the light within you. Nurture it, and it will guide you always." With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Marin bid farewell to the hidden world. She journeyed back to Willowbrook, carrying the memories of her adventure and the lessons she had learned. As she stepped out of the enchanted forest, the veil between the worlds gently closed behind her, leaving her with a sense of peace and fulfillment. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Marin returned to her cozy cottage. Her grandmother was waiting by the fireplace, knitting a warm scarf. Marin joined her, sharing the tale of her journey and the wonders she had seen. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes reflecting the same light of the lantern. In the days that followed, Marin found joy in the simple moments of life, sharing laughter with friends, tending to her garden, and offering help to those in need. The magic of the hidden world remained with her, a gentle reminder of the bonds she had formed and the light she carried within. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by the shared stories of magic and friendship. As Marin grew, she became a cherished storyteller, passing down the tales of the lunar lantern to the next generation, ensuring that its light would continue to shine in the hearts of all who listened. And so, as the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, the village nestled in for the night, wrapped in the comforting embrace of dreams, friendship, and the ever-present magic of the hidden world. Story 29. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang gentle lullabies and the streams hummed sweetly, there sat a quaint little village named Moonshadow Hollow. The village was nestled beneath the protective embrace of a towering oak known as the Elder Tree, whose branches stretched across the sky like a guardian's arms. The villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that roamed the woods, from the fireflies that lit up the night with their golden glow to the fluttering whisperwings, tiny creatures with wings like lace that carried news from tree to tree. One crisp autumn evening, as the twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village square, usually bustling with the gentle chatter of its inhabitants, fell into a hush as a series of strange occurrences took place. The lanterns that lined the cobblestone paths flickered and dimmed, casting shadows that danced with a life of their own. The vibrant blooms that adorned the window boxes seemed to close their petals tightly, as if whispering secrets amongst themselves. Amidst this quiet commotion was Nora, a young girl with a heart full of curiosity and hair the color of chestnut leaves. Nora had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, a trait she inherited from her grandmother, who was known as the village's wise woman. As Nora watched the peculiar events unfold, she felt a gentle tug of intrigue, as if the mystery itself was beckoning her to uncover its secrets. Nora decided to seek the counsel of her dear friend and mentor, Old Wren, a wise creature who lived in the boughs of the elder tree. Old Wren was a feathered sage, an owl with eyes as deep and knowing as the midnight sky. He had guided many a villager with his gentle wisdom, and was known to possess knowledge of the ancient magics that flowed through the woods. As Nora ascended the winding staircase that spiraled up the trunk of the elder tree, she marveled at the intricate carvings etched into the bark, stories of the village's past told in swirling patterns and symbols. She reached the hollow where Old Wren resided, a cozy nook filled with the scent of pine and a soft, mossy bed where the wise owl often perched. "Old Wren," Nora began, her voice a soft whisper against the rustling leaves. "Something strange is happening in Moonshadow Hollow. The lights flicker, and the flowers seem to shy away from the world. Have you noticed it too?" Old Wren blinked slowly, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Ah, young Nora," he replied, his voice like the gentle rustle of autumn leaves. "The woods speak of a ripple in the harmony, a gentle disturbance seeking to be understood." Nora nodded, encouraged by the owl's calm demeanor. "What do you think it might be? How can we help?" Old Wren tilted his head thoughtfully. "The forest whispers of the night sprites, little beings of mischief and light. They mean no harm, but sometimes forget the balance they must keep. Perhaps they are behind these curious happenings." Nora's curiosity piqued. She had heard tales of the night sprites, tiny creatures woven from moonlight and stardust, known for their playful nature. "How can we find them? How can we set things right?" The wise owl fluttered his wings gently. "The sprites are drawn to melody and magic. You must seek them out with a song from the heart, one that echoes with understanding and kindness. Listen to the forest, and it will guide your way." With Old Wren's advice humming in her mind, Nora descended the elder tree and made her way through the village, gathering a small group of friends who shared her sense of wonder and adventure. Together, they ventured deeper into the whispering woods, where the path was lit by the soft glow of the fireflies. As they walked, Nora began to hum a tune her grandmother had often sung, a melody as sweet as honey and as gentle as a summer breeze. Her friends joined in, their voices harmonizing with the rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The song wove through the air, a tapestry of sound that seemed to wrap around the trees and dance along the streams. Suddenly, the woods came alive with a shimmering luminescence. Tiny figures began to emerge from the shadows, their forms flickering like candlelight. The night sprites appeared, their eyes wide with curiosity and their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. One of the sprites, a little braver than the rest, fluttered forward. "We heard your song," it chirped, its voice soft and musical. "Why do you seek us, children of the village?" Nora stepped forward, her heart full of warmth for these enchanting creatures. "We noticed the changes in our village, the dimming lights and the closing flowers. We wondered if you might be the cause." The night sprites exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "We did not mean to cause distress," the brave sprite admitted. "We were merely playing with the lanterns, weaving shadows for our own amusement." Nora smiled gently, understanding their playful nature. "Perhaps there is a way we can enjoy your company without disrupting the village. What if we create a special place for you to play, where your light can shine and your shadows can dance freely?" The sprites huddled together, whispering excitedly. Finally, the brave sprite nodded. "That would be delightful, a place just for us and our games." With the plan in motion, Nora and her friends worked with the sprites to create a small glen on the edge of the village, a sanctuary where the night sprites could play to their heart's content. They hung crystals from the trees, which caught the moonlight and sent rainbows dancing across the clearing. The villagers, delighted by the newfound harmony, often visited the glen to watch the sprites' enchanting displays. As the nights grew longer and the stars shone brighter, Moonshadow Hollow settled back into its peaceful rhythm. The villagers spoke of the wisdom found in understanding and the joy of friendship, lessons gently woven into the fabric of their lives. Nora, nestled under the branches of the elder tree, felt the warmth of the village's gratitude and the gentle presence of old Wren watching over them all. The mystery had brought them closer, reminding them of the bonds that tied them together and the magic that flowed through the whispering woods. And so, with the stars twinkling like diamonds in the velvet sky, Moonshadow Hollow drifted into a gentle slumber, the forest sighing a lullaby of peace and contentment. Story 30. On the outskirts of a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and shimmering blue lakes, there stood an old, moss-covered stone cottage. It was the sort of place that seemed to hum with secrets, its ivy-clad walls whispering tales of yore to the gentle breeze. Inside lived an elderly woman named Merida, whose hair was as silver as the moonlight that danced upon the low waters of the nearby brook. Merida was known in the village for her kindness and the curious collection of peculiar objects that filled her cozy home. Each item had its own story, and Merida was always happy to share them with anyone who cared to listen. But among all her treasures, there was one that was kept in a special place, a simple, unassuming teapot. This teapot, however, was anything but ordinary. It was said to brew not just tea, but also dreams, and whoever drank from it would find themselves transported on a journey of the heart. Few knew of its true power, for it was a secret passed down through generations, meant to be shared only with those in need of true discovery. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves carpeted the ground in shades of amber and gold, a young girl named Lily wandered into Merida's cottage. Lily had eyes like the deep forest and a heart as restless as the wind. She was searching for something, though she knew not what. The world around her was full of wonders she couldn't quite grasp, and she felt a yearning that could not be satisfied by the simple joys of her village life. Merida welcomed Lily with a warm smile and a pot of freshly brewed chamomile tea. They sat together by the crackling fire, the warmth wrapping around them like a soft quilt. As they sipped their tea, Merida listened to Lily's story, the story of a heart longing for adventure, of dreams that seemed just out of reach. Sensing the girl's need for guidance, Merida decided it was time to share the secret of the teapot. She invited Lily to join her in a special ritual, one that would open her heart to the whispers of the universe. With a gentle hand, Merida poured the enchanted tea into a delicate porcelain cup and handed it to Lily. As the fragrant steam curled into the air, Lily took a tentative sip, her eyes widening as a warmth spread through her being. The room around her began to shimmer and fade, like a watercolor painting caught in the rain. Lily found herself in a forest that seemed both familiar and fantastical, with trees that reached up to touch the stars and flowers that glowed with an inner light. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. As she wandered through this enchanted wood, Lily encountered a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. His feathers were the color of midnight, and his eyes twinkled with ageless wisdom. "Greetings, young seeker," the owl hooted softly. "What brings you to the heart of the forest?" Lily explained her longing for something more, her desire to find her place in the world. The owl listened intently, his head cocked to one side. "The answers you seek lie not in the world outside, but within," the owl counseled. "Listen to the quiet voice of your heart, for it knows the path you must walk." With a gentle nod, the owl took flight, leaving Lily to ponder his words. She continued her journey through the forest, her mind turning over the owl's advice like a river smoothing a stone. As dusk fell, the forest began to glow with the soft light of 1,000 fireflies. It was then that Lily encountered a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves. The fox had a playful glint in his eyes, and he danced around her with a grace that made Lily laugh. "Why so serious, little traveler?" the fox asked with a mischievous grin. "Life is a dance, and you must learn the steps." The fox's words were like a gentle breeze, teasing a smile from Lily. She realized that part of her journey was to embrace joy and to find delight in the simple wonders around her. With the fox as her guide, she learned to dance with the rhythm of the forest, feeling lighter and more alive than she had ever felt before. As the moon rose high in the sky, Lily found herself back at the edge of the forest, the path leading her home. But she was not the same girl who had entered. She carried with her the wisdom of the owl and the joy of the fox, their lessons woven into the fabric of her being. Back in Merida's cottage, Lily awoke from her dreamlike journey, the teacup still warm in her hands. She glanced at Merida, whose eyes twinkled with understanding. "Thank you," Lily whispered, her heart full of gratitude. Merida simply nodded. "Remember, dear one, the magic is within you. Trust in yourself, and you will always find your way." With a heart full of newfound wisdom and joy, Lily left the cottage. She walked through the village, the world now painted with colors she had never noticed before. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and that she held the key to discovering the extraordinary within the ordinary. And so, in the quiet moments of her life, Lily would often return to the old stone cottage to share her adventures with Merida, always greeted by the warmth of friendship and the comforting aroma of a freshly brewed pot of enchanted tea. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves, nestled a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was known far and wide for its picturesque landscapes and the kindness of its inhabitants. But what truly set Willowbrook apart was the enchanting aura that seemed to envelop it, a soft, shimmering magic that danced through the air and made the village feel like a secret haven. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of orange and pink, a peculiar series of events began to unfold. It started with the village's bell tower, a majestic structure that stood proudly in the village square. Every evening at precisely 6 o'clock, the bells would toll, sending their melodic chimes echoing through the valley. But on this particular evening, the bells remained silent. The villagers gathered in the square, puzzled and murmuring among themselves. Little ones clung to their mothers' skirts, eyes wide with curiosity. The elder of the village, a kindly man named Oswin, stepped forward, his white beard glinting in the fading light. "Fear not," he said in his gentle, calming voice. "I am certain there is a logical explanation." Among the crowd was a young girl named Leora, known for her inquisitive nature and sharp eye for detail. Her chestnut hair was tied back with a ribbon, and her bright eyes sparkled with determination. She had always been fascinated by the workings of the village and loved nothing more than solving a good mystery. Deciding that this was her moment to shine, Leora approached Oswin. "May I have your blessing to investigate, Elder Oswin?" she asked earnestly. With a twinkle in his eye, Oswin nodded. "Of course, Leora. I trust you'll approach this mystery with care and diligence." With that, Leora set off, her mind buzzing with possibilities. Her first stop was the bell tower itself. The old wooden door creaked open as she stepped inside, greeted by the familiar scent of aged timber and the faint echo of past chimes. She climbed the spiral staircase, her footsteps echoing softly in the quiet. At the top, she found the great bronze bells, still and silent. Leora examined them closely, but found nothing amiss. As she pondered, a fluttering sound caught her attention. Turning, she saw a small creature, a sprite with shimmering wings like those of a dragonfly, hovering near the window. "Hello there," Leora said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. "Do you know anything about the bells?" The sprite tilted its head, its eyes glinting with intelligence. "The bells are quiet," it chimed in a voice like tinkling glass. "But I sense something unusual in the air." Intrigued, Leora asked, "Could you help me find out what it is?" The sprite nodded eagerly and flitted around her head, leaving a trail of sparkling dust. "Follow me," it sang, and with that, it darted out the window. Leora hurried down the stairs and out into the crisp evening air. The sprite led her through the village and into the woods, where the trees whispered secrets to each other in the cool breeze. They soon arrived at a clearing where the ground was covered in a carpet of golden leaves. In the center of the clearing stood a curious sight, a circle of mushrooms, glowing softly in the twilight. Leora knelt to examine them, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from the circle. It was then she noticed something extraordinary. The mushrooms formed a perfect circle, and within it the ground seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. The sprite landed on her shoulder, whispering, "This is a fairy ring, a doorway to the magical realm. Sometimes the balance between our worlds shifts, and things are not as they seem." Realization dawned on Leora. Could this be why the bells were silent? Perhaps the magic of the ring has affected them. The sprite nodded. "To set things right, you must find the source of the disturbance." Leora thought for a moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then, with a spark of insight, she remembered the stories Oswin used to tell. The tales of a wise old owl who lived in the ancient oak at the edge of the village, known for her deep wisdom and knowledge of all things magical. "Will you take me to the owl?" Leora asked the sprite, who nodded and led the way. As they approached the towering oak, Leora felt a sense of awe and reverence. Perched on a branch high above was the owl, her feathers gleaming silver in the moonlight. Her eyes, like twin pools of wisdom, regarded Leora intently. "Wise owl," Leora called softly, "I seek your guidance. The village bells have fallen silent, and I've discovered a fairy ring that seems to be the cause." The owl blinked slowly, then spoke in a voice as smooth as silk. "Ah, indeed. The magic of the ring has intertwined with the bells. To restore harmony, you must find the heart of the ring and offer a token of peace." Leora thanked the owl and returned to the clearing with the sprite. Kneeling once more by the fairy ring, she searched her pockets for something meaningful. Her fingers closed around a small, hand-carved wooden bird, a gift from her grandmother. She placed it gently in the center of the ring. As she did, the air around her shimmered, and the ring began to glow brighter. A soft, musical hum filled the clearing, and Leora felt a warm breeze ruffle her hair. The sprite danced joyfully, and Leora knew the balance had been restored. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora made her way back to the village. As she reached the square, the bells began to toll, their sound rich and harmonious, resonating through the night. The villagers gathered once more, their faces alight with joy and relief. Oswin approached Leora, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Leora. Your curiosity and kindness have brought peace back to Willowbrook." Leora smiled, feeling a deep sense of contentment. As the bells continued to ring, she knew that the world was a little more magical, a little more connected, thanks to her small but significant journey. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into the comfort of the evening, the strange occurrences explained, and peace restored. The gentle magic of the whispering woods embraced the village once more, and all was well. As the stars twinkled above, Leora drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of new adventures and the wonders yet to be discovered. Story 32. In the heart of a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered jewels across a velvet sky, there existed a small planet known as Luminara. Luminara was a place of eternal twilight, where the sky was a perpetual canvas of indigo and gold, and luminescent flora bathed the landscape in a gentle, phosphorescent glow. It was here that the gentle, soft-spoken Clara, a being of light and harmony, made her home. Clara belonged to a race known as the Luminarians, beings whose very essence was intertwined with the ambient light of their world. Her skin glowed softly with each gentle breath, and her presence exuded a warmth that comforted all who came near. Her days were filled with tending to the luminous gardens and singing songs that harmonized with the hum of the universe, creating a symphony that resonated through the crystalline air. One day, as Clara was tending to the radiant flowers of her garden, a curious object streaked across the sky, trailing a fiery tail before coming to rest in a neighboring field with a gentle thud. Intrigued, Clara floated over to investigate, her curiosity piqued by the unexpected visitor. As she approached the site, she found not a mere object, but a vessel, small and round, crafted from a material unfamiliar to her. The door of the vessel slid open with a soft whoosh, revealing a curious figure. It was a creature unlike any Clara had seen before, covered in scales that shimmered with an array of colors, eyes wide and curious, and a tail that flicked nervously from side to side. The creature stepped out cautiously, blinking against the soft glow of Luminara. "Hello," Clara greeted, her voice as soothing as the gentle breeze that whispered through the trees. The creature startled slightly, but then offered a tentative smile. "Hello," it replied, its voice carrying the slight rasp of an unfamiliar dialect. "I am Zephyr, from the water world of Thalassa." As introductions were exchanged, Clara learned that Zephyr, an aquatic being from a world of endless oceans, had been exploring the galaxy in search of new experiences and knowledge. However, his ship had malfunctioned, leading him to this unforeseen detour on Luminara. Despite their differences, Clara and Zephyr found themselves drawn to one another. Clara was fascinated by Zephyr's tales of vast oceans and the creatures that danced beneath the waves, while Zephyr was captivated by the serene beauty and light-filled harmony of Luminara. However, their friendship did not form without its share of misunderstandings. Zephyr, accustomed to the fluid communication of his own kind, sometimes found Clara's gentle, luminescent expressions difficult to interpret. Similarly, Clara was initially bewildered by Zephyr's need for frequent contact with water and his tendency to become restless without it. One evening, as the two friends sat beneath the twinkling canopy of stars, Clara noticed Zephyr's scales beginning to dull. She realized that Zephyr needed more than just companionship. He needed the revitalizing touch of water. With a gentle smile, Clara led Zephyr to a hidden glade where a crystal-clear pool lay nestled amidst the glowing flora. As Zephyr submerged himself, his scales brightened, reflecting the light of the surrounding plants in a dazzling array of colors. "Thank you, Clara," he said, emerging from the water with renewed vitality. "Your kindness knows no bounds." Clara simply smiled, her heart warmed by the appreciation in Zephyr's eyes. "We are friends, Zephyr. We care for each other." Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. When a sudden storm threatened to extinguish the light of Luminara, Clara and Zephyr worked together to shield the delicate flora, combining their unique abilities to preserve the fragile beauty of the planet. Clara's luminescence provided a guiding light, while Zephyr's water manipulation skills diverted the storm's path. In these shared moments of trial and triumph, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended differences, rooted in understanding and mutual respect. As the days turned into weeks, Zephyr's ship was finally repaired, ready to take him back to the oceans of Thalassa. Yet, as he prepared to depart, a part of him ached at the thought of leaving Luminara and his newfound friend. "Must you go?" Clara asked softly, her light flickering with a hint of melancholy. Zephyr hesitated, his heart torn between the call of his home and the bond he had formed on this luminous world. "I will return," he promised, eyes shimmering with sincerity. "For you, Clara, have shown me the beauty of a light-filled heart." With that promise, Zephyr's vessel lifted gently into the twilight sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Clara watched until the starship was but a distant glimmer, a smile gracing her lips. And thus, in the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered that true friendship was a light that could bridge even the greatest of distances, a light that would guide them back to one another, no matter how far apart they roamed. Story 33. Once upon a time, In a quaint village nestled at the foot of whispering mountains, there lived a young woman named Amara. Her home was among the patchwork of charming thatched cottages, each with its own garden brimming with wildflowers that danced in the breeze. The village was a place where the sun's first light kissed the cobblestones with warmth, and the evening twilight painted the skies with hues of lavender and rose. Amara, with her flowing auburn hair and eyes as deep as the forest pools, was known for her gentle spirit and tender heart. Yet, she often felt like a fragile leaf caught in the swirl of the changing seasons. Change was a specter that loomed over her, an unpredictable force that she found both intriguing and frightening. She longed for the comfort of familiarity, but felt the pull of something greater, something unknown. One crisp autumn afternoon, while the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Amara ventured into the nearby forest. The path was lined with ancient trees, their branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The forest was a place of magic, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams, and the sound of rustling leaves created a symphony of nature's whispers. As Amara wandered deeper, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood a magnificent tree, unlike any other in the forest. Its trunk was wide and twisted, with a bark that shimmered in the shifting light, and its leaves glowed with an ethereal blue hue. It was as if the tree held the secrets of the universe in its boughs. Curiosity stirred within her, and she approached the tree, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from its core. As she reached out to touch its bark, she was enveloped in a soft, luminescent glow. Suddenly, the forest around her seemed to come alive with a quiet magic. The air sparkled with tiny motes of light, and the leaves began to murmur stories of old. From behind the tree emerged a small creature, a fox with a coat as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes that twinkled with age-old wisdom. "Greetings, Amara," the fox spoke, its voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "I am Lila, guardian of this sacred glade. You have been drawn here for a reason. The tree senses your struggle with change." Amara, though astonished by the speaking fox, felt an inexplicable comfort in Lyra's presence. "I don't understand," she confessed. "I feel an inner pull, yet I am afraid of what lies ahead." Lyra nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "Change can be daunting, but it is a part of life's natural rhythm. This tree holds a magic that mirrors your inner growth. It can guide you, but you must be willing to embrace the journey." With a flutter of hope in her heart, Amara agreed. Lyra instructed her to sit beneath the tree and close her eyes. As she did, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her body, and her mind was filled with visions of her life. She saw moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and tribulation, all woven together like a rich tapestry. In this dreamlike state, Amara encountered various figures who had touched her life: her wise grandmother, who taught her the art of storytelling, her childhood friend, who shared endless laughter, and even a traveler who once spoke of lands beyond the mountains. Each memory was a thread of her being, a piece of a larger puzzle. Through these visions, Amara began to see the beauty in her own transformation. She realized that change was not something to embrace as a means of becoming more fully herself. It was a dance, a delicate balance of holding on and letting go, of roots and wings. When she opened her eyes, the forest was bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and promise. Lyra, still by her side, looked at her with a knowing smile. "You have seen the truth within you, Amara. Remember, the journey of growth is continuous, like the flowing river or the turning of the seasons." Amara stood, feeling a newfound strength and serenity. She thanked Lyra for her guidance and promised to return to the glade whenever she needed clarity. As she made her way back to the village, the world seemed more vibrant, the colors more vivid, and the sounds more harmonious. She carried with her the lessons learned from the magical tree and the wise fox, knowing that change was a gift of life's endless possibilities. In the days that followed, Amara embraced her transformation with grace. She became a beacon of light for others, sharing her tales of the enchanted forest and the wonders of personal growth. Her village, once just a place of comfort, became a canvas for her newfound creativity and courage. And so, under the gentle watch of the whispering mountains and the eternal dance of the seasons, Amara's story of magical transformation and personal discovery unfolded, leaving a legacy of wisdom and kindness for generations to come. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood, its shimmering leaves a testament to the enduring beauty of change. Story 34. In a small, hidden village known as Willowglen, where gentle hills met the edge of an enchanted forest, there was a quaint cottage with a roof of moss and windows that twinkled like stars. Inside, a young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother, Nana Lila, who was known far and wide for her wisdom and her knack for soothing any trouble with a simple smile. The villagers of Willowglen enjoyed a peaceful life, with the forest providing them with all they needed. The trees whispered ancient secrets, the streams sang lullabies, and magical creatures flitted about like living dreams. However, as the harvest moon rose one autumn evening, an unusual occurrence began to puzzle the village. Every morning, the villagers awoke to find curious symbols etched into the ground. These symbols glowed faintly in the early morning mist, forming intricate patterns that no one could understand. The symbols appeared in the fields, along the forest's edge, and even by the doorsteps of the cottages. While they were beautiful, they were also mysterious, and the villagers hoped to solve this enigma before the symbols brought about any misfortune. Clara, with her curious nature and thoughtful eyes, was particularly intrigued by the mystery. She spent her days wandering the village and the fringes of the forest, hoping to uncover the meaning behind the magical markings. Nana Lila, with her silver hair and warm embrace, encouraged Clara's curiosity, reminding her that sometimes the answers lie in the most unexpected places. One crisp morning, as the golden sunlight filtered through the trees, Clara decided to seek the wisdom of an old friend, the gentle owl named Oscar. Oscar lived in the hollow of an ancient oak tree that stood proudly at the heart of the forest. His feathers were as soft as the evening mist, and his eyes held the knowledge of 1,000 stories. "Ah, Clara," Oscar hooted softly as Clara approached. "I sensed you might visit today. Sit with me and share what troubles your mind." Clara settled on a soft patch of moss, and with a sigh she told Oscar about the mysterious symbols. The owl listened intently, occasionally nodding his head as if he understood more than he let on. "These symbols," Oscar mused, "are indeed a puzzle. But puzzles are like stories, Clara. They unfold when we listen closely and look beyond the obvious." Clara pondered Oscar's words, her mind turning over the possibilities. "But how can we listen to the symbols, Oscar?" she asked. Oscar fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is not the symbols you must listen to, but the forest itself. The answers might be whispered in its rustling leaves or sung by its brooks." Inspired by Oscar's advice, Clara decided to explore the forest with an open heart and a listening ear. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the world around her seemed to hum with life. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the soft murmur of the brook accompanied her footsteps. As she walked, Clara noticed small, shimmering creatures darting between the trees. They were the flitterlights, known for their playful nature and their ability to guide those who were lost or seeking something important. The flitterlights seemed to sense Clara's purpose, and with a twinkle, they beckoned her to follow. Clara giggled, feeling a lightness in her heart as she trailed the glowing creatures. They led her to a secluded glade, where the air was filled with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. In the center of the glade stood a circle of ancient stones, and on each stone was a symbol similar to those found in the village. However, here they pulsed gently with a warm, inviting glow. As Clara approached, she felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if the stones were welcoming an old friend. She reached out to touch one, and as her fingers brushed its surface, a gentle voice resonated in her mind. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the voice intoned. "We are the keepers, guardians of the balance between the forest and the village. The symbols are our way of communicating, seeking aid to restore harmony." Clara listened, her heart filled with wonder. "What has disturbed the harmony?" she asked softly. The keepers explained that a change in the seasons had caused a shift in the land's energies, and they needed the villagers' help to plant new seeds and tend to the forest's needs. The symbols were a call for unity, a reminder that the forest and the village were intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree. With newfound clarity, Clara thanked the keepers and promised to share their message with the villagers. As she made her way back home, the flitter lights twirled around her, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. Back in the village, Clara gathered everyone in the town square, her voice filled with excitement and assurance. She explained the message of the keepers, and as the villagers listened, they felt a sense of purpose ignite within them. Together, they worked alongside the forest's magical creatures, planting seeds and nurturing the land. As they toiled, laughter and songs filled the air, echoing through the trees and binding the community even closer. As the days passed, the symbols gradually faded, their glow replaced by the vibrant green of new growth. The forest thrived, and with it, the village flourished, strengthened by the bond they had renewed. One evening, as Clara sat by the crackling fireplace with Nana Lila, she reflected on all that had transpired. Nana Lila, with a twinkle in her eye, said softly, "You see, my dear, sometimes the greatest mysteries lead us to the simplest truths. We are all connected, like threads in a beautiful tapestry." Clara nodded, her heart warm with the knowledge that she had been part of something truly magical. As she drifted to sleep, the gentle rustling of the forest outside her window lulled her into dreams of unity and peace, knowing that the village and the forest would forever remain in harmony. Story 35. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there stood a curious little shop known as Whispering Treasures. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and wooden sign creaking softly in the breeze, was filled with all manner of peculiar items, each with a story to tell and a secret to share. Among the trinkets was a dusty old compass, its needle quivering excitedly as though it sensed adventures yet to unfold. The compass lay hidden beneath a stack of maps, its brass casing dull from years of forgetfulness. No one paid it much mind until one chilly autumn afternoon when a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop, seeking shelter from the brisk winds. Lila, with her bright eyes and a heart full of wonder, was drawn to the compass like a moth to a gentle flame. As she picked it up, a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the compass welcomed her touch. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a twinkle in his eye, noticed her interest and leaned in closer. "Ah, you've found the heart's compass," he said, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "They say it points to whatever your heart truly seeks." Intrigued, Lila decided to take the compass home, her mind abuzz with possibilities. That night, as the village lay wrapped in a blanket of stars, Lila sat by the window, the compass cradled in her hands. Slowly, its needle began to spin, faster and faster, until it finally settled, pointing toward the North Star. Curiosity tugged at Lila's heart, and she resolved to follow where the compass led. The next morning, with a small satchel packed in a brave heart, she set off on her journey. Her path wound through the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to lean closer, eager to overhear her thoughts. In the forest, Lila encountered a wise old owl named Orin. With feathers like moonlight and eyes like polished amber, Orin perched on a gnarled branch and hooted softly. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" "I'm following the compass," Lila replied, showing Orin the magical device. "It points to what I truly seek, but I'm not yet sure what that is." Orin nodded sagely. "Sometimes it's the journey, not the destination, that reveals our heart's desires. Perhaps I can accompany you for a while." With Orin by her side, Lila felt a newfound sense of courage. They continued through the forest, sharing stories and laughter, until they reached the banks of the serene Lake Lullaby. The water mirrored the sky, a perfect canvas of blue and gold. Here they met Finn, a gentle fox with a coat like russet autumn leaves. Finn was a creature of the lake, known for his cleverness and playful spirit. He approached with a friendly wag of his tail. "Greetings, travelers. What brings you to our lake?" Lila explained her quest, and Finn's eyes sparkled with interest. "A compass that leads to the heart's desire? How fascinating. I shall join you, for I believe the lake holds secrets yet uncovered." Together, the trio ventured onward, each step resonating with the soft crunch of leaves beneath their feet. The compass guided them to a clearing where the sun spilled its golden light like honey, and in the center stood an ancient stone with intricate carvings. Lila approached the stone, tracing her fingers over the symbols. Suddenly the compass glowed warmly, and the needle quivered with anticipation. The stone began to hum softly, resonating with a melody that sang directly to Lila's heart. In that moment, Lila understood. It wasn't a place she sought, but a feeling, a sense of belonging and friendship. She realized the compass had led her not just to this place, but to Orin and Finn, and to the understanding that her heart's true desire was the companionship and joy she found in their company. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila, Orin, and Finn sat together by the tranquil lake. They watched as fireflies began to dance in the twilight, their gentle glow a reminder of the light within each of them. Lila held the compass close, no longer needing it to find her way, for she had discovered that the journey itself was her treasure. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit at peace, she knew she could always find her way back to the happiness she'd uncovered. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Lila drifted into a gentle slumber, surrounded by her dear friends, the compass now resting quietly by her side. The night embraced them in a cocoon of serenity, whispering promises of more adventures to come. Story 36. In the far reaches of a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in the velvet night, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Luminaris. Known for its lush, bioluminescent forests and shimmering azure lakes, Luminaris was a beacon of tranquility amidst the cosmic chaos. It was here that two unlikely companions would embark on a journey that would forever change their lives. From the arid planet of Zephyra came Thalos, a tall, slender being with skin that shimmered like polished copper under the sunlight. Zephyrians were known for their logical minds and an uncanny ability to harness the winds that swept across their desert home. Thalos, however, was different. He longed for more than just the predictable patterns of the Zephyrian gales. He craved adventure, a chance to explore the unknown. Meanwhile, from the watery world of Aquilara came Sapphira, a graceful creature with iridescent scales that glinted with every hue of the ocean. Aquilarans were gentle and intuitive, their society built around the rhythmic ebb and flow of their vast seas. Sapphira was a curious soul, often found exploring the coral caverns and listening to the whispers of the tides. Her heart yearned for stories beyond the waves, tales of distant stars and uncharted lands. Fate, in its mysterious wisdom, brought Thalos and Sapphira together on Luminaris, each seeking the renowned Festival of Luminance, a celebration of unity and understanding among the stars. It was said that during the festival, the skies of Luminaris would bloom with colors unseen, a dance of lights that connected the hearts of all who witnessed it. Their first meeting, however, was far from harmonious. Thalos, accustomed to the dry, predictable climate of Zephyra, was baffled by Luminaris's ever-changing weather patterns. The vibrant flora and fauna seemed to pulse with a life of their own, disorienting his usually sharp senses. Sapphira, on the other hand, found the land's solidity unnerving, missing the comforting sway of Aquilara's currents. Their initial interaction was a comedy of errors. Thalos, trying to navigate through a dense grove, accidentally sent a gust of wind that rustled the canopy, startling Sapphira, who was admiring the forest's glow. She let out a melodic trill of surprise, her scales flashing a brilliant turquoise, a sign of unease among her kind. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry," Thalos stammered, his voice carrying the gentle rustle of a breeze. His Zephyrian accent was musical yet unfamiliar to Sapphira. Sapphira, calming her shimmering scales, replied with a voice like the lapping of waves, "No harm done. I was just taken aback." Their words, though earnest, were clumsy, like dancers unsure of the steps. Yet beneath the initial awkwardness, a spark of curiosity flickered. They were different, yes, but perhaps that was not so bad. As the festival approached, Luminaris presented its first challenge. A sudden tempest, rare and formidable, descended upon the festival grounds. The vibrant forest groaned under the weight of the storm, and the azure lakes churned with a restless energy. Thalos and Sapphira found themselves seeking shelter in a quaint, moss-covered grotto at the edge of the festival's heart. The cozy space glowed with a gentle luminescence, casting a warm, soothing light. It was here, amidst the patter of rain and the distant rumble of thunder, that they began to truly see one another. "Your world must be so different," Thalos mused, his coppery skin reflecting the grotto's glow. He was fascinated by the way Saphira's scales seemed to echo the storm's mood, shifting from deep-sea green to the calm blue of a serene lagoon. "It is," Saphira nodded, her voice a soothing balm. "And yours? Tell me of the winds you command." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of their homes, their cultures, and their dreams. Thalos spoke of Zephyra's endless dunes and the freedom of soaring through the sky, while Saphira described the colorful coral cities beneath Aquilara's waves and the songs of the sea. Through their tales, they found common ground. Both yearned for connection, for understanding beyond the bounds of their worlds. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a growing respect and admiration. When the storm finally passed, leaving the festival grounds glistening with fresh rain, Thalos and Saphira emerged from their sanctuary with a newfound bond. They decided to explore the festival together, their differences now a source of strength rather than division. As they wandered through the vibrant tapestry of stalls and performances, they faced new challenges. A Zephyrian acrobat's dazzling display of wind manipulation was abruptly halted by a malfunctioning device. Thalos, with his innate control over the air, stepped in to stabilize the winds, earning the gratitude of the performers. Saphira, too, found her moment of contribution. A luminarian artist, using light-infused water to create ethereal paintings, was struggling with the balance of colors. With a gentle touch, Saphira adjusted the flow, allowing the hues to blend harmoniously, much like the shifting tides of her home. Throughout these moments, Thalos and Saphira supported one another, their friendship growing stronger with each shared experience. They learned to communicate beyond words, understanding the subtle cues and rhythms of each other's worlds. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the festival, the much-anticipated dance of lights began. The skies above Luminaris transformed into a breathtaking canvas, swirling with colors that defied description. It was a celebration of unity, a reminder that differences could create beauty beyond imagination. Standing side by side, Thalos and Saphira watched in awe. The lights seemed to echo their journey, a symphony of color and harmony that mirrored their own unlikely friendship. In that moment, they understood the true meaning of the festival. It was not just about the lights or the celebration, but about the connections forged, the understanding gained, and the beauty found in diversity. As the final colors faded from the sky, leaving behind a tranquil night, Thalos and Saphira knew their paths would soon diverge. Yet, they also knew that the bond they had formed would endure, a testament to the power of friendship and the wonders of the universe. With a gentle breeze and a whisper of the tide, they promised to meet again, somewhere among the stars. And as they parted, each carried with them the warmth of the other, a light that would guide them through the vastness of space. In the end, they had discovered much more than a festival. They had discovered each other, and in doing so, had found a friendship that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. The story of Thalos and Saphira would be told for generations, a tale of unlikely companions who, through wisdom and understanding, illuminated the galaxy with their shared journey. Story 37. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, a peculiar sort of magic hung in the air like morning mist. It was the kind that crept into the ordinary and made the extraordinary seem almost commonplace. One crisp autumn evening, young Willow was gathering firewood in the forest when she noticed something amiss. The mushroom ring where she often played had grown unnaturally large overnight, encircling an area big enough for several children to dance within. Willow hurried home, her basket only half full, to share this strange occurrence with her grandmother. Granny Willow's eyes twinkled as she listened. "Ah, the forest frolics do have a way of making themselves known," she chuckled. "We best keep an eye out for more oddities." Sure enough, over the next few days, other villagers reported perplexing events. Old Mr. Piper found his garden tools neatly arranged in the shed each morning, though he was certain he'd left them scattered about. The baker's prized sourdough starter began rising at unnatural speeds, filling the shop with a yeasty aroma by dawn, and the village's beloved ancient oak tree seemed to glimmer in the moonlight, its leaves shimmering like stardust. At the center of this gentle chaos was Willow, whose youthful curiosity and keen observational skills made her determined to unravel the mystery. With Granny's encouragement, she began keeping a log of each strange happening. One misty morning, as Willow wandered the woods in search of clues, she came upon a most extraordinary sight. A tiny, glowing figure darted between the ferns, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in its wake. Willow followed at a respectful distance until the creature paused beside a hollow log. "Excuse me," Willow whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "Can you help me understand what's happening in our village?" The glowing figure turned, revealing itself to be an impish creature no taller than Willow's hand. It blinked its wide eyes and let out a tinkling laugh. "Why, the forest is simply putting on its annual show, little one," the imp replied. "Don't you know this is the season of revelries, when the veil between our realms grows thin?" Willow shook her head in amazement. She'd always sensed the magic around her village, but had never imagined an entire hidden world existed alongside theirs. "Please, tell me more," she implored the imp. And so the imp obliged, revealing how every autumn the forest sprites and their kin emerged from their secret glades to spread joyful enchantments. The mushroom rings served as their woodland dance floors. Tools were tidied by diligent brownies. The oak tree's glimmering leaves heralded the arrival of dryadkin, and any excess magic spilled forth into the rising bread dough. As comprehension dawned, Willow's eyes shone with delight. She thanked the imp profusely for enlightening her, promising to share the wondrous tale with the village. From that day on, the strange occurrences were regarded not with confusion, but with enchanted reverence. The villagers anticipated each quirky sign of the seasonal sprites and celebrated their mystical presence with feasts, songs, and stories by the fireside. And at the heart of those merry gatherings was Willow, forever regaling the children with the tale of how she uncovered the joyful secrets of the forest's enchanted autumn revelries. Story 38. In the heart of the luminous nebula of wonders, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay the bustling intergalactic bazaar of Luthoria. Known for its vibrant tapestry of cultures and aromas, it was a place where beings from countless worlds gathered to trade, celebrate, and share stories. On any given day, melodies from alien instruments wove through the air, blending with the scents of exotic spices and flowers from distant planets. Among the bustling crowd, a small, curious creature from the tranquil planet of Aloria wandered through the market. Her name was Nira, and she resembled a delicate blend of a fox and a butterfly, with shimmering wings that glowed softly in the dim light. Her fur was a cascade of silvery hues, and her eyes were as deep and blue as the calm oceans of her home world. Nira had come to Luthoria in search of rare seeds that could bring new colors to her planet's lush gardens. As she fluttered through the throng, she inadvertently brushed against a tall, imposing figure. The figure turned, revealing a towering being encased in sleek metallic armor. This was Crag, a warrior from the harsh, desert world of Tyrannus. His people, the Tyrannians, were known for their strength and resilience. Crag's armor bore the marks of many battles, and his eyes, hidden beneath a visor, glowed with the intensity of molten gold. Startled by the unexpected contact, Nira stammered an apology. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you." Crag's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "No harm done, little one. Just watch where you're going." It was an innocent exchange, but it lingered in both their minds as they continued their exploration of the bazaar. For Nira, it was the first time she had encountered someone so different from herself, and she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Crag than his imposing exterior. For Crag, the brief encounter had been a reminder of the gentler aspects of the universe he often overlooked in his life as a warrior. As the day wore on, the bazaar began to close, and the once vibrant stalls were replaced by the quiet hum of preparations for the night. Nira found herself drawn to a secluded corner where a lone vendor was packing up his wares. She approached, her wings catching the last rays of the setting sun. "Excuse me," she said softly. "Do you have any Alorian moonflower seeds?" The vendor, a kindly old Valorian with skin like polished wood, nodded. "Ah, seeking the colors of the night, are you? I have just what you need." As Nira completed her purchase, she noticed Crag nearby, watching the exchange with a curious expression. Emboldened by her earlier encounter and feeling a sense of kinship, she decided to approach him. "Hello again," she said, her voice warm and inviting. "Did you find what you were looking for today?" Crag hesitated, his voice a low rumble. "Not exactly. I was hoping to find a rare mineral that can only be found here, but it seems I've come too late." Nira's heart went out to him. "Perhaps I can help. I learned from the vendor there's a hidden stall deep in the bazaar that might have what you seek." And so an unlikely partnership was forged. Nira led Crag through the winding alleys of the bazaar, her delicate wings shimmering in the twilight. Crag followed, his heavy footsteps a steady rhythm behind her. They navigated through narrow passages filled with glowing orbs and whispering winds, each step bringing them closer to their destination. As they walked, Nira's curiosity got the better of her. "Crag, if you don't mind my asking, what do you need the mineral for?" Crag paused, considering his response. "On Tyrannus, the sands are harsh and unforgiving. The mineral can help us harness the energy of the sun to create oases in the desert. It's a chance for my people to thrive." Nira's eyes widened with admiration. "That's a noble cause. I'm glad I can help, even in a small way." Crag was touched by her sincerity. "Thank you, Nira. Your kindness means more than you know." Their journey led them to a hidden corner of the bazaar where a small, unassuming stall displayed an array of shimmering minerals. The vendor, a wizened Ephorian, greeted them with a toothless smile. "Ah, travelers from afar, what brings you to my humble stall?" Nira and Crag explained their quest, and the Ephorian nodded knowingly. "I have just what you seek," he said, producing a small iridescent stone that glowed with an inner light. Crag's eyes lit up with hope. "This is it. This is what we need." As they made their way back through the now quiet bazaar, Nira and Crag found themselves talking about their worlds, their dreams, and the challenges they faced. They discovered that despite their differences, they shared a deep desire for peace and prosperity for their people. A gentle breeze rustled through the bazaar, carrying with it the scent of distant rain and the promise of a new dawn. Nira paused, looking up at Crag with a smile. "You know, when I first saw you, I was a little intimidated, but now I see that you have a kind heart." Crag chuckled, a sound like rocks tumbling down a hill. "And I thought you were just a fragile creature, but you've shown me that strength comes in many forms." As the stars began to twinkle once more in the Luthorian sky, Nira and Crag knew they had found something precious in their unexpected friendship. They had learned that understanding and compassion could bridge any divide, and that true strength lay not in armor or wings, but in the bonds they forged with others. With their newfound friendship, they parted ways, promising to meet again in the future to share stories of their world's progress. As Nira fluttered back to her ship, her heart was light with the knowledge that she had not only found the seeds she sought, but also the seeds of a friendship that would grow and flourish across the stars. And so, beneath the endless sky of the Nebula of Wonders, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, knowing that their paths would forever be intertwined by the shared challenges and triumphs they had faced together. Story 39. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, there existed a hidden realm known only to those who truly listened. Here, among the towering trees whose branches brushed the sky, the creatures of the forest lived in a harmony that had existed for generations untold. As dawn painted the canopy in hues of gold and amber, a gentle rustling began to stir the forest floor. The leaves danced lightly under the feet of a small, wise turtle named Thistle. Her shell was etched with the patterns of time, each line telling stories of seasons past. Thistle was the keeper of tales, the grandmother of wisdom among the creatures who called this forest home. Her day began with a journey to the whispering stream, a crystal-clear ribbon of water that wound its way through the trees. The stream sang softly, its melody accompanied by the occasional splash of a fish leaping to catch the morning sun. Thistle dipped her head to sip the cool water, feeling the refreshment seep into her very bones. Nearby, a family of sparrows flitted from branch to branch, their feathers a blur of browns and creams, their voices a symphony of chirps and trills. They were gathering twigs and leaves, preparing for the chillier days to come, for autumn was casting its first gentle breath across the land. In this forest, Each creature played a part in the grand symphony of nature. The bees buzzed busily among the late-blooming wildflowers, their wings leaving trails of golden pollen dust that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. The squirrels scampered with acorns clutched in tiny paws, burying treasures for the winter months. Thistle knew each of them by name and by heart. She had seen how the seasons shifted, how each change brought something new and vital. As she made her way along the well-trodden path, she felt the forest's pulse, a rhythm that connected every living thing. At the center of the forest lay the great oak, ancient and wise, its branches spreading wide like a protective canopy. Here, Thistle would gather the young of the forest for stories and lessons passed down from the time of her ancestors. Today was such a day, and as she arrived, she found a circle of eager listeners waiting. There was Gentle Breeze, the rabbit with fur as soft as the clouds, and Ember, the fox whose eyes sparkled with curiosity. There was also Moss, the hedgehog, whose quills carried the scent of the earth, and Flicker, the deer fawn, with legs slender and strong. "Gather close, little ones," Thistle began, her voice as soothing as the stream's flow. "Today I shall tell you of the magic that binds us all, the magic of the seasons." The young creatures huddled closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. As Thistle spoke, her words wove a tapestry of images, of spring's gentle rains that coaxed life from the soil, of summer's warmth that painted the world in vibrant hues, of autumn's crisp air that whispered secrets through rustling leaves, and of winter's quiet blanket that cradled the earth in rest. "But remember," she continued, "the balance must be kept, for each season holds its own magic, and without one, the others cannot flourish." The creatures nodded in understanding, feeling the truth of Thistle's words resonate within them. They knew of the harmony that governed their world, the delicate dance of give and take that ensured their survival. As the story unfolded, a soft breeze carried the scent of lavender and pine through the clearing, wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. The forest seemed to hum with approval, as if the trees themselves were nodding along to Thistle's tale. The sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows that stretched like gentle fingers across the forest floor. Thistle concluded her tale with a reminder. "Cherish this balance, dear ones, for it is the thread that weaves us all together." With hearts full of the wisdom shared, the young creatures dispersed, each returning to their tasks with renewed purpose. Breeze hopped lightly to her burrow, her mind alight with the stories of seasons yet to come. Ember padded softly through the underbrush, his ears twitching at the sounds of the forest around him. Moss trundled back to his den, his thoughts lingering on the lessons learned. Flicker bounded across the clearing, her spirit as light as the wind that played through the trees. Thistle watched them go, a gentle smile gracing her features. She knew that the seeds of wisdom had been planted once more, and they would bloom in time, just as the forest bloomed anew with each passing season. As the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Thistle made her way back to her own little corner of the forest. The night air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the promise of change and the eternal cycle of nature. With a heart full of peace and a mind rich with the stories of old, she settled beneath her favorite maple tree, its leaves rustling softly above her. Here in the embrace of the ancient forest, she drifted into a gentle sleep, cradled by the lullaby of the natural world. And so the forest continued its timeless dance, each creature playing its part, each season bringing its own magic, all under the watchful eyes of the great oak and the eternal wisdom of Thistle, the turtle. In this hidden realm, the balance of nature was cherished, a testament to the harmony that thrived when all lived in unity with the earth. Story 40. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves rustled softly as if sharing secrets, there lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. The village was nestled under the twinkling gaze of 1,000 stars, its cobblestone paths winding like ribbons through the verdant landscape. Here, the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Among the villagers was a young girl named Isla, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Isla lived in a little cottage with her grandmother, who was known for her warm laughter and wise stories. Their home was a haven of comfort, with a crackling hearth and shelves brimming with books that whispered tales of old. One evening, As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, a peculiar thing began to unfold. Small, silvery lights began to flit about the village, darting and weaving like playful fireflies. But these were no ordinary lights. They shimmered and sang with a soft, melodic hum that seemed to echo a tune only the heart could hear. Intrigued, Isla watched from her window, her heart dancing with wonder. The lights moved with purpose, leading a trail towards the edge of the forest. Isla, with her grandmother's gentle permission and a promise to be careful, decided to follow them. As she ventured into the whispering wood, the familiar path beneath her feet felt enchanted under the moon's silver glow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall around her, their leaves whispering secrets of the night. The air was filled with a cool, soothing breeze that carried the scent of pine and earth. Isla followed the ethereal lights deeper into the woods until she reached a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a grand, ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens like welcoming arms. The silvery lights circled the tree, casting a gentle glow around it. It was there she met Alder, a wise old owl perched upon a low branch. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes, deep and knowing, gleamed with kindness. "Ah, young Isla," he hooted softly, "what brings you to this sacred heart of the whispering wood?" Isla explained the strange lights and her curiosity to uncover their mystery. Alder nodded, as if understanding more than she had spoken. "These are the lights of the wisp spirits," Alder explained, "guardians of the forest's harmony. They seek your help, for something is amiss." Isla listened intently, her heart open to the forest's call. "How can I help?" she asked, her voice filled with earnest eagerness. "Observe closely," Alder advised, "for the answer lies in what you see and hear." As Isla sat beneath the mighty oak, she closed her eyes and listened. The forest was alive with sound, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of another owl. But there, woven into the night's melody, was a note of discord, a faint, mournful cry. Opening her eyes, Isla noticed a small, shadowy figure near the roots of the oak, a tiny fawn separated from its mother. Its eyes were wide with fear, its cries soft and plaintive. Isla's heart ached at the sight, and she knew at once what she must do. Gently she approached the fawn, her movements slow and reassuring. "It's all right, little one," she murmured, her voice as soothing as the breeze. The fawn, sensing her kindness, allowed her to come closer. With Alder's guidance, Isla understood the forest's paths and the tales they told. She learned that the mother deer had ventured to a nearby glen, a place where the grass was lush and sweet. The wisp spirits had led Isla to the fawn, knowing her heart would bridge the gap between the lost and the found. With patience and care, Isla guided the fawn through the forest, Alder flying overhead, his gentle wisdom lighting their way. The journey was peaceful, the forest embracing them with its serene beauty. The stars watched over them, their light a comforting presence in the night. As they neared the glen, Isla heard the soft call of the mother deer. It was a sound filled with longing and love, and the fawn perked up, recognizing the call. Joy filled Isla's heart as she watched the reunion, the mother nuzzling her fawn with relief and affection. The wisp spirits danced around them, their song now a melody of joy and gratitude. Isla smiled, her heart full, knowing she had helped restore the forest's harmony. "Thank you, young Isla," Alder hooted warmly. "Your kindness and wisdom have brought peace to the whispering wood." Isla returned to her village, the journey back lit by the gentle glow of the wisp spirits. As she curled up in her cozy bed that night, her grandmother's stories echoing in her mind, Isla felt a deep sense of belonging, knowing she was a part of something much larger, a world where harmony and kindness wove the fabric of life. And so, as the stars twinkled above Bramble Hollow, the village slept in peace, cradled by the gentle embrace of the whispering wood, where mysteries were solved through the warmth of friendship and the whispers of the heart. Story 41. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her curiosity about the world was as boundless as the sky, and her heart brimmed with kindness. Leora had a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, a talent that often led her on small adventures around the village, and into the fringes of the forest, which the villagers called the Enchanted Wood. The Enchanted Wood was a mysterious place, cloaked in legends and shrouded in silvery mist that swirled like a living thing. The village elders often spoke of its magical properties, warning the young ones to tread carefully, for it was said to be the dwelling place of ancient spirits and hidden worlds unseen by human eyes. Yet this only heightened Leora's fascination, and she longed to uncover its secrets. On a crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves danced like golden flames in the wind, Leora ventured into the forest with her loyal companion, a gentle, wise old dog named Bramble. Together they followed a narrow path that twisted and turned, leading deeper into the heart of the wood. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant melody of a bubbling brook, creating a symphony of nature that soothed the soul. As they wandered, Leora noticed something peculiar. A soft, luminescent glow emanated from beneath a pile of leaves. Curious, she brushed them aside to reveal a beautifully crafted, intricately patterned box made of shimmering silver and adorned with tiny, sparkling gems. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, and as she lifted it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. Bramble, with his keen instincts, sniffed the box and wagged his tail, as if encouraging Leora to open it. With a sense of wonder tinged with caution, she unlatched the box, revealing a delicate, golden key nestled inside. The key seemed to hum with an energy of its own, vibrating softly in the palm of her hand. "What do you suppose this unlocks, Bramble?" Leora mused, her eyes alight with curiosity. Bramble gave a low, thoughtful bark, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. Together, they set off in search of whatever the key might unlock, guided by an invisible thread of adventure. As they ventured further into the wood, the trees grew taller and more majestic, their branches forming a natural cathedral overhead. Shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of unseen creatures. After what felt like hours, Leora and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing, at the center of which stood an ancient oak tree. Its gnarled branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and its massive trunk was adorned with curious symbols that seemed to shimmer in the light. Beneath the tree, partially hidden by roots and moss, was a small, ornate door, just the right size for the key. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Leora inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and the door creaked open, revealing a hidden staircase spiraling down into the earth. Without hesitation, Leora and Bramble descended the steps, their way illuminated by a soft, otherworldly glow. At the bottom, they emerged into a wondrous underground realm, a hidden world of enchanting beauty. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the walls of the cavern glimmered with crystals that reflected a kaleidoscope of colors. It was a place of pure magic, untouched by time. In this hidden world lived the Lumina, gentle beings of light who tended to the magical essence of the forest. They greeted Leora and Bramble with warmth and kindness, their voices like a harmonious chorus that resonated through the cavern. "Welcome, Leora," said the Lumina's leader, a radiant figure named Seraphina. "We have been waiting for someone with a heart pure enough to find the key and unlock our world." Leora listened in awe as Seraphina explained the Lumina's purpose, to maintain the balance of magic in the forest, ensuring that its enchantment remained harmonious. The Lumina had long sought a human ally to help them understand and connect more deeply with the world above. "Will you help us, Leora?" Seraphina asked, her eyes filled with hope. Leora nodded, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. "Of course, I would be honored to help in any way I can." And so, Leora began her journey with the Lumina, learning about the delicate balance of the natural world and the importance of nurturing its magic. She discovered that the Lumina could communicate with the forest's creatures, and she marveled at the depth of their wisdom and kindness. As the days turned into weeks, Leora and Bramble became beloved members of the Lumina community. They worked together to heal the forest where it had been damaged by storms and to encourage the growth of new life. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the trees and to see the world through the eyes of the Lumina, gaining a profound appreciation for the interconnectedness of all living things. Through her time with the Lumina, Leora realized that true magic lay not in grand displays of power, but in the gentle acts of kindness and the quiet strength of friendship. She discovered that by helping others and nurturing the world around her, she could create ripples of positive change that spread far beyond the forest. One day, as Leora and Bramble were tending to a grove of young saplings, Seraphina approached them with a request. "There is a great storm approaching, one that threatens to upset the balance of the forest. We need your help to protect it." Leora nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "We'll do whatever we can to help." With the Lumina's guidance, Leora and Bramble set about preparing the forest for the storm. They reinforced the roots of vulnerable trees, gathered the animals to safety, and wove protective spells of light around the most delicate areas. As the storm approached, the forest came alive with energy. The wind howled through the trees, and rain fell in sheets, but Leora and Bramble stood steadfast, their hearts united with the Lumina in a shared purpose. The storm raged for hours, but through their combined efforts, the forest weathered it with minimal harm. When the skies finally cleared, a sense of calm and renewal settled over the wood, and the Lumina sang a song of gratitude that echoed through the trees. In the aftermath of the storm, Leora and Bramble were hailed as heroes, not just by the Lumina, but by the forest itself. The bond they had formed with the hidden world was stronger than ever, and Leora knew that she had found her true calling. As time passed, Leora continued to work alongside the Lumina, becoming a bridge between their world and the human village. She shared her knowledge and experiences with the villagers, fostering a deeper appreciation for the magic and beauty of the natural world. Through her journey, Leora learned that true strength came from kindness and wisdom, and that the most powerful magic of all was the love and friendship that connected all living things. And so in the heart of the enchanted wood, the hidden world flourished, a testament to the enduring power of hope, friendship, and the gentle magic that lies within us all. As the years went by, the legend of Leora and the Lumina became a cherished story in Willowbrook, inspiring generations to cherish and protect the world around them. And though Leora's adventures with the Lumina continued, she always remembered the day she first discovered the silver box and the golden key, a day that changed her life forever. In the quiet moments, as she sat by the ancient oak tree with Bramble by her side, Leora would reflect on her journey, grateful for the magic that had led her to a world of wonder and friendship. It was a journey that taught her to see the beauty in every corner of the world and to cherish the bonds that unite us all. And so, beneath the starry sky and the gentle rustle of leaves, Leora found peace, knowing that she was part of something greater, a guardian of the forest and a friend to all who called it home. As the moon bathed the enchanted wood in its silvery glow, Leora and Bramble drifted into a peaceful slumber, their hearts filled with the warmth of the hidden world they had come to love. And in their dreams, they wandered through fields of light, guided by the gentle luminescence of the Lumina, forever part of the magic that bound them together in a tapestry of friendship and wonder. The end. Story 42. In the soft glow of the twin moons of Valoria, a planet known for its shimmering purple sands and azure skies, a spaceship hummed gently as it descended onto the dunes. The craft belonged to a young Valorian named Aaron, whose curious heart had led him on many adventures across the galaxy. His skin shimmered like the sands of his home, and his eyes reflected the endless blue of the Valorian sky. Aaron had come to Valoria after receiving a transmission, a garbled message that spoke of an ancient artifact buried beneath the sands. But he wasn't alone in his quest. Aboard his ship, tucked nervously in the corner, was a small creature from the distant planet of Luminara. Her name was Lyra, and she was a Luminaran, a small fox-like being with fur that sparkled softly, much like stars in the night sky. Lyra had stowed away on Aaron's ship, driven by her own quest for adventure and a desire to see the universe beyond her forested home. Her kind had long been misunderstood, often seen as tricksters because of their ability to create illusions with their luminescent fur. Aaron had discovered her on the journey to Valoria, hidden among his supplies, and after the initial shock, he had agreed to let her stay, intrigued by her courage and charm. As the ship settled onto the sand, Aaron glanced at Lyra, who was peering out a porthole, her eyes wide with wonder. This is Valoria, he said, his voice warm and inviting. Beautiful, isn't it? Lyra nodded, her tail flicking with excitement. It's like nothing I've ever seen, she whispered, her voice a soft melody. Thank you for letting me come. Aaron smiled, feeling the first tendrils of friendship weaving between them. Let's find that artifact together, he said, extending a hand to her. 2 heads are better than 1, especially when one of them can glow in the dark. Lyra giggled, the sound like tinkling chimes. Together, they stepped off the ship and onto the warm sand, the cool breeze carrying the scent of distant flora and the promise of adventure. Their first challenge came as they ventured deeper into the dunes. The map Aaron had relied on was ancient and difficult to decipher, leading them in circles beneath the blazing suns. Frustration bubbled between them, and a misunderstanding about the map's directions led to a tense silence. Aaron felt a pang of doubt about bringing Lyra along, while she worried that she was merely a burden. As they sat on a dune, the horizon painted with hues of pink and gold by the setting suns, Lyra spoke up. Her voice was small, but her words were earnest. I'm sorry if I've made things difficult, she said, her fur dimming with her mood. I just wanted to help. Aaron looked at her, seeing the sincerity in her eyes. I'm sorry too, he replied, his tone gentle. I was so focused on the map that I forgot why I wanted to find the artifact in the first place. It's about the journey, not just the destination. They shared a moment of understanding, their initial misunderstanding melting away in the warmth of newfound camaraderie. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Lyra's fur glowed softly, casting a comforting light around them. The next day, they resumed their search with renewed determination. Lyra's keen senses and Aaron's knowledge of celestial navigation complemented each other perfectly. They discovered a hidden valley, where the sands shimmered with an otherworldly light. In the center stood an ancient obelisk, its surface etched with symbols that pulsed with a gentle glow. Together, they deciphered the symbols, their minds working in harmony. The obelisk responded to their touch, revealing the artifact, a small, crystalline orb that glowed with the same light as Lyra's fur. It was a relic of unity, a reminder of the bond that could form between different worlds and beings. As they held the orb, Aaron and Lyra felt a deep sense of peace and accomplishment. The challenges they faced had not only led them to the artifact, but had also forged a friendship that neither had anticipated. Under the twin moons, they returned to Aaron's ship, the orb safely tucked away. As they prepared to leave Valoria, Aaron looked at Lyra, grateful for her presence. I couldn't have done this without you, he said, his voice filled with warmth. Lyra beamed, her fur shimmering brightly. And I couldn't have asked for a better friend, she replied, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. Together, they soared into the vastness of space, their hearts light with the joy of friendship and the knowledge that even the most unlikely companions could find common ground and understanding. And as they traveled through the galaxy, the lessons they learned on Valoria would guide them, reminding them of the power of kindness and the beauty of shared adventures. Story 43. In the gentle village of Willowbrook, cradled between the whispering forests and the sparkling river of Lyria, lived a young girl named Mira. The village was known for its vibrant tapestry of traditions, passed down through the ages, woven with tales of courage, unity, and wonder. Yet Mira often felt a peculiar sense of longing, as if a vital piece of her own story was missing. She had heard whispers of her ancestors' legacy, an enigmatic tapestry woven with magical elements, but its threads seemed lost to time. One misty morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Mira decided to seek the stories of her lineage. Her grandmother, a gentle soul with eyes as bright as the stars, was known to hold the keys to their family's past. As Mira approached her grandmother's cozy cottage, nestled beneath the sprawling limbs of an ancient oak, the aroma of herbs and honey mingled in the air, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. Her grandmother greeted her with a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes, ushering her inside, where the hearth crackled with a friendly fire. They settled into the soft, worn armchairs, the flickering flames casting playful shadows on the walls. You seek the stories of our family, do you? Her grandmother asked, her voice like a lullaby. Mira nodded, her heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. I want to understand where we come from, and perhaps find a piece of myself in the past. Her grandmother reached into a wooden chest, drawing out an intricately carved box. As she opened it, a gentle glow emanated, revealing an array of artifacts, each pulsating with an ancient, gentle magic. Among them was a delicate amulet, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the firelight. She handed it to Mira, who felt its warmth seep into her skin, as if it recognized her touch. "This amulet," her grandmother began, "is said to have been crafted by our ancestors, keepers of the old ways who revered the harmony of nature and spirit. It holds the essence of their wisdom, their connection to the land, and their love for all living things." Mira cradled the amulet, feeling a wave of peace wash over her. "How can this help me understand who I am?" Her grandmother leaned closer, her voice a gentle whisper. "Our ancestors believed that to truly know oneself, one must first embrace the stories of those who came before. This amulet will guide you to places where their whispers still linger, where you might hear their lessons and find your place among them." Filled with a sense of purpose, Mira embarked on her journey. She ventured into the heart of the Lyria forest, where the trees stood like ancient guardians, their leaves murmuring secrets in the breeze. As she walked, the amulet glowed softly, leading her to a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. Here the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the sound of a nearby stream bubbling over smooth stones. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, each etched with the same swirling patterns as the amulet. Mira sat amongst them, closing her eyes and letting the tranquility of the place fill her senses. As she breathed in the night air, she felt a presence, gentle and wise, settle beside her. A vision unfolded before her, a story from long ago. She saw her ancestors, tending to the earth with care, celebrating the cycles of the moon and the sun, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature. They spoke of balance, of respecting the world around them, and of finding strength in community and kindness. The vision faded, leaving Mira with a profound sense of connection. She realized that the legacy of her ancestors was not just in the magical artifacts they left behind, but in the values they cherished, values that resonated with her own hopes and dreams. She understood now that her longing was not for a lost piece of herself, but for a deeper understanding of the world she was a part of. With a heart full of gratitude, Mira returned to Willowbrook, the amulet resting against her chest, its glow a comforting presence. She shared her newfound wisdom with her grandmother, who listened with eyes shining with pride and love. "You have found your place among our stories," her grandmother said softly, "and in doing so, you have honored the legacy of those who came before, ensuring it lives on for those who will follow." Mira nodded, her soul at peace. She knew now that she was part of an unbroken chain, stretching back through time, bound by love, wisdom, and the gentle magic of understanding. As the fire's warmth enveloped them, Mira felt the world outside fade away, leaving only the comforting embrace of belonging and the promise of dreams yet to come. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the ancient oak, Mira drifted into a serene sleep, cradled by the legacy of her ancestors and the soothing whispers of the night. Story 44. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy like golden ribbons, there lived a community of creatures who cherished the harmony of their woodland home. The forest, known as Eldergrove, was a place where the whispers of old magic lingered in every rustle of leaves and the gentle gurgle of streams that wound their way through mossy undergrowth. Eldergrove was not merely a forest, but a realm where the seasons wove their enchantments into the fabric of life. In spring, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilies and the soft hum of bees. Summer brought a warm, dappled light that danced across the forest floor, creating a tapestry of shadows and sunshine. Autumn dressed the trees in splendid hues of amber and crimson, while winter blanketed the earth in a quilt of snow, quieting the forest to a serene hush. In this enchanted place, every creature had a role to play, and each day unfolded like a carefully orchestrated symphony. The wise old owl, Aurelius, watched over the forest from his perch high in the ancient oak, his eyes gleaming with knowledge gathered over countless years. Beneath the roots of the same oak, a family of rabbits made their home, the soft thuds of their paws barely stirring the earth as they moved about in the moonlight. One particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the faintest hint of pine and earth. The creatures of Eldergrove gathered in a clearing, drawn together by the harmonious call of the forest. It was time for the annual Festival of Seasons, a celebration of the balance and beauty that sustained their world. Among those gathered was a young fox named Finn, whose fiery coat glimmered like embers in the waning light. Finn was filled with curiosity and a yearning to understand the mysteries of the forest. He approached Aurelius with a question that had been brewing in his heart. "Wise Aurelius," Finn began, his voice a gentle whisper carried by the wind, "how do we keep the balance of our forest, ensuring each season brings its gifts without taking too much?" Aurelius, with a slow and thoughtful blink, responded, "Dear Finn, the balance of Eldergrove is a dance, a delicate one that requires respect, understanding, and a willingness to listen to the land. Each creature, each leaf, and each drop of rain plays a part. We must honor the cycles and lend our efforts to preserving their harmony." As the festival continued, the creatures shared stories passed down through generations. The tale of the great storm was a favorite, recounting a time when the skies had darkened and the wind roared like a mighty beast. It was the unity and quick thinking of the forest dwellers that had calmed the storm, teaching them the power of working together. The night grew deeper, and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle and the soft chirping of crickets. In this peaceful setting, the creatures began to sing, their voices rising and falling in a gentle melody that resonated with the very soul of the forest. As the festival drew to a close, Aurelius spoke once more to the gathering. "Remember, dear friends, that the wisdom of the forest is not just found in the old and ancient, but also in the young and eager. Each of you carries a piece of the magic within, and it is through our shared efforts that Eldergrove will continue to thrive." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose and belonging. He understood now that the forest's balance was a collective responsibility, one that required the kindness and cooperation of all its inhabitants. With dawn approaching, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full of the forest's gentle magic. Finn, with a newfound resolve, trotted back to his den, the soft earth cool beneath his paws. He felt the promise of a new day, where he would play his part in the ever-turning wheel of life in Eldergrove. And so, as the first light of morning kissed the treetops, Eldergrove remained a sanctuary of peace and wonder, a testament to the power of nature's harmony and the enduring wisdom of its creatures. The forest thrived, a living tapestry of life and magic, woven together by the gentle hands of time and the unwavering spirit of its inhabitants. Story 45. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the silvery tendrils of mist whispered secrets that only the trees could understand, lay a hidden glen. It was a place untouched by time, where the sun's gentle rays filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, painting the forest floor in dappled gold. This glen was home to creatures that thrived in harmony with the land, their lives interwoven with the rhythm of the seasons. The gentle rustle of leaves heralded the arrival of Aurora, a wise old fox whose fur glistened like the first frost of winter. Her eyes, deep pools of amber, held the wisdom of countless generations. As she padded softly over the moss-carpeted ground, her presence was acknowledged with a chorus of soft chirps and gentle rustles from her forest friends. Perched high above in the branches of an ancient oak, a family of owls blinked sleepily at the sun-dappled scene below. The eldest, an owl with feathers as pale as moonlight, hooted a gentle greeting to Aurora. She was Luna, the keeper of the forest's stories, and her soft, wise eyes followed Aurora's path as she approached a sunlit clearing. In the center of this clearing stood a circle of stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed faintly in the light. This was the sacred circle, a place where the forest's magic was at its strongest, and where the creatures would gather to discuss matters of importance. Today, the air was filled with anticipation, for the time had come to choose a new caretaker of the glen's harmony. a role as vital as the very roots of the trees themselves. Gathered around the circle were creatures of all kinds: the gentle deer with eyes like pools of liquid onyx, the industrious squirrels whose bushy tails twitched with curiosity, and the wise old turtle whose shell was etched with the patterns of the earth itself. Each had come to witness the choosing, a decision that would affect their shared home for years to come. Aurora took her place within the circle, her every movement a graceful testament to the balance she cherished. "Friends," she began, her voice a gentle breeze through the leaves, "as the seasons turn and the light shifts, so too must our guardianship of this sacred place. It is time to pass the wisdom of our ancestors to a new keeper." From the edge of the circle, a young hare named Bramble stepped forward, his wide eyes reflecting both excitement and trepidation. Bramble had shown a keen understanding of the forest's needs, his heart beating in time with the whispering winds and rustling leaves. Yet, he was young and untested, and the weight of responsibility was a heavy mantle. As Bramble stood before the sacred circle, a soft, shimmering light began to fall from the sky, each beam a note in a silent symphony. It was the aurora borealis, a rare and beautiful phenomenon that graced the forest only when great changes were afoot. The lights danced across the sky, their colors reflecting the vibrant hues of the forest's myriad inhabitants. Luna, the moonlit owl, swept down from her perch to stand beside Bramble. Her feathers glowed in the ethereal light, and her voice was like the softest rustle of night. "The aurora has spoken," she intoned, "and it is clear that Bramble's heart beats true for our home. With guidance and friendship, he will learn to keep the balance." The creatures of the glen nodded their agreement, their voices mingling in a harmonious chorus that echoed through the forest. Bramble, filled with a profound sense of purpose, bowed his head in gratitude. He understood that he was but a thread in the tapestry of life, and it was his duty to weave his journey with care and wisdom. As the day faded into twilight, the creatures began to disperse, their hearts light with the knowledge that their home was in capable pause. Aurora lingered, watching the stars emerge one by one, their twinkling lights a reminder of the eternal cycle of life. "Bramble," she called softly, as the young hare prepared to leave. He turned, his eyes meeting hers with a newfound confidence. "Remember, young one, that true strength lies not in solitary power, but in the bonds we forge with those around us. Together, we are the guardians of this land." With those words, Aurora turned and melted into the shadows of the forest, her presence a comforting memory on the edge of Bramble's awareness. The young hare stood for a moment, feeling the weight of his new role settle comfortably around him like a warm cloak. The forest sighed in contentment as Bramble headed home, its creatures settling into the peaceful embrace of night. The stars watched over them, twinkling with the promise of a new dawn and the gentle assurance that harmony would always find its way. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic danced with the seasons and wisdom was as old as the trees themselves, the creatures continued to live in balance. Their lives were a testament to the power of friendship and the enduring spirit of the natural world, a story written in the rustling leaves and whispered in the sighing winds. Story 46. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering forests and rolling hills, there lay a cobblestone path leading to a tiny, unassuming shop. The shop was known as Whimsy's Wonders, and it was run by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Whimsy. His shop, brimming with curious trinkets and peculiar artifacts, was a place where secrets of the world seemed to hum silently in every corner. On a particularly crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, a young girl named Lila, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of curiosity, wandered into Whimsy's Wonders. Lila was known in the village for her adventurous spirit and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. On this day, as she perused the shelves lined with oddities, her gaze fell upon a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was tucked away on the highest shelf, almost hidden from view. "Ah, you've found the whispering box," Mr. Whimsy said, appearing beside her with a twinkle in his eye. "It's said to hold the secrets of the forest and the wisdom of the ages." Intrigued, Lila carefully lifted the box from its resting place. It felt warm in her hands, as if it were alive. What does it do? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper as if not to disturb its slumber. Legend has it, Mr. Whimsy began, that the box grants the listener the ability to understand the language of nature. But only those with a pure heart and a quest for truth can unlock its secrets. Feeling a thrill of excitement, Lila decided to purchase the box. She thanked Mr. Whimsy and set off down the cobblestone path, the box nestled securely in her satchel. As she walked through the forest on her way home, she noticed the symphony of sounds around her, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the babbling of the brook. The sounds seemed to grow louder, more distinct, as if trying to tell her something important. Later that evening, under the soft glow of the moonlight filtering through her window, Lila opened the whispering box. To her amazement, a gentle melody floated out, and the room filled with a soft, ethereal light. Suddenly, she understood. The trees were speaking in hushed tones, the brook was singing a lullaby, and the wind carried tales of distant lands. Over the next few weeks, guided by the whispers of the box, Lila embarked on a journey through the forest. She was accompanied by two delightful companions, Oliver, a wise old owl with feathers like the night sky, and Hazel, a sprightly squirrel with a penchant for storytelling. Oliver and Hazel quickly became her dearest friends, each possessing a unique charm and insight that enriched her journey. Together they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, where Lila discovered a world she had never imagined. She learned to listen to the tree's wisdom, the brook's secrets, and the stories carried by the wind. Through their guidance, she found answers to questions she hadn't known to ask, and her understanding of the world around her blossomed. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of an ancient oak, Oliver spoke, his voice like a gentle breeze. "Lila, the forest is facing a great challenge. The brook is drying up, and the trees are losing their strength. We need your help to restore the balance." Lila listened intently, her heart heavy with concern. "What can I do?" she asked, determined to help her newfound friends. "The answer lies within you, and within the whispers of the box," Hazel chirped, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. "Listen closely, and the forest will guide you." Lila closed her eyes and held the whispering box to her chest. The melody that flowed from it was like a gentle lullaby, soothing her fears and filling her with a sense of calm. She listened intently, allowing the words of the forest to wash over her. Suddenly she understood. The forest was calling for harmony, for a return to the natural cycle that had been disrupted. The brook needed to flow freely once more, and the trees required nurturing care. With Oliver and Hazel by her side, Lila set to work. She cleared the debris blocking the brook, allowing the water to gush forth, clear and revitalizing. She tended to the roots of the trees, whispering words of encouragement, and in return the trees shared their ancient wisdom with her. As she worked, a transformation occurred. The forest began to thrive once more, its vibrant energy restored. The brook sang joyously as it danced over stones, and the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight. Through her journey, Lila had learned the power of listening, of understanding the world around her, and the importance of living in harmony with nature. She discovered that true wisdom came not from force or haste, but from patience, kindness, and an open heart. With the forest renewed, Lila returned to Willowbrook, the whispering box still nestled safely in her satchel. She carried with her the lessons she had learned and a deeper understanding of the magic that surrounded her. In the quiet evenings by her window, Lila would sometimes open the whispering box, letting its gentle melody fill the room. And though she no longer needed its guidance, she cherished the connection it had fostered between her and the world. As the seasons changed and the village of Willowbrook went about its gentle rhythm, Lila's journey became the stuff of legend, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enchanting secrets held within the ordinary folds of life. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the soft embrace of the moon, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her heart forever attuned to the whispers of the world, and her dreams filled with wonder and serenity. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a cozy cottage nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she appeared like any other child, Willow possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and creatures of the forest. Her closest friend was a wise old oak tree named Oakley, whose branches creaked with centuries of secrets. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat beneath Oakley's canopy, the tree's rustling leaves whispered of a hidden realm beyond the forest's edge. Intrigued, Willow listened intently as Oakley spoke of a mystical glade guarded by ancient magic, where wondrous things were said to happen. "But to find this glade," Oakley cautioned, "you must embark on a journey of the heart, for only those pure of spirit can unveil its mysteries." Willow pondered these words, her curiosity piqued by the prospect of such an enchanting place. Deep within her, a spark of determination ignited, and she knew she had to seek out this magical glade, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. The next morning, Willow set out on her quest, armed with nothing but her unwavering spirit and the guidance of her forest friends. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to bend and sway, almost as if ushering her onward. After hours of trekking, Willow stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny, glowing acorn nestled among the fallen leaves. Drawn to its warm radiance, she reached out and gently cradled it in her palms. In that instant, the acorn's shell cracked open, revealing a miniature compass within. Willow gasped in awe as the compass needle spun, finally settling in a direction she instinctively knew she must follow. With renewed determination, she tucked the enchanted compass into her pocket and continued her journey, guided by its mystical light. As the sun began to set, Willow found herself at the base of a towering cliff face, the compass leading her towards a narrow crevice in the rock. Undeterred, she squeezed through the opening, emerging into a hidden grotto bathed in ethereal moonlight. In the center of the grotto stood a weathered stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient scroll bound by a glittering ribbon. Willow approached cautiously, her heart pounding with anticipation, and gently unfurled the scroll. The words inscribed upon its parchment seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes, revealing a riddle. "Seek the heart of the forest deep, where light and shadow intertwine. Follow the path where moonbeams sleep, and find the glade where stars align." Willow studied the riddle intently, her mind working to decipher its cryptic meaning. As she pondered the clues, a soft rustle caught her attention, and a tiny glowing orb emerged from the shadows, bobbing and weaving before her. Without hesitation, Willow followed the orb as it led her through a winding tunnel, the walls aglow with bioluminescent mushrooms and moss. Finally, the tunnel opened into a breathtaking clearing, where towering trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches adorned with twinkling fireflies. In the center of the glade, a crystalline pool shimmered under the starlight, its waters reflecting the celestial tapestry above. Willow gasped in wonder, realizing she had found the legendary place Oakley had spoken of. As she approached the pool, the water seemed to come alive, rippling and swirling in mesmerizing patterns. Suddenly, an image formed on its surface, a vision of a magnificent tree standing tall and proud, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Willow felt a profound connection to this tree, as if it were calling to her very soul. Without hesitation, she waded into the pool, the cool waters enveloping her in a warm embrace. In that moment, Willow felt a remarkable transformation take place. Her body seemed to merge with the water, becoming one with the essence of the forest itself. She could feel the thrum of life pulsing through every leaf, every branch, every creature that called these ancient woods home. As her consciousness expanded, Willow understood the true nature of her gift. She was a guardian, charged with protecting the delicate balance between the natural world and the realm of humans. The magical glade was a nexus, a place where the veil between realms thinned, allowing her to draw upon the collective wisdom of the forest. With this newfound understanding, Willow emerged from the pool, her form shimmering with ethereal energy. She was no longer just a child, but a powerful custodian of the forest, tasked with safeguarding its wonders and ensuring harmony between all living things. As the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, Willow knew her journey had only just begun. She would forever be a bridge between worlds, using her gift to nurture the bond between nature and humankind. With a renewed sense of purpose, Willow made her way back to the cottage, her heart filled with gratitude for the lessons she had learned. From that day forward, she walked among the trees with a heightened awareness, her every step a symphony of reverence and respect for the natural world that had revealed its secrets to her. And whenever the forest whispered its ancient melodies, Willow would listen with open ears and an open heart, ready to embrace the wonders that lay hidden within its embrace. For she had discovered that true magic resided not in mystical realms, but in the profound beauty and interconnectedness of all life. Story 48. Title: The Enchanted Lantern. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and verdant forests, where cobblestone paths wound like ribbons through fields of wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was known for its warm-hearted people and the shimmering lanterns that adorned every home, casting a gentle glow that seemed to keep the darkest nights at bay. Each lantern was a masterpiece, crafted with care by the village's elder, Master Alaric, who was said to imbue them with a touch of magic. Clara was a gentle soul with an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond her village. She had a head full of dreams and a heart wide open to the wonders around her. Despite her contentment in the village, she often found herself gazing toward the horizon, imagining the adventures that lay beyond the hills. Her best friend was Oliver, a clever and adventurous boy who shared her sense of wonder and thirst for discovery. Together, they spent countless days exploring the forest, inventing stories about hidden worlds and magical creatures. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Clara and Oliver were wandering through the forest. The air was cool and filled with the scent of pine and earth. Leaves crunched underfoot, creating a symphony of whispers that accompanied their laughter. They were on one of their imaginative quests, pretending to be explorers charting unknown lands. As they walked, Clara's attention was drawn to a glimmering light peeking through the dense foliage. It was unlike any light she had seen before, warm and inviting, yet mysterious. Intrigued, she beckoned Oliver to follow her as she made her way through the underbrush. They emerged into a small clearing, where they found a lantern unlike any other, hanging from a low branch of an ancient oak tree. The lantern was exquisite, with intricate patterns etched into its glass, and it shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to pulse gently as if it were alive. Clara reached out tentatively and touched the lantern, feeling a tingle of warmth spread through her fingertips. To her amazement, the lantern responded by glowing brighter, illuminating the clearing with a comforting, ethereal glow. "This must be one of Master Alaric's creations," Oliver whispered in awe, his eyes wide with wonder. "But why is it here in the forest?" Clara pondered aloud, her mind swirling with possibilities. She felt a connection to the lantern, as if it were calling her to uncover its secrets. As they stood there, entranced by the lantern's beauty, a soft voice seemed to whisper through the leaves, barely audible yet clear enough to be understood. "To find the truth, follow the light." The children exchanged glances, a mix of excitement and trepidation filling their hearts. They knew that this was the beginning of an adventure unlike any they had imagined. Clara carefully took the lantern from the branch, and as she did, the light began to move, casting a path through the forest. With a shared nod of determination, Clara and Oliver followed the glowing trail. The forest seemed to change around them, the trees leaning in as if to listen, the shadows dancing with anticipation. The path led them deeper into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with enchantment, and the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred. As they journeyed, the lantern revealed hidden wonders, sparkling streams that sang with the voices of the forest, flowers that blossomed in vibrant colors at their touch, and animals that watched them with eyes full of wisdom. Clara felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her, as if she were part of a grand tapestry woven from light and shadow. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded glen, where the lantern's light pooled into a shimmering circle on the ground. In the center of the circle stood a tall, graceful figure cloaked in robes of silver and green. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of moonlight, and her eyes sparkled with the knowledge of ages. "Welcome, Clara and Oliver," the figure said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Seraphina, guardian of the hidden realms. You have been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Clara felt a thrill of excitement and a touch of apprehension. "What does the lantern want us to do?" she asked, her voice steady despite her fluttering heart. "The lantern holds the light of truth," Seraphina replied, her gaze gentle and kind. "It will guide you to see the world through new eyes, to understand the magic that lies within and around you. But first, you must face the challenges that will test your courage and wisdom." Oliver stepped forward, his determination unwavering. "We're ready," he declared, glancing at Clara for confirmation. She nodded, feeling a surge of confidence in their shared resolve. "Very well," Seraphina said, extending her hand toward the lantern. "Let the journey begin." With a graceful motion, she waved her hand, and the lantern's light expanded, enveloping Clara and Oliver in a cocoon of golden warmth. They felt themselves being lifted, as if carried by a gentle breeze, until they found themselves standing at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the starlit sky above. "This is the Lake of Reflection," Seraphina explained, her voice echoing softly in the stillness. "Here, you will confront the parts of yourselves that you have yet to understand." Clara gazed into the water, her reflection rippling with every breath. She saw herself as she was, yet there was something deeper, something she couldn't quite grasp. As she focused, the image shifted, revealing moments from her past, times when she had doubted herself, when she had let fear hold her back. A gentle touch on her shoulder brought her back to the present. Oliver stood beside her, his reflection also shifting to reveal his own struggles and uncertainties. They exchanged a look of understanding, realizing that the lake was showing them the parts of themselves that needed healing and acceptance. "To embrace your true selves, you must let go of fear and doubt," Seraphina advised, her voice filled with encouragement. "Only then can you uncover the strength within you." Clara took a deep breath, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. She reached out and touched the water, sending ripples across the surface. As she did, she felt a release, as if the weight of her insecurities was being lifted away. The water shimmered, and her reflection transformed, revealing a version of herself filled with confidence and joy. Beside her, Oliver did the same, and his reflection shifted to show a young man brimming with courage and determination. They smiled at each other, the bond of their friendship stronger than ever. "You have taken the first step," Seraphina said, her eyes shining with approval. "But your journey is not yet over." With a gentle wave of her hand, the scene changed once more. They found themselves in a lush meadow, bathed in the soft glow of dawn. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of birdsong created a melody of hope. "This is the meadow of possibilities," Seraphina explained. "Here, you will discover the dreams that lie within you, waiting to be realized." Clara felt a sense of wonder as she looked around, the meadow stretching before her like a canvas of endless potential. She could feel the dreams that had always whispered at the edges of her mind, now clear and vibrant. She saw herself traveling beyond the village, meeting new people, and sharing stories that would inspire others. Oliver, too, was captivated by the vision of his dreams, of becoming an inventor who would create wonders that could help his village and beyond. They shared their dreams with each other, their hearts brimming with excitement and hope. "To bring your dreams to life, you must believe in their possibility," Seraphina said, her voice filled with warmth. "Trust in yourselves and in the wisdom of the journey." With those words, the meadow began to fade, and Clara and Oliver found themselves back in the forest clearing, the lantern still glowing softly in Clara's hands. "You have learned much," Seraphina said, her presence now a gentle whisper in the breeze. "Remember the light within you, and let it guide your path." As the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, Clara and Oliver knew that they were forever changed by their adventure. They had discovered the strength and potential within themselves, and they had experienced the magic that lay hidden in the world around them. With hearts full of gratitude and wonder, they made their way back to the village, the lantern's glow a reminder of the journey they had undertaken. They knew that they would continue to explore and discover, guided by the light of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. And so, as the village awoke to a new day, Clara and Oliver looked to the horizon with renewed hope and excitement, ready to embrace the adventures that awaited them. The enchanted lantern had shown them the way, but it was their own light, that would lead them forward. In the warm glow of the village lanterns, they felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that they were part of a world filled with magic and possibility. And as they settled into the comfort of their homes, the gentle glow of the lanterns whispered promises of dreams yet to be realized, and of the journeys that would continue to unfold. The end. Story 49. Once upon a time, in the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, there was a cozy cottage adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant wildflowers. This was the home of a gentle-hearted young woman named Clara. Clara had a particular fondness for collecting ordinary objects from her surroundings, each holding a story or a memory that warmed her heart. Little did she know, one of these objects would soon reveal an extraordinary secret. One crisp autumn morning, as sunlight filtered softly through the golden leaves, Clara decided to tidy up her collection. Among the trinkets, she discovered an old, dust-covered compass. Its brass casing was tarnished, and the needle quivered with a peculiar anticipation, as if longing to guide its bearer somewhere unknown. Intrigued, Clara polished the compass until it gleamed like the morning sun, and to her astonishment, the needle began to spin wildly before settling to point in a direction that led beyond the village, into the whispering woods. Feeling a gentle tug of curiosity, Clara tucked the compass into her satchel and set off on a journey beyond the familiar trails of Willowbrook. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the soft rustle of creatures hidden in the underbrush. The path soon led her to a glistening stream, where she paused to rest and let the cool, refreshing water wash over her hands. As Clara sat by the stream, she noticed a small, whimsical creature watching her from behind a mossy rock. It was a hedgehog, but not like any she had seen before. This hedgehog had sparkling eyes and quills that shimmered like moonlight. As it approached, Clara felt a warm, friendly presence radiating from the little creature. She named him Twinkle and offered him a crumb of her bread, which he accepted with a cheerful chirp. Twinkle seemed fascinated by the compass and gestured for Clara to follow him. With the compass in hand, they continued their journey together. Clara found comfort in Twinkle's company, and soon they reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching majestically toward the sky. At the base of the tree lay a stone etched with mysterious runes, glowing faintly. Clara knelt beside it, tracing her fingers over the symbols. She felt a gentle hum beneath her fingertips, a serene energy that seemed to whisper secrets of the past. Twinkle nudged her gently, encouraging her to listen closely to her heart. Clara realized that the compass had not led her here to find a treasure, but to uncover a message hidden within herself. The runes spoke of wisdom and the harmony of nature, teaching her that true guidance comes from within, and the world is full of wonder for those who listen with their hearts. As she pondered these revelations, the clearing filled with a gentle, harmonious melody. Clara looked around to find a gathering of woodland creatures, each joining in a symphony of nature's music. Birds of every color, rabbits, and even a shy deer stepped forward, all drawn to the ancient tree's magic. Embraced by the enchanting music, Clara felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She understood now that the journey was not just about discovering an extraordinary object, but about finding the magic within herself and the world around her. The compass had merely been a guide, leading her to a place where she could see clearly with her heart. As the night sky twinkled with stars, Clara lay beneath the ancient oak, cradled by the gentle hum of the forest. Twinkle curled up beside her, his presence a comforting reminder of the friendship and wisdom she had found along the way. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound understanding, Clara drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be. And so, in the quiet embrace of the whispering woods, Clara's journey came to a gentle close. The compass had guided her to a treasure far greater than gold, a treasure of wisdom, friendship, and the boundless magic of the world around her. As the stars watched over her, the forest sang a lullaby, a promise that the wonders of the world would always be there for those who seek them with an open heart. And from that day on, Clara cherished her compass, not as a mere object, but as a symbol of the journey that had changed her forever. A journey of discovery, wonder, and the gentle magic that resides in every corner of the world. Story 50. In the heart of the celestial nebula, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels on velvet, there existed a cluster of planets, each unique and brimming with life. Among them were Viridia, a lush world of emerald forests and crystal rivers, and Arcturus, a planet of silver sands and sapphire skies. From Viridia came Lyra, a gentle being whose hair cascaded like golden sunlight and whose eyes mirrored the deep green of her homeworld. Her people were known for their harmony with nature, able to coax blooms from barren soil with a mere touch. From Arcturus came Kale, a creature of ethereal light, his form ever shifting like the colors of a dawn sky. His kind thrived on logic and intellect, seeing the universe in patterns and equations. Though their worlds were light years apart, fate wove their paths together. The Galactic Alliance, an interstellar council dedicated to fostering peace, summoned representatives from Viridia and Arcturus to discuss a troubling matter, a mysterious cosmic storm threatening to engulf both planets. Lyra and Kale found themselves aboard the starbound Harmony, a sleek vessel equipped with all manner of scientific instruments and comforts. The ship hummed softly as it traversed the stars, its corridors lined with gentle lights and walls adorned with tapestries depicting the histories of countless worlds. On their first day, Lyra and Kale met in the observation lounge, a vast room with a dome of transparent crystal that offered an unobstructed view of the cosmos. Lyra admired the sweeping view with awe, while Kale, with a more analytical gaze, studied the storm's distant tendrils. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Lyra mused, her voice a melodic whisper. Kale turned to her, his form flickering with interest. "Indeed, yet it is also a complex phenomenon, one we must understand to mitigate its effects." Lyra nodded, though a hint of sadness clouded her eyes. "I wish to protect my home, to keep its beauty alive." Their conversation began with a misunderstanding, as Lyra spoke of emotions and Kale of facts. Yet as days passed, they found common ground in their shared goal. Together, they explored the ship's library, a vast repository of knowledge from across the galaxy. Lyra read of technologies and sciences unknown to her, while Kale discovered the rich tapestry of Viridian lore and myth. One evening, as the ship sailed through a meteor shower that painted the sky with trails of silver, Lyra and Kale faced their first challenge. The storm, now closer, sent out a pulse of energy that disrupted the ship's systems. Lights flickered, and the comforting hum faltered. In the dim glow, Lyra felt a pang of fear. "What if we can't stop it?" Kale's voice, though calm, held a note of reassurance. "We will find a way. We must." Together, they navigated the corridors to the control room. There, surrounded by screens displaying data in a dizzying array of colors, they worked side by side. Lyra's intuition guided Kale's calculations, her instincts a vital counterbalance to his precision. As they labored, Kale began to understand Lyra's perspective. Her connection to her planet was not merely emotional, but a vital source of strength and insight. Similarly, Lyra came to appreciate Kale's logical approach, seeing the beauty in the patterns he discerned. Their efforts bore fruit when they devised a plan to create a protective shield around their planets, using the ship's technology to amplify their world's natural defenses. It was a plan that required both of their strengths, Lyra's understanding of Viridia's energy and Kale's expertise in manipulating the ship's systems. The day of the storm's arrival dawned with a sky aglow in hues of violet and gold. Lyra and Kale stood together in the control room, their hearts united by purpose. As the storm loomed, they activated their plan, channeling their combined knowledge and will. Outside, the storm's fury was met with a shimmering barrier, a dome of light that enveloped both Viridia and Arcturus. The storm raged against it, but the barrier held firm, its colors dancing like the northern lights of old Earth. When the storm finally passed, the ship drifted in a sea of calm. Lyra and Kale, weary but triumphant, shared a quiet moment in the observation lounge. The stars, once again serene, twinkled above them. "Thank you," Lyra said softly, her eyes meeting Kale's. "I couldn't have done it without you." Kale's form flickered with a warm, gentle glow. "Nor I without you. We've learned much from each other." Thus they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged not by similarity, but by mutual respect and understanding. In their shared journey, they had grown beyond their beginnings, their hearts and minds enriched by the other's presence. As the starbound harmony set a course for home, Lyra and Kale knew that their worlds were safe, their friendship a testament to the power of unity. And somewhere in the vast expanse of the universe, the stars shone a little brighter for it. Story 51. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who always seemed to know when rain was coming or when the first snow would fall. Their home, a snug cottage with ivy clinging to the stones, stood at the edge of the village where the woods began. Inside, the air was always filled with the comforting aroma of herbs hanging from the rafters and the crackling warmth of the fireplace. Lila loved nothing more than to sit by the hearth, listening to her grandmother's stories about the olden times when magic flowed freely through the land. One chilly evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Lila's grandmother beckoned her over. "I have something special for you, my dear," she said, her eyes twinkling mysteriously. From the folds of her shawl, she drew out an old, weathered compass. Its brass casing was tarnished with age, but its needle danced with a peculiar vitality. "This is no ordinary compass," whispered her grandmother, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "It holds the secret paths of the heart and can guide you not just through the forest, but through the journey of your life." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila took the compass into her hands. The metal felt warm and comforting, as if it had absorbed the light of 1,000 sunrises. "How does it work?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Follow where it points," her grandmother replied with a knowing smile. "But remember, the true journey lies in understanding what it shows you." That night, as Lila lay in bed, she held the compass close, feeling the gentle tick-tock of its tiny mechanisms. When she finally drifted into sleep, her dreams were filled with winding paths and shadowy groves, each more inviting than the last. The next morning, with the compass tucked safely in her pocket, Lila set off into the woods. The sun filtered through the branches in dapples of gold, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang a gentle chorus as she walked, their voices guiding her deeper into the forest. As the compass needle twirled and settled, Lila found herself at the edge of a small hidden glade. There, beneath a canopy of ancient oaks, stood a curious group of creatures. There was Corwin, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as the clouds at dusk, Tib, a lively squirrel whose bushy tail flicked with excitement, and Marin, a hedgehog whose quills gleamed like polished bronze. "Welcome, dear Lila," hooted Corwin, his voice deep and soothing. "We have been expecting you." "How did you know I was coming?" Lila asked, her heart fluttering with a mix of wonder and surprise. "The compass," chirped Tib, bounding forward with a merry sparkle in his eyes. "It leads those with kind hearts to where they're needed most." "We have a challenge," Marin added, his voice soft and thoughtful, "one that requires wisdom and friendship." In the center of the glade stood a grand oak tree, its branches reaching skyward like welcoming arms. But it looked weary, its leaves dull and drooping as if burdened by an unseen weight. "This tree holds the magic of the forest," Corwin explained, bowing his head in reverence. "But its spirit has grown tired, and we must help it to remember the joy of life." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle reassurance that she was in the right place. "How can I help?" she asked earnestly. "The tree needs to hear the laughter of the forest," Tib said, his eyes bright with determination. "We must bring back the stories and the songs." And so they set to work. Lila, with Corwin, Tib, and Marin beside her, gathered tales from the forest. They listened to the wind as it whispered secrets through the leaves, and to the brook as it babbled stories of the past. They sang songs of the earth and sky, and danced beneath the moonlight, their joy echoing through the glade. Slowly, as laughter and song filled the air, the grand oak began to stir. Its leaves brightened, their green deepening into a lush, vibrant hue. The branches stretched and swayed as if dancing to an ancient rhythm, and a soft, golden light began to glow from within its bark. As the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Lila felt a gentle pulse of warmth from the compass in her pocket. She knew then that the tree's spirit had awakened, its heart filled with the magic of stories and the strength of friendship. "Thank you, dear Lila," Corwin hooted, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. "You have reminded us all of the power of love and laughter." Lila smiled, a feeling of peace settling over her like a soft, comforting blanket. She knew that she would carry this moment with her always, a gentle reminder that true magic lies not in what we hold, but in how we share our hearts. With the compass as her guide, Lila returned home, her heart light and her spirit renewed. Her grandmother greeted her with a warm embrace, her eyes filled with pride and understanding. And so in that little cottage at the edge of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks, Lila learned that the journey of life is not measured by the paths we take, but by the love we share and the wisdom we gain along the way. And from that day on, whenever the stars twinkled in the night sky, Lila would hold the compass close, its gentle tick-tock a comforting lullaby as she drifted into dreams filled with wonder and light. Story 52. Once upon a time, in the heart of the enchanted Evergreen forest, there was a quaint little village called Whimsywood. This village was unlike any other, for it was nestled between towering trees whose trunks spiraled like candy canes and leaves that shimmered in every hue of the rainbow. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming giggle blossoms, flowers that giggled softly whenever the wind tickled their petals. In this magical place lived a most peculiar group of friends. There was Pippin, the pint-sized gnome with a penchant for crafting intricate wind chimes from the forest's treasures. His best friend was a sprightly fairy named Flit, who had wings that glowed with the soft luminescence of fireflies, and a laugh that sounded like tinkling bells. Rounding out their trio was Tumble, a roly-poly hedgehog whose quills were surprisingly soft and who loved nothing more than to roll around in the dew-kissed grass. One sunny morning, as the golden rays filtered through the kaleidoscope canopy above, the friends gathered beside a babbling brook that sang a melodious tune. Pippin was hanging a new set of chimes on a low branch, each one crafted from shiny shells and colorful glass beads. But as he stepped back to admire his handiwork, Flit noticed something peculiar. The brook's song was suddenly off-key, and the usual harmony was replaced by a discordant clatter. Tumble, ever curious, waddled over to the water's edge. "Oh dear," he exclaimed, peering into the clear waters. "It seems the brook's music has been mixed up. Look, the stream nymphs are tangled in their own strings." Indeed, beneath the shimmering surface, the mischievous stream nymphs, usually so graceful, were in a tizzy. Their flowing hair, which was made from the very currents of the brook, had somehow become ensnared in a jumble of twigs and leaves, causing the water to gurgle and splash in chaos. "We must help them," declared Flit, her wings twinkling with determination. "But how? The water is too swift for us to simply wade in." Pippin tapped his chin thoughtfully. "We need to think creatively. What if we use something that floats to reach them without getting swept away?" Tumble's eyes lit up. "I know just the thing!" He squeaked with excitement and hurried off, returning moments later with a large leaf that had fallen from the laughing tree. This tree was known for its buoyant leaves, which giggled cheerfully when they bobbed on the water. With Flit guiding the leaf with gentle puffs of wind, Pippin and Tumble carefully maneuvered it to the center of the brook, where the nymphs were tangled. The nymphs, grateful for the help, explained that they had been trying to weave a new melody when a playful gust had sent the forest's debris tumbling into their midst. Working together, Flit used her delicate fingers to untangle the nymph's hair from the twigs, while Pippin and Tumble used their nimble hands to clear away the leaves. With each bit of debris removed, the brook's melody began to right itself, the notes smoothing into their usual harmonious tune. Just as the last knot was untangled, a magical ripple spread across the water. The nymphs, now free, twirled joyously, sending sparkles of water into the air. "Thank you, dear friends," they sang in unison, their voices as sweet and clear as crystal bells. "For your kindness and clever thinking, we grant you a gift." The brook shimmered with an iridescent glow, and suddenly Pippin, Flit, and Tumble found themselves surrounded by a myriad of tiny bubbles. Each bubble contained a miniature scene from Whimsywood, capturing moments of joy and wonder. A rabbit family having a tea party, squirrels playing hide-and-seek, and even a snapshot of Pippin's wind chimes dancing in the breeze. "These bubbles," explained the nymphs, "will always show you the happiest moments in Whimsywood, reminding you of the joy you bring to others." With heartfelt gratitude, the friends watched the bubbles float gently upward, glistening in the sunlight before they popped in bursts of laughter. The brook, now flowing smoothly, resumed its enchanting melody, a testament to the power of friendship and creativity. As the day drew to a close, Pippin, Flit, and Tumble settled down by the brook, listening to its gentle song. The air was filled with the soft chirping of crickets, and the sky was painted with strokes of pink and orange as the sun dipped below the horizon. "Today was quite an adventure," said Pippin, reclining against a mossy rock. "Indeed it was," agreed Flit, resting her glowing wings. "And to think," added Tumble with a yawn, "it all started with a little off-key tune." With hearts full of warmth and laughter, the friends drifted into a peaceful slumber, the lullaby of the brook weaving dreams of magic and whimsy, promising more delightful adventures to come in the heart of the enchanted evergreen forest. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Whimsywood slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of the night. Story 53. The Whispering Grove. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there lay a secret that few knew and even fewer understood. This secret was tucked away in a grove, known to the villagers as the Whispering Grove. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves rustled with whispers that seemed to speak directly to one's heart. One crisp autumn evening, a gentle girl named Lily, with hair the color of toasted chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, set out on a path that would change her life forever. Lily was known for her curiosity and her kindness, traits that endeared her to the villagers and all living creatures she encountered. This particular evening, Lily wandered further into the forest than she had ever gone before, drawn by a mysterious glimmer that danced just beyond the trees. She clutched her woolen shawl tighter, the fabric soft against her skin, and inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet aroma of fallen leaves and the distant hint of wood smoke curling from the village chimneys. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to close in around her, but not in a menacing way. The trees, ancient and wise, stood like sentinels, their bark rough and comforting under her fingertips. Birds chirped softly, their melodies weaving through the branches like threads of golden song. Eventually, Lily reached the heart of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal the Whispering Grove. Here, the whispers were more pronounced, a gentle chorus that beckoned her closer. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched toward the sky like welcoming arms. Nestled in the roots of the oak was a small, shimmering object. As Lily approached, she realized it was a pendant, glowing with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. She hesitated, her heart thrumming with excitement and a touch of fear, before reaching out to grasp it. The moment her fingers closed around the pendant, a warmth spread through her, as though she were being wrapped in a comforting embrace. The whispers grew louder, forming words that she could almost understand, like a language just on the edge of her comprehension. As she stood there, entranced, a gentle rustling announced the arrival of a new presence. Out of the shadows stepped a fox, its fur a rich auburn, eyes wise and knowing. It approached Lily with a curious tilt of its head, and she felt an immediate kinship with this creature. "Hello," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. The fox, to her astonishment, nodded as if it understood. It sat on its haunches, gazing at her with a calm that belied the wildness of its nature. Lily felt a sudden surge of determination. She had always felt a connection to the forest and its creatures, but now with the pendant in her hand and the fox by her side, she knew she was meant to uncover the secrets of the Whispering Grove. Together, they began their journey. The fox led her through the grove, where the whispers grew more coherent, guiding her steps. Each tree they passed seemed to vibrate with life, and she could almost hear the stories they held within their bark. As dusk turned to night, the forest transformed. Moonlight spilled through the canopy, casting silver patterns on the forest floor. The pendant in Lily's hand glowed brighter, and she felt its warmth spread through her, an energy that invigorated her spirit. They came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the air was alive with magic. In the center stood a circle of stones, ancient and weathered, each inscribed with symbols that pulsed with a gentle luminescence. The fox trotted to the center of the circle and sat, its eyes fixed on Lily, urging her to join. She stepped forward, her feet light and sure on the soft earth, and stood beside her new friend. As she did, the whispers crescendoed into a harmonious song, a melody that resonated deep within her soul. She closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, and felt herself lifted by an unseen force. The pendant pulsed in time with her heartbeat, and she felt a connection, not just to the grove, but to the entire forest, every creature, every leaf, every whisper. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in the grove. She was standing on the edge of a vast, hidden world, a realm within the realm, where the air shimmered with possibility. Here the trees were taller, the colors more vibrant, and the creatures more wondrous than any she had ever imagined. Lily's heart swelled with awe, and she turned to the fox, her ever-faithful companion. "Where are we?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. The fox, though silent, seemed to convey the answer through its gaze. They were in the heart of the forest's magic, a place where the boundaries between the seen and unseen were thin and fragile. As they explored this hidden world, Lily discovered that the pendant was not merely an object of beauty, but a key to understanding the whispers of the grove. It allowed her to communicate with the forest and its inhabitants, to learn their stories and share her own. The days turned to weeks, but time in this magical realm seemed to flow differently. Lily learned from the wise owl who spoke of the olden times, from the playful squirrels who taught her the joy of living in the moment, and from the gentle deer who showed her the power of stillness and reflection. All the while, the fox remained by her side, a steadfast friend and guide, its presence a source of comfort and strength. As Lily grew in understanding, she realized that the forest's magic was not just in its beauty or its secrets, but in its ability to connect all living things, to weave them together in a tapestry of life and love. One day, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, she heard a whisper, clearer than any she had heard before. It spoke of a great change, a transformation that was coming, one that would require courage and wisdom. Lily knew then that her journey was not just about discovery, but about growth and transformation. She had been chosen to be a guardian of the forest, to protect its secrets and share its magic with those who would respect and cherish it. With this realization, the pendant's glow intensified, its warmth enveloping her like a cloak. She felt a surge of power, not of control, but of understanding and connection. The fox nuzzled her hand, its eyes filled with pride and affection, and Lily knew she was ready for whatever lay ahead. Eventually, the time came for Lily to return to her village, but she did not leave the forest unchanged. She carried with her a piece of its magic, a deeper understanding of her place in the world, and a renewed sense of purpose. As she stepped back into the familiar embrace of her village, she felt the whispers of the grove within her, a gentle reminder of the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned. Her heart was full, her spirit light, and she knew that she would always be connected to the forest, its magic a part of her forever. And so, with the fox by her side, she set out to share the wisdom of the Whispering Grove with her village, knowing that true magic lies not in the possession of power, but in the sharing of love and understanding. In the years that followed, Lily became a beloved figure in the village, known for her gentle wisdom and her ability to bring people together. She taught the villagers to listen to the whispers of nature, to see the magic in the everyday, and to cherish the connections that bind us all. And though the fox eventually returned to the heart of the forest, its presence was felt in every rustle of leaves, every glimmer of sunlight through the trees, a reminder of the friendship that had transcended the boundaries of the seen and unseen. Lily's story became legend, a tale passed down through generations, inspiring young and old alike to seek their own connections with the world around them, to listen for the whispers of magic in their hearts. And the Whispering Grove, with its ancient secrets and timeless magic, remained a sanctuary for those who dared to dream and those who believed in the power of friendship and love. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit unburdened, Lily's journey came to a gentle close, not with an end, but with a beginning. A new chapter in a life forever touched by the magic of the Whispering Grove. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the emerald folds of rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. This village, known as Misty Vale, was a place where time seemed to slow, where the sun bathed the fields in honeyed light and the air carried the sweet scent of wildflowers. Leora, with her chestnut curls and eyes as bright as the morning sky, was known for her curiosity and kindness. She spent her days exploring, her heart tuned to the quiet secrets of the world around her. Leora lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spoke in soft, melodic tones and always seemed to know more than she let on. Her cottage was a haven of warmth and love, its walls adorned with tapestries of forgotten tales, and shelves lined with jars of herbs and spices that filled the air with earthy fragrances. Each night they would sit by the fireside, where the flames danced and crackled, weaving shadows on the walls like old friends sharing secrets. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the lavender twilight, Leora's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change in the flickering firelight. "This," her grandmother whispered, "is a special gift, a key to a world hidden within our own. But remember, it is not just the destination that matters, but the journey and the lessons you learn along the way." Leora's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She gently opened the box, revealing a shimmering stone that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, as if it held the essence of the moon within its depths. The stone was warm to the touch, and as Leora held it, she felt a gentle tug, a beckoning call from somewhere beyond the familiar. The next morning, with the stone safely tucked in her pocket, Leora set out on an adventure, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. Her journey led her through fields of golden wheat that whispered secrets as they swayed, past bubbling brooks that sang of days long gone, and into the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches intertwining like old friends in a dance as old as time. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Leora noticed a shimmering mist seeping through the trees, weaving a curtain of silver that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Stepping through the mist was like slipping into a dream, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and the gentle hum of unseen creatures. In this hidden world, the trees were alive with vibrant hues, their leaves fluttering like the wings of butterflies. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals whispering secrets to the breeze. It was a place of magic and wonder, where time seemed to stand still, and the very air shimmered with enchantment. As Leora explored this wondrous realm, she came across an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its roots deep and strong. At its base sat a small round creature with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that twinkled like stars. The creature looked at Leora with a curious tilt of its head, and she felt an instant connection, as if she had found an old friend in this new world. "Hello," Leora said gently, crouching down to the creature's level. "My name is Leora. What is yours?" The creature blinked, and though it did not speak, Leora understood its response as if it had whispered directly into her heart. "I am Thistle," it seemed to say, "keeper of this realm and guide to those who seek its secrets." Leora smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her as she realized she was not alone in her journey. Together, they explored the hidden world, discovering its wonders and mysteries. They walked through glades where the sunlight danced on the leaves like liquid gold, and across meadows where the grass sang a gentle lullaby in the breeze. As days turned into weeks, Leora learned from Thistle the delicate balance of the hidden world, the harmony that existed between all living things. She learned to listen with her heart, to see with eyes unclouded by worry or doubt, and to trust in the gentle guidance of her new friend. But as with all journeys, challenges arose. One day, as they wandered through a grove of ancient oaks, the air grew heavy, and the vibrant hues of the hidden world began to fade. A shadow had fallen over the land, and a chill wind whispered of trouble that threatened to unravel the delicate balance. Thistle led Leora to the heart of the forest, where the ancient tree stood tall and silent, its branches reaching toward the sky like beseeching arms. The balance is threatened, Thistle seemed to say, and it is up to us to restore it. Leora felt a surge of determination, her heart resolute. She knew that the solution lay not in force or fear, but in understanding and compassion. With Thistle by her side, she set out to uncover the source of the shadow, guided by the whispers of the wind and the gentle pulse of the shimmering stone. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the hidden world, they encountered creatures in distress, their once vibrant colors dimmed and their spirits heavy. Leora listened to their stories, offering words of comfort and hope, her kindness a balm to their troubled hearts. In time, they discovered the source of the shadow, a great ancient tree whose roots had grown twisted and gnarled, its branches heavy with the weight of forgotten grievances. Leora approached the tree, the shimmering stone in her hand glowing with a soft, comforting light. "Do not be afraid," she whispered, her voice gentle and soothing. "We are here to help, to bring light to the shadows and restore the balance." The tree shuddered, its branches creaking like old bones. It had forgotten the warmth of the sun, the gentle caress of the breeze, and the song of the earth. But Leora's words, spoken with love and understanding, began to unravel the darkness that had taken root within. With Thistle's guidance, Leora placed the shimmering stone at the base of the tree, its light spreading like a gentle dawn, illuminating the shadows and bringing warmth to the cold earth. The tree sighed, its branches relaxing, and as the light grew, the dark tendrils of fear and anger began to recede. The hidden world awoke from its slumber, vibrant hues returning to the trees and flowers, the air once again filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and the gentle hum of life. The creatures of the realm rejoiced, their spirits lifted by the return of harmony and balance. Leora stood with Thistle at her side, her heart full of joy and gratitude. She had learned that true strength lay not in power or might, but in understanding, kindness, and the bonds of friendship that could bridge even the deepest divides. With the balance restored, Leora knew it was time to return to her own world. She bid farewell to Thistle, promising to carry the lessons she had learned in her heart, and to share the light of understanding and compassion with all she met. As she stepped back through the shimmering mist, the hidden world faded from view, but its warmth and magic remained with her, a gentle glow that would guide her on her journey through life. Back in Misty Vale, Leora's grandmother welcomed her with open arms, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. Together, they sat by the fireside, where the flames crackled and danced, weaving stories of old and new. And as the stars twinkled in the midnight sky, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full of peace and contentment, knowing that the true magic of the world lay not in its secrets, but in the love and kindness that connected all living things. In the days that followed, Leora shared her tale with the villagers, her words painting pictures of the hidden world and the lessons she had learned. Her story spread far and wide, a gentle reminder of the power of friendship and understanding and the importance of nurturing the delicate balance of life. The villagers of Misty Vale were touched by Leora's tale, their hearts warmed by the message of hope and harmony. And as they went about their daily lives, they carried with them the light of Leora's journey, a beacon of kindness and compassion that would guide them through even the darkest of times. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Misty Vale remained a place of tranquility and beauty, its fields and forests a testament to the enduring bond between its people and the natural world. And Leora, now grown and wise, continued to explore, her heart forever open to the wonders and mysteries of the world around her. In the quiet moments, when the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, Leora would sit by the fireside, the shimmering stone resting in her hand, a reminder of the hidden world and the journey that had changed her life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Leora lived a life filled with love, laughter, and endless discovery, her heart forever guided by the gentle glow of understanding and compassion. Story 55. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds over the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a vibrant planet known as Luminara. Luminara was a world of shimmering, glassy lakes and forests that whispered secrets through their silver leaves. It was here that two unlikely companions found themselves thrust into an adventure that would forever change their lives. Seren, a gentle-hearted luminarian, was a creature of light. Her skin shimmered with iridescent hues, and her voice was as soft as the evening breeze. She possessed the ability to harness the energy of the stars, a gift that allowed her to nurture the flora of her world. Her days were filled with tending to the luminous gardens that spread across Luminara, each bloom a testament to her care and kindness. One starlit night, as Seren wandered through the twinkling fields, she noticed a peculiar sight. A small spaceship had crash-landed at the edge of the forest. With a heart full of curiosity and compassion, Seren approached the sight, her feet making no sound on the soft, glowing moss. Emerging from the wreckage was a being unlike any Seren had ever seen. He was a sturdy, stone-skinned creature from a distant planet called Granitia. His name was Kar, and his eyes, deep-set and kind, glowed with a gentle orange light. Though he appeared rough and imposing, Kar's heart was tender, and his spirit resilient. Their first encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Seren's light, radiant and bright, startled Kar, who was accustomed to the dim, rocky caverns of his home. In turn, Kar's gruff voice and solid appearance made Seren wary. Yet, it was not in their nature to harbor fear for long. With cautious gestures and patient smiles, they began to communicate, bridging the gap between their worlds. Kar had been on a journey to find rare minerals for his people when a cosmic storm had thrown him off course. His ship, now marooned on Luminara, required repairs beyond his capabilities. Seren, with her ability to harness star energy, offered her assistance. Though their methods and understandings were different, they found common ground in their shared goal. As days turned into weeks, the pair worked side by side. Seren would gather threads of light to weave into the ship's damaged circuits, while Kar used his strong hands to reshape the ship's hull from stones he found nearby. Each evening, they would share tales of their homes. Seren spoke of the luminous dances of the fields, while Kar described the deep, melodic echoes of Grania's caverns. Their bond deepened through shared challenges. One afternoon, as they searched for a rare mineral needed for the ship, they encountered a fierce storm. The winds howled through the trees, and rain fell like a curtain of stars. Kar, with his sturdy frame, sheltered Seren beneath his stony arms, while Seren used her light to guide them safely back to the crash site. In that moment, they learned the strength found in unity. Their friendship was not without its trials. There were times when Seren's optimism clashed with Kar's practicality. Once, Seren had suggested using a delicate flower to mend a fragile component of the ship. Kar, wary of its fragility, dismissed the idea. But when the flower's resilience proved stronger than its appearance, Kar learned to value Seren's insight, realizing that strength often lay hidden beneath gentleness. In return, Seren learned from Kar the importance of patience and the beauty of endurance. She marveled at how he could shape rough, unyielding stone into smooth, yet functional forms, seeing in his work a reflection of his own inner strength. As the repair neared completion, a bittersweet feeling settled between them. They had grown accustomed to each other's presence, the laughter shared over meals, the quiet moments beneath the starry skies. Yet, they knew that Kar's journey would soon continue. On the final night before the ship was ready, Seren led Kar to a special place, a glade where the stars seemed to hang just above their heads. "This," she said, her voice filled with warmth, "is where I come to reflect and find peace." Kar looked around, the soft glow of the glade casting a serene light over his features. "It reminds me of home," he said, a gentle rumble in his voice. "Though different, it's just as beautiful." As they stood side by side, the realization dawned on them both that their friendship was a bridge between worlds. They had discovered the true meaning of companionship, not in similarities, but in the acceptance and celebration of their differences. The next morning, with a heart full of gratitude, Kar prepared to depart. Seren gifted him a small vial of luminarian stardust, a token of their friendship and a reminder that their bond would endure, no matter the distance. As the ship ascended into the sky, Seren watched until it was a speck against the canvas of dawn. Her heart felt fuller, knowing that she had not only helped Kar on his journey, but had also gained a steadfast friend. And so, under a canopy of stars that whispered tales of friendship and adventure, Saren and Car's paths diverged, yet their hearts remained forever entwined, a testament to the power of understanding and the enduring light of friendship. Story 56. In a quaint, sun-dappled village nestled snugly between rolling green hills and a gentle murmuring river lived a young woman named Anya. Her home, a modest cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden brimming with wildflowers, was filled with the laughter of her family and the rich aroma of herbs drying by the window. Anya was known for her curious spirit and a heart that seemed to be in constant search of something more, something deeper. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Anya sat by the fireplace, cradling an old wooden box that her grandmother had entrusted to her. The box was smooth and worn, with intricate carvings that curled and twisted like the vines outside her window. It was said to hold the legacy of her ancestors, a legacy that had been whispered through generations but rarely spoken of in full. "Remember, my dear," her grandmother had said with a twinkle in her eye, "our past is a treasure, a guide. When the time is right, it will speak to you." On this serene evening, curiosity outweighed hesitation, and Anya carefully lifted the lid. Inside, she discovered a collection of objects, each more intriguing than the last. A small, polished stone that shimmered in the firelight, an intricately woven bracelet of silken threads, and a bundle of aged letters tied with a faded ribbon. But what caught her attention most was a delicate, silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, nestled at the heart of the collection. As Anya held the pendant, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, as though it recognized her touch. Her heart fluttered with a sense of connection, an invisible thread linking her to the past. Intrigued, she unfolded the letters, their parchment crackling softly, and began to read. The letters spoke of her forebears, a lineage of wise healers and storytellers who had lived in harmony with the land and its creatures. They had cherished the knowledge of the stars and the cycles of the moon, understanding that everything in nature was intertwined. Anya's ancestors had used this wisdom not only to heal, but also to bring communities together, fostering peace and understanding. One letter, penned by a woman whose name echoed with familiarity, described a tradition called the Gathering of the Moon. It was a ceremony held under the full moon, where villagers would share stories, songs, and wisdom passed down through generations. The pendant, the letter explained, was a symbol of this gathering, a reminder of unity and the power of shared knowledge. As the fire crackled gently beside her, Anya felt a swell of belonging. The legacy of her ancestors was not just a series of rituals and artifacts. It was a tapestry of love, learning, and community. She realized that the traditions of her past could guide her in her present, helping her to nurture the bonds between her neighbors and her environment. Determined to revive the Gathering of the Moon, Anya shared her discovery with the villagers. Enthusiasm sparkled in their eyes as they listened to her recount the tales and teachings of her ancestors. Together, they decided to recreate the ceremony, inviting everyone to participate in a night of storytelling and song under the light of the full moon. As the day of the gathering arrived, the village was alive with anticipation. Lanterns hung from trees, their gentle glow mingling with the silver moonlight. The air was thick with the scent of lavender and rosemary, herbs gathered for the occasion. Villagers brought homemade treats and gathered around a large bonfire, their faces illuminated in its warm embrace. Anya, wearing the crescent moon pendant, stood before her friends and family, her heart swelling with gratitude and pride. As the night unfolded, stories of old mingled with new tales of hope and friendship. Laughter and music filled the air, weaving a tapestry of connection that transcended time. In that moment, Anya understood the true legacy of her ancestors, the power of unity and the wisdom of living in harmony with one another and the world around them. The past had indeed spoken to her, guiding her to create a future rich with understanding and love. As the gathering drew to a close and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, Anya felt a profound sense of peace. She knew she had found her place within the legacy of her ancestors, a place where the past and present danced together in a harmonious embrace. And so, under the gentle glow of the morning sun, Anya and her village carried the lessons of the night forward. their hearts forever warmed by the enduring legacy of love and unity. Story 57. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly with the breeze and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, nestled a quaint little village named Luminara. The cottages of Luminara were adorned with mossy roofs and windows trimmed with ivy, giving them the appearance of playful woodland creatures peering out into the world. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, warm lamps flickered to life, casting a golden glow that mingled with the twinkling stars above. In this peaceful village there lived a kindly old woman named Myra. Myra was known for her gentle demeanor and her knack for weaving the most enchanting tapestries, each one telling stories of old, filled with vibrant colors and delicate patterns. Her cozy cottage was a gathering place for villagers who often stopped by, drawn by the scent of freshly baked honey cakes and the promise of Myra's soothing tales. One quiet autumn evening, as the leaves colored the village in shades of amber and crimson, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that every night, without fail, the gentle hum of the whispering woods grew silent. The crickets paused their serenade, and even the rustling leaves seemed to hush. It was as if the woods were holding their breath. This peculiar stillness left a curious feeling lingering in the air. Intrigued by this mystery, a small group of villagers gathered at Myra's cottage, seeking her guidance. Among them were Finn, a young boy with an adventurous spirit and a heart full of curiosity, and Lila, a wise woman known for her knowledge of the woods and its secrets. As the fire crackled and the room filled with the comforting aroma of Myra's herbal tea, the villagers shared their observations. "It's as if the woods are listening for something," Finn mused, his eyes wide with wonder. Lila nodded thoughtfully, her fingers tracing the rim of her teacup. "There are whispers of an ancient secret hidden within the heart of the forest," she said softly. "Perhaps it is awakening." Myra smiled gently, her eyes twinkling like the stars outside. "The woods have their own magic, and they speak to those who listen carefully. We must tread lightly and observe with open hearts." Determined to uncover the truth, Myra, Finn, and Lila decided to venture into the whispering woods the following evening. As twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, they embarked on their journey, guided by the gentle glow of fireflies that lit their path. The forest was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied them like a rhythmic melody. As they walked deeper into the woods, Finn noticed something peculiar. "Look!" he exclaimed, pointing to a trail of shimmering stardust that seemed to lead the way. Following the trail, they soon arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Lila knelt beside the box, her fingers gently tracing the delicate carvings. "This is a moonlight box," she whispered, awe in her voice. "It is said to hold the dreams of the forest." Myra nodded, her face serene. "The forest has chosen to share its secret with us. Let us open it with care and respect." Finn approached cautiously, his heart pounding with excitement. As he lifted the lid, a soft, melodious hum filled the air, and a gentle breeze swirled around them, carrying the scent of wildflowers and the promise of dreams yet to be dreamt. Inside the box lay a scroll, its parchment glimmering like starlight. Unfurling it, they found a map, marked with a path leading to a hidden grove deep within the woods. The map was accompanied by a simple message: "Follow the light of friendship, and you shall find the heart of the forest." With renewed determination, Myra, Finn, and Lila continued their journey, following the map's guidance. Along the way, they encountered various magical creatures, glow beetles that lit their way, wise owls that offered encouragement, and gentle deer that led them across streams and through thickets. As they neared the grove, the forest seemed to come alive with whispers of encouragement, as if cheering them on. Finally, they arrived at a secluded glen, where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its surface reflecting the moon's radiant glow. At the center of the pool floated a luminous orb, pulsing gently with a soft silvery light. It was the heart of the forest, the source of the woodland's ancient magic. The forest had guided them to this sacred place, revealing its secret through the bond of friendship and trust they had forged. As they stood in awe, the orb began to glow brighter, and a soft, melodic voice filled the glen. "You have shown kindness, wisdom, and unity," it sang. "The forest's magic is now yours to cherish and protect." With hearts full of gratitude, Myra, Finn, and Lyra pledged to honor the forest and its mysteries, sharing its stories and ensuring its magic would endure for generations to come. As they made their way back to the village, the whispering woods hummed once more, a gentle song of contentment and peace. And so, under the watchful gaze of 1,000 twinkling stars, the village of Luminara returned to its tranquil slumber, cradled in the embrace of the enchanted forest. The mystery had been solved, not through force or might, but with the gentle strength of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. As the night deepened, the villagers dreamed sweetly, knowing they were part of a story much older and grander than their own, woven into the very fabric of the magical world around them. Story 58. In a quiet village nestled between the gentle slopes of emerald hills and the whispered secrets of an ancient forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and rustic cottages, where the air was always sweet with honeysuckle and the soft chiming of wind bells. Leora had grown up hearing tales of her ancestors, told in hushed voices by the flickering firelight. Yet she had always felt a sense of distance from these stories, as if they belonged to another world entirely. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to gold and the sky blushed with the setting sun, Leora's grandmother, a wise and gentle woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, called her over. "Leora, my dear," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "there is something I must share with you, something that has been passed down through our family for generations." Curiosity piqued. Leora followed her grandmother into the heart of their cozy cottage. The walls were lined with shelves bearing books, each spine a promise of forgotten knowledge. Her grandmother reached for a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dim light. "This," her grandmother said, opening the box with reverent care, "is the heartstone of our family. It is a symbol of our lineage, a legacy of wisdom and unity." Inside the box, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a stone of such deep azure that it mirrored the midnight sky. It shimmered with an inner light, casting gentle hues of blue and silver across the room. Leora felt a strange warmth spread through her chest, a connection she had never felt before. "Long ago," her grandmother continued, "our ancestors were guardians of this land, healers and keepers of peace. The Heartstone guided them, showing them the path of harmony and understanding. It is said to hold the memories and wisdom of all who came before us." Leora listened intently, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of heritage. She realized that this stone, this legacy, was not just a relic of the past, but a beacon for her own journey. Her grandmother placed the stone in her hands, its cool surface tingling against her skin. As the days passed, Leora felt an unspoken pull towards the forest, where the ancient trees whispered secrets only she could hear. One misty morning, she wrapped herself in a woolen shawl and ventured into the woods, the Heartstone nestled against her heart. The forest was a symphony of soft rustles and bird calls, the air crisp and invigorating. As she walked, she began to notice subtle changes around her. The leaves shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the path seemed to unfold as if guiding her steps. She came upon a clearing where the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. In the center stood an old stone altar, covered in moss and vines. Leora approached the altar, feeling the Heartstone pulse with a gentle warmth. She placed it upon the altar, and to her amazement, the stone began to glow brighter, illuminating the clearing with a serene light. Images danced before her eyes, visions of her ancestors tending to the land, gathering in circles of unity, their faces serene and wise. In that moment, Leora understood. The legacy of her ancestors was not just in the Heartstone, but in the lessons they had learned and passed down. The importance of living in harmony with nature, of seeking understanding rather than conflict, and of cherishing the bonds of family and community. As the light of the Heartstone faded, Leora felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. She knew now that she was part of something greater, a continuum of love and wisdom, stretching back through time. She returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit renewed. From that day on, Leora embraced her heritage with open arms. She shared the stories and lessons of her ancestors with the villagers, weaving the wisdom of the past into the fabric of their lives. The Heartstone became a symbol of unity, a reminder of the legacy they all carried within them. And so as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky and the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Leora sat by the fire, a contented smile on her lips. She had found her place, her purpose, and the peace that came with knowing she was never truly alone. The legacy of her ancestors lived on in her heart, guiding her into the future with love and light. Story 59. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to murmur ancient secrets, and the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of honey and pine, there existed a quaint little village named Everwood. The village was nestled in a clearing, surrounded by towering evergreens that stood like sentinels guarding the peace of its inhabitants. Stone cottages with moss-covered roofs lined the cobbled streets, and lanterns glowed softly, casting a warm, gentle light that flickered like tiny stars brought down to earth. In this serene world lived a young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart was as warm as the hearth fires that blazed in every home come nightfall. Lila loved nothing more than to explore the woods, where she would often find herself accompanied by her dear friend, a plump squirrel named Thistle. Thistle, with his bushy tail and mischievous grin, was known for his ability to chatter away for hours, though he was particularly fond of collecting the shiniest acorns the forest had to offer. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned a fiery gold and the sky was a soft shade of lavender, Lila and Thistle embarked on one of their frequent adventures. They planned to visit the glimmering stream, a narrow brook that wound its way through the forest, its waters gleaming like liquid silver under the dappled sunlight. As they ambled along the path, Lila noticed something peculiar. The usually cheerful song of the birds was absent, and the forest seemed unusually still, as if holding its breath. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering secrets that seemed just out of reach. "Thistle, do you feel that?" Lila asked, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. Thistle paused, his tiny nose twitching as he scanned the trees with his keen eyes. "There's something different, something." "Not missing," he agreed, his voice a soft trill. When they reached the stream, they found the source of the mystery. The glimmering stream, which was usually filled with the playful giggles of water sprites and the gentle hum of dragonfly wings, was eerily silent. The water flowed as always, but it lacked its usual sparkle, appearing dull and listless. Lila knelt by the bank, dipping her fingers into the cool water. "It's as if the magic has been sapped away," she mused aloud, frowning slightly. Thistle, ever the optimist, scampered onto a nearby rock. "Maybe it's just shy today," he suggested, though his tone lacked its usual confidence. Determined to solve this gentle mystery, Lila decided to seek the wisdom of Sage, the wise old owl who resided in the ancient oak at the heart of the forest. Sage was known for her vast knowledge of the forest's secrets and her ability to communicate with the elemental spirits. The journey to the old oak was filled with anticipation, as Lila and Thistle pondered over the possible reasons for the stream's sudden change. They passed by familiar landmarks, the singing stones, which hummed with a melodic resonance as the wind passed through them, and the whispering meadow, where the tall grasses swayed like dancers in a silent ballet. As they reached the grand oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like welcoming arms, Sage was perched high above, her feathers a patchwork of tawny and white, eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "Sage," Lila called, her voice respectful and hopeful, "we seek your guidance. The glimmering stream has lost its magic, and we do not know why." Sage blinked slowly as if considering their request. With a graceful swoop, she descended to a lower branch, her presence commanding yet comforting. "Ah, the stream, a vital vein of our forest's heart," she began, her voice a soothing, melodic tone. "It seems the stream's spirit has grown weary, its laughter dimmed by a shadow." "A shadow?" Thistle echoed, his curiosity piqued. "The creatures of the night have grown restless," Sage explained. "There have been whispers of a disturbance deep within the moonlit glade, where the stream's source lies." Lila nodded, understanding dawning upon her. We must go there and see if we can help." With Sage's blessing and advice, the pair set off towards the moonlit glade, the air now filled with a sense of purpose. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew denser and the light more subdued, like twilight's gentle embrace. As they neared the glade, an unexpected companion joined their journey. It was Pebble, a tiny stone sprite with a mischievous smile and a heart full of cheer. Pebble had always been fond of Lila, often assisting her with small tasks and sharing stories of the forest's hidden wonders. "Adventure calls, and I am ready to lend a hand," Pebble declared with a cheerful chirp, his tiny form flitting about like a lively firefly. Together the trio reached the moonlit glade, a serene circle of space bathed in the silver glow of the rising moon. The source of the stream was a small, bubbling spring nestled among smooth stones, but something was amiss. A dark, swirling mist hovered above the water, casting a shadow that seemed to absorb the moonlight. Lila approached cautiously, her heart steady. What could this be? She wondered aloud. Pebble, with his affinity for earth and stone, examined the mist closely. "This is a cloud of confusion," he announced, born of forgotten dreams and misplaced hopes. Thistle, ever the bold one, chattered excitedly. "Perhaps we can dispel it by bringing joy back to the stream." Recalling the tales Sage had shared of the stream's playful nature, Lila smiled. "Of course, if we remind the stream of its joy, perhaps it will awaken." With that, they set to work. Thistle darted around, gathering the finest acorns and the brightest autumn leaves, creating a colorful display by the water's edge. Pebble called upon his fellow sprites, who sang a melodious tune that echoed through the glade like a gentle lullaby. Lila, with her nurturing touch, whispered words of encouragement to the stream, her voice carrying warmth and kindness. "Remember your laughter, dear stream. Remember the joy you bring to all who visit you." As if responding to her call, the stream began to shimmer once more, its waters regaining their vibrant, silvery glow. The mist slowly dissipated, replaced by the gentle hum of dragonfly wings and the soft giggles of the water sprites who had returned to play. Sage had been right. The disturbance was but a fleeting shadow, easily vanquished by the light of friendship and the power of joy. With the stream restored to its former glory, Lila, Thistle, and Pebble made their way back to the village, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. The whispering woods seemed to sigh in relief, the trees swaying gently as if to applaud their efforts. As they neared Everwood, the village lights twinkled like beacons of warmth and welcome. Lila paused, looking back at the forest, a place of mystery and magic, and felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure and the companions who had shared it with her. That night, as the stars watched over the slumbering village, Lila lay in her cozy bed, the soft rustle of leaves lulling her to sleep. She knew that whatever mysteries the forest might hold, she would face them with courage and kindness, always guided by the wisdom of friends like Thistle, Pebble, and Sage. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a mind at peace, Lila drifted into a deep, restful sleep, comforted by the gentle symphony of the whispering woods, where magic and friendship intertwined, lighting the path to endless adventures. Story 60. Once upon a time, in the shimmering reaches of the galaxy, there was a small, verdant planet named Luminara. The planet was known for its lush forests and gentle, glowing flora that bathed the landscape in a perpetual twilight of soft, ethereal light. It was here, amongst the whispering trees and the luminescent ferns, that a young Luminaran named Lyra called home. Lyra was a creature of grace, with gossamer wings that shimmered like the evening sky, and eyes that reflected the warm, golden glow of her world. Lyra's days were spent in harmony with nature, tending to the glowing flowers and listening to the soft symphony of the forest. She was content, but there was a spark within her that yearned for something more, a longing for adventure beyond the familiar glow of her homeland. One starry night, as Lyra gazed up at the vast canopy of the universe, a bright streak of light arced across the sky and landed with a gentle thud in the forest nearby. Intrigued and filled with curiosity, Lyra fluttered towards the sight, her wings leaving a trail of soft luminescence. In the clearing where the light had landed, Lyra found something she had never seen before, a sleek, silvery pod, gleaming under the soft glow of the Luminara night. The door of the pod slowly opened, releasing a soft hiss, and out stepped a figure unlike any Lyra had encountered. He was tall and slender, with skin of a deep, shimmering blue, and eyes that sparkled like distant stars. His name was Zoran, a traveler from the distant planet of Aquarion, a world of vast oceans and endless horizons. Startled by Lyra's sudden appearance, Zoran stepped back, his large expressive eyes widening. The two stared at each other for a moment, a mixture of curiosity and caution in their gazes. Lyra, though wary, extended a friendly hand, offering a soft, glowing flower as a gesture of peace. Zoran hesitated, then smiled warmly, accepting the gift with a nod of gratitude. Though they spoke different languages, Lyra and Zoran quickly discovered they could communicate through gestures and expressions. As the days passed, they learned from one another, sharing stories of their worlds. Lyra told tales of the glowing forests and the gentle creatures of Luminara, while Zoran spoke of the deep, mysterious oceans of Aquarion and the colorful coral cities beneath the waves. Despite their growing friendship, there were moments of misunderstanding. Zoran, unfamiliar with the delicate balance of Luminara's ecosystem, accidentally disturbed a nest of twinkling fireflies, causing them to scatter in a flurry of light. Lyra, initially upset, soon realized Zoran's intentions were pure, and together they gently coaxed the fireflies back to their nest, their laughter echoing through the night air. As they spent more time together, a bond formed between the unlikely companions. They explored the glowing forests, discovering hidden waterfalls and secret glades, each shared adventure bringing them closer. One day, as they sat by a tranquil lake, Zoran noticed Lyra's wings drooping ever so slightly, a sign of her growing fatigue from their long explorations. Concerned, Zoran gently suggested they rest, and together they lay beneath the canopy of glowing leaves, the soft rustle of the forest lulling them into a peaceful slumber. In that moment, Lyra understood the depth of Zoran's friendship, a friendship born not just of shared adventures, but of care and understanding. It was during one of their explorations that a new challenge arose. A sudden storm swept over the land, its winds howling and rain pouring down in torrents, threatening to extinguish the delicate glow of the forest. The storm was unlike any Lyra had ever seen, and fear gripped her heart. But Zoran, with his knowledge of the ocean's tempests, remained calm. Together, they worked to protect the fragile ecosystem. Zoran used his skills to craft shelters from fallen branches, while Lyra guided the creatures of the forest to safety. In the midst of the chaos, they found strength in their unity, each supporting the other as they faced the storm's fury. When the storm finally passed, the forest was left damp but intact, its glow slowly returning as the skies cleared. Lyra and Zoran stood side by side, their hearts filled with relief and gratitude. They realized that their friendship had not only brought them joy and adventure, but had also given them the courage to face the challenges of the unknown. As the gentle glow of the Luminara night enveloped them once more, Lyra and Zoran sat together, watching the stars twinkle in the vast sky. They knew that their time together would eventually come to an end, as Zoran would need to return to his distant home. But the bond they had forged would remain, a testament to the power of friendship that transcended worlds. And so, under the canopy of a million stars, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that shone as brightly as the luminescent flora of Luminara, warming their hearts with its gentle, enduring light. Story 61. Once upon a time, nestled in the embrace of the silverwood forest, where sunlight played through the leaves like a golden melody, there was a tranquil little village named Willowbrook. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, tending to their gardens and caring for the animals that thrived in the lush surroundings. Each morning, the dew-kissed air carried the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees drifted lazily over the meadows. In this idyllic setting, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known throughout Willowbrook for her bright smile and the curious spark in her eyes, forever seeking adventure. Her days were filled with the laughter of friends and the whisper of the forest, which seemed to speak to her in a language only she could understand. Lila had a special connection to the woods, often saying she could hear the trees sighing secrets and the brook giggling tales. One day, while exploring the ancient paths that wound through the heart of the Silverwood, Lila discovered something extraordinary. Tucked beneath a canopy of moss in a hollowed-out tree, she found a small, glimmering object. It was a compass, unlike any she had ever seen. The body was crafted from a deep, shimmering silver that seemed to pulse with its own light, and the needle was a striking sapphire blue, twinkling as if imbued with starlight. Curiosity pricking at her, Lila reached out and picked up the compass. The moment her fingers brushed against the cool metal, she felt a soft, warm sensation spread from her hand to her heart, like a gentle whisper of understanding. As she turned it over in her palm, she noticed an inscription on the back. To find the truth, follow the heart. Intrigued, Lila tucked the compass into her satchel and made her way back to the village. She shared her discovery with her best friend, Finn, a kind-hearted boy with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Finn's eyes widened with wonder as he examined the compass. "This is no ordinary compass," he said, his voice filled with awe. "What if it leads to something magical? We should follow where it points." Lila's heart danced at the thought of an adventure, and she agreed. The next morning, just as the sun began to paint the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lila and Finn set out from Willowbrook with the compass guiding their steps. The needle did not point north, as one might expect, but instead seemed to spin lazily before settling in a direction that led deeper into the forest where few dared to tread. As they ventured further, the landscape began to transform. The trees grew taller, their trunks thick and twisted like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering tales of yore. The air was cooler here, and the light more subdued, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The path they followed was not a path at all, but an invitation carved through the underbrush by the compass itself. The journey was not without its challenges. There were steep inclines to climb and tangled roots to navigate, but Lila and Finn faced each obstacle with laughter and determination. Along the way they encountered a myriad of woodland creatures, curious foxes with eyes like amber jewels, and deer that watched them with gentle, knowing gazes. After several hours of travel, just as they began to feel the weight of the forest's embrace, Lila and Finn stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a serene, golden light. In the center of this clearing stood a peculiar stone archway, overgrown with ivy and flowers. The compass needle spun wildly, then stopped, pointing directly at the arch. "What do you think this is?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Finn shrugged, his eyes wide with wonder. "Maybe it's a doorway. To another world?" With a shared glance of excitement and trepidation, they stepped through the archway. Instantly, they were enveloped in a warm, shimmering mist that tingled against their skin, and when it cleared, they found themselves standing in a place like no other. They were in a world where the very air seemed to shimmer with enchantment. The sky was a deep, endless cerulean, dotted with clouds that drifted lazily like cotton candy. The grass beneath their feet was soft and verdant, and wildflowers bloomed in colors so vivid they seemed to hum with life. In the distance a castle stood tall, its spires glistening in the sun, as if plucked from a fairy tale. Lila and Finn exchanged a look of pure delight, their hearts alight with the thrill of discovery. They began to explore this magical realm, each step revealing wonders beyond their wildest dreams. They encountered streams that sang as they flowed, and trees that gently swayed to a rhythm only they could hear. As they journeyed, they met a host of enchanting creatures. There were luminous butterflies that painted the air with trails of light, and friendly sprites who danced upon the breeze, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Each encounter was a new story, a new friend, and Lila and Finn embraced them all with open hearts. However, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, they realized they needed to find a way back home. Though this world was wondrous, they felt a deep yearning for the familiar comforts of Willowbrook. It was then that they met an elderly owl perched upon a branch, its eyes wise and kind. The owl regarded them with a gentle gaze and spoke in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "You seek to return from whence you came," it said, its feathers rustling softly in the evening breeze. "To do so, you must solve the mystery of the compass, for it is more than a mere guide. It is a key." Lila and Finn listened intently as the owl explained that the compass held the power to reveal the hidden truths of the heart. It had brought them here not just to explore, but to understand themselves and each other more deeply. The path home lies within, the owl advised, for true magic is not in the world outside, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to follow one's heart. With these words lingering in their minds, Lila and Finn settled beside a small, crackling fire, its glow casting a warm halo around them. They spoke of their journey, of the wonders they had seen, and of the lessons they had learned. They realized that their adventure had not only brought them closer to this magical realm, but had also deepened their friendship. As the stars began to twinkle in the vast sky above, Lila took the compass in her hand. She closed her eyes and thought of Willowbrook, of the people she loved, and of the sense of belonging that awaited them there. Finn placed his hand over hers, and together they concentrated on the warmth of their shared experiences. Slowly, a gentle breeze began to swirl around them, carrying the scent of home, freshly baked bread, the earthy aroma of the forest, and the sweet perfume of flowers. The compass glowed softly, and they felt a gentle pull, guiding them back through the archway. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing once more in the clearing of the Silverwood, the archway now just a simple stone structure. The familiar sounds of their own world embraced them, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale. Lila and Finn smiled at each other, their hearts full of gratitude for the journey they had shared. They turned and began the walk back to Willowbrook, the compass now silent in Lila's pocket, its purpose fulfilled. As they emerged from the forest, they were greeted by the twinkling lights of their village, the warm glow of home drawing them in. They knew that they would always treasure the memories of their adventure, and that their friendship, strengthened by the journey, would be a source of joy and support for years to come. And so, with hearts full of peace and contentment, Lila and Finn returned to their beloved village, where they knew that every day held the promise of new adventures and the enduring magic of friendship. In the quiet comfort of their homes, with the gentle lullaby of the forest as their backdrop, they drifted into a restful slumber, dreaming of the wonders they had seen and the many more that awaited them just beyond the horizon. And as they slept, the stars above kept watch, twinkling softly in the night sky, a reminder that the world was full of magic if only one knew where to look.